We are here. Just a tad few minutes late, but we are here. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for taking time out of your day to listen to what we have to say. And of course, other people, whoever that may be, who decide to join. Hopefully, you're doing pretty good. You had a good week. And my phone is giving me notifications of shit. But I don't know if you're able to hear that. But anyway, welcome. We are here. Jim Pachi, your mic is muted at the moment. I'm assuming you know that. So, but anyway, Jim Pachi's obviously here. I'm sure he'll, say a few things when he gets the chance. So, how are you all doing? What you been up to? Let me see some comments real quick. Only two topics today, obviously, but they're kind of broad. So I would assume that, well, not a broad, um, but they are broad enough where can probably get a good conversation out of it. Alan Moore, how's it going? I don't know if you're still here because this comment is from hours ago. They love money. They sure do. Yeah, they definitely do. What is it? Carks Lane. Howdy, howdy. How's it going? Hopefully you're still here. Hakami, what's up? Should be joining us today too. Actually
Okay.
give us
Sorry. Yeah, I'm here. Thanks for having me. It's gonna be a good show. I was listening into what you're saying, Hakami, everyone in the chat. What's up? I was just responding to a message I had gotten. Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem, no problem. All good.
Yeah.
What's up, Apollo Patriot, Modern Audience, Dragon Age, and Mass Effect devs or fooked now? LOL. Yeah, no, they are. They're panicking. They're underneath a table in Starbucks with their coffee. Hold on, the chats went up a bit. Let me catch up more.
Ugh, Game Pass, gross. Why is so many
Charles
archives
Barky
glitching
Bark.
like?
I personally never really liked Xbox Game Pass, but they've gone even worse than before. That is true. I never personally cared for it either. So,
Tasty
the
Steve
Paradox. What's up? How's it going? Thank you for
Jinpachi
joining.
checking out his Steve Burnside Fansley. Bro. Yeah. You know I'm such a huge fan of him. Yo, Spirit, what's up, bro?
The Cult of Lindis. I think I'm saying that right. The hello guys. Thank you for mentioning Xbox.
You said
No
Alan
problem.
Moore, right? You meant Alan Moon, I think. I think you said Alan Moore.
I said Alan Moore.
I think so. It sounds like what you said.
Oops. Hold
Chat,
on.
correct
That's
me if
the
I'm wrong.
Alan Moon. No, yeah. Well, oops. Well, if I said, if I
I
said
think
Alan Moore, I
Alan Moore,
apologize.
the insane
Alan
maniac.
Moon.
I thought you
Alan
said Alan
Moon.
Moore, the maniacal comic book communist writer. Alan Moore.
No, Alan Moon is definitely not that. Alan Moon actually has some sense. A lot of sense, actually. Because he's seen him around a few times in the comments. Madar. What's up? David
Madar.
Francisco. Why why so many retards praises glitch so much? They make the exact same true lesbian trash as uh Vivzy Pop. Yeah, well, that's the modern audience for you, I guess.
I can't stand the Vizzy Pop stuff. I don't get it. I really personally don't get the Vizzy Pop stuff.
KCZ, what's up? Uh,
I don't get it at all.
Neozoic, how's it going?
Yo, what's up, Star Master?
What's up? Christian Frades, how's it going? What's up? Star Master, what's
Spirit.
up? Hope you're all
Spirit,
doing well.
I saw you on my last stream, and for some reason, as soon as like you joined, my stream randomly ended. So I re-uploaded the stream, and I didn't see you there. So I don't know what happened, but the reason why the stream ended was because my connection for some reason cut out. Just for the record.
Oh yeah, because I was actually notified twice in like
Yeah,
two
that's why.
different
And then
times.
he didn't come back to the second stream, so I don't
So
know why. But I'm just
that
putting
that
that
must
out
have
there
been what it
because
was then.
yeah, that's what it was. So I don't know if like something happened or you were
Where
like
we're at.
whatever, but
Christian Frades.
Alan Moore
Jason
might be a
Trades
nut
wrote.
job, but he unintentionally created a really awesome character in the form of Rorschach. Alan Moore is a good writer, but he unironically writes good characters because he basically writes characters that he thinks are maniacs and like or like he just like it's hard to explain. It's like contradictory. It's like imagine I was trying to write characters that are supposed to be hated, but people love them because they go against the values that I have. And then like the characters that I write that have my values and people are like, wait a minute, this is communist BS. So it's like pretty funny actually. It's
Yeah, it
really
actually
funny.
is.
Like you try to write these
Trades, good.
communist
Good
characters
thing
as
I
heroes.
overhype. He wrote, "Good thing I overhype obscure media like Rob Zombie films as an example.
Yeah,
Are
Rob
those
Zombie
films
films are pretty
obscure?
cool. Some of them. I wouldn't say the obvious ones, but some of them are obscure.
Right. Okay.
But like
Okay.
not all of them. Like some of his work is. But like if we're talking about like the
Yeah,
Devil's
I'm sure.
Reject and stuff, I wouldn't consider that like obscure.
Yeah. Yeah. Spirit Paradox said, "All good, bro." So
Yeah, for sure. But like
Tasty
I said,
Z sounds like most of Hollywood. Yep, you're not
pretty
lying.
much. Well, that is most of Hollywood. They write communist
Yeah,
characters that
they're
you're
all
supposed to love, and then they write characters that are like that you're supposed to hate, and you end up liking them because they're actually more sensible. So it's kind of funny because it's like that thing where the liberals of Hollywood they think that their opposite are the bad guys, and they write them as bad guys, but then you're like, wait a minute, this character's not really that bad. Yo, Retro Man,
yeah.
what's up? Yeah,
What's
Spirit.
up, Retro Man?
I don't know why you didn't come back, Spirit. I don't know if you got notified again because I've also been having trouble with YouTube notifying people of my streams as well. I have like an alternate account that I have, and even that account doesn't get notified. And I use that account to test when my streams are to make sure that they're notifying people. So it's really
Mhm.
weird. But anyway, I digress. I'm trying to make sure as many people can access the streams as possible. You know how it goes. You know how it goes, Revenant.
Yeah, I know.
The boys had a
Definitely know.
meltdown because people like clowning. That's
Do the
true.
what?
They had a meltdown because
Oh
people
yeah.
like Homelander.
Mhm.
Homelander is so hilarious. It's like not even funny how hilarious Homelander is. I love the EA buyout says Zero Sam.
Same, because I think there'll be a lot of people finally getting the boot.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's BioWare, especially BioWare. I hope they're the first ones. I don't care. Shut the
Well,
studio down. I don't care. Just
I want them to
end it already.
I want them to reallocate the IPs to different teams that are not going to do like woke crap. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, just get rid of Bioware, get rid of maybe keep some of the programmers. Like, what I mean by get rid of people, I mean get rid of like the top brass and like the creative, like the writers and stuff. A lot of the like woke writers, and just keep the as many of the actually talented programmers you can keep, and then just kind of like use the
If
IP
there
with
are any.
different start new studios, get them better writers and stuff, but like keep the people that actually know how to program games properly, and get rid of like the DI hires.
I'd be like 98%.
Pretty much, but then you'll have a actual working game with a work from a decent studio.
Yeah, that's true.
And people point to Saudi Arabia with the SNK and Capcom thing. Remember where like they censored the women, but I don't think that was SNK. I don't think that was Saudi Arabia by proxy of SNK. I think that was Capcom doing that. I just have a feeling that wasn't
I
SNK.
think
That wasn't
so.
like I don't feel like it was Saudi Arabia. I know that seems like but Saudi Arabia is all about like censoring, like having women cover up and stuff. But I just don't think it was them. I think it was Capcom, given how like they've been censoring things over the years.
Yep. Yeah. I was
I
actually
can't.
going to mention that where it's like you see their track record over the years, like that's something they would do on their own. I mean, yeah, it's possible to Saudi Arabia wanted that, but
Mhm.
I still wouldn't put it past Capcom if that was their call.
I agree. I think they should. I think, and also as far as Dragon Age, I think they should completely reboot Dragon Age. If they're gonna bring back Mass Effect, just completely reboot Mass Effect. Completely reboot Dragon Age. Like just restart all over, so you don't have to even address the woke
Hmm.
shit they did in the last couple games. Neozoic had a question. He
Yeah.
said, "Remnant
Yeah.
Interpactu question: Which modern comic company, both the comics and media, such as movies and shows, is worse, DC or Marvel? Both comics and movies, shows." Um, I think I think Marvel is worse overall, but it's not. They're like pretty close, you know. DC has some things that are kind of
So which one you said?
salvageable.
You cut out for me.
Okay, I said Marvel is worse, but DC does have
Oh, I
is
was
not
actually gonna
far
say that
off.
too. Yeah.
DC has a bunch of like they're doing almost the same level of woke crap. I just think Marvel's a little
Yeah.
worse because of Disney.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like it's
Uh.
not. It's like choosing between like shit and like solid shit and diarrhea. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
yeah, it's not really much of a choice.
DC's definitely catching up. They're catching up.
They're making good time, man. Like the Judas contract of that wasn't even a few years ago. The animated Judas contract film, like just in general, DC's definitely just as woke. It's just that Marvel is like just way worse. They're just way worse.
Hmm.
So
I got a comment here from Howdy. Says, so glad I can speak my opinion here without some woke tard banning me because I don't agree with them. Absolutely. Everyone's free to speak here as long as you don't start saying crazy shit, like legit crazy shit. Like whatever the guy was talking shit about Charlie Kirk and all that a few
yeah,
weeks ago. But yeah, but you can even if we disagree with you, you're more than welcome to speak your mind, say what you gotta say. Not gonna ban you. I mean, whatever happens to people's comments, that you gotta take that up with YouTube, just so people are
um,
aware. And I kind of feel like I almost have to now just like make it apparent, put it somewhere that I don't delete the comments. It is YouTube, or I would probably just say do research on what YouTube does when it comes to certain comments, because people,
Star Master.
'cause a lot of people be like saying like, oh, he deleted my comment because he doesn't like that I'm talk. I don't agree with his dog shit opinion or whatever. And it's like, no, moron. Well, most of the comments, not most of them, but a lot of comments are not agreeing with what I'm saying, and a good portion of them are just throwing around irrelevant, lame insults that don't debunk anything that's actually being said. And anyone who says like, "Oh, my comment got deleted," your comment is more likely no different than all the other comments that I've seen before. So, but like I said, people are free to speak, say what they want, and I have no problem responding back, and
Yeah.
going back and forth with people because a lot of people think they got to say something and someone's just gonna ignore it and just let whatever bullshit
Well,
they say
look,
slide.
look. I'll make it short for everybody in the chat. You have freedom of speech here. But there's also consequences to what you say. If you say something that's crazy, then people are going to respond with their own, freedom of speech to rebuttal against your ideas or, push back against them. So freedom of speech is not like you say whatever you want and nothing happens. It's basically you are legally allowed to say what you want. No one should be able to throw you in jail or, kill you because you said something they don't agree with. However, people are definitely within their rights to go against your beliefs. And even I'm not saying to anybody here, I'm just speaking generally, but if you say something crazy and someone says you're like a stupid dickhead or something, like that's their right to call you a stupid dickhead.
Yep.
Like I'm not saying about that. I'm not saying that about anyone in the chat, by the way. I'm just saying like generally that's what freedom of speech is. So,
Hmm.
you know, that's just one of those things. And also like we're generally like people say whatever they want, but like, if it's something negative, we'll debate them or whatever. But also like, you know, if you're trolling in the chat is disruptive and unproductive, right? And you're just saying heinous shit for shock value, we're within our right to not keep you here. We don't have to keep you
Yeah.
here. It's like if I go to your house, right? I'm in your home and I'm talking about your dead grandma and mocking your dead grandma. You're not gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna let this guy stay in my house because he has the right to say that. You might say, hey, fuck this guy. I don't want you in my house. So if you consider this like me and Revenant's house, then if you're saying like some insane, heinous troll shit, we're not obligated to keep you here. You can make your own videos. You could go on Twitter. You can go on Instagram. You could go wherever you want talking shit about us, and you have your right to do it. You could do it on your own channel, but we don't have to keep you here. That being said, we probably won't throw you out. I'm just saying that we have to understand what like these rights actually mean, you know? So
Agreed.
we're not gonna toss anyone out of here because they disagree. I'm talking about like trolling, right? Like if someone's like just going crazy trolling in the chat, like we're not obligated to keep you there. You know,
Yeah.
like that's all.
Yep. Apollo said YouTube is filled with libs. Yep. Very
Yeah,
selective
pretty
on what
much.
videos they want to keep around and what goes against their rules. I know that firsthand
Ease
because
up,
uh, yeah. Well,
ease up in the chat says, what if I said hypothetically pee pee poop poo fart? Bro, boot him, get rid of him. I'm joking. I'm joking. All right. But yeah, so that's really how it works, man. And like, yeah, that's basically it. So don't worry. Most people here aren't gonna get banned for disagreeing, bro. Just don't be a troll, you know, don't rage bait. Like actually talk like a normal human and you'll be treated like a normal human. You act like a bot or a troll, I'm gonna treat you like a bot or a troll. Which is not gonna be good, by the way. Just heads up.
yeah. Howdy Rope. So basically, when a woman is a villain, hold on, there was something else. Let me go back. Okay, I found it. It was pretty funny to learn that one of the Yote Six in Ghost of Yote was a woman, and out of all of them, Atsu befriends her, and then they kill all the rest and take in Atsu's brother's kid. Takes in Atsu's brother's kid, and people wanted to say that there was no propaganda in the game. That don't that nothing about Erika Ishii or anything like that, or the developers would affect the story.
Yeah, I mean, well, remember if you have to look at people say, oh, the person hired doesn't affect the story, but like that's like to say let's turn our brain off and pretend there's no like pattern of effect, right? Like if a developer's hiring a crazy activist like Erika Ishii, who doesn't have really that many like notable credits under her belt, aside from like a game like Dragon Age, which is fucking awful, like you have to understand that they hired that person because of those reasons. They wanted a chubby Japanese feminist to portray the character because it made the the activist writers feel good about themselves to do that. That should tell you the people that are making the game. So people say, "Oh, the casting doesn't matter." It's like if you see Pedro Pascal in a Marvel project, in another project, you're gonna it's safe to assume that his communist overlords hired him because he's also a communist wokey. You get what I'm saying? Allegedly. So people who say that the casting doesn't matter are like turning their brains off. You know how many actors there are in the world? You know how many better voice actors, more talented actors, people who are good at mocap that, or maybe if they are leftists, they're not so outwardly political, but they choose this like loud, feminist, armpit hair, chubby, stinky vagina, shaved side of the head, ass fucking feminist for the game. That's a very deliberate casting choice. Let's not pretend like it's just like, oh, she was the best person for the role, right? Because how many voice actresses and
No,
mocap
that's a
people are
lie.
there? Yeah, it's pretty obvious, man. So it really is to obfuscate the truth because we all know that the real reason why people say that is because they want to play the game by any means
Yep,
necessary without feeling
yep.
guilty, and they'll do
Just
anything to damage control for the fucking goy gay crap that
mhm.
they'll play because it's the
That
new thing.
yeah, they got to say and do all these mental gymnastics just to validate their purchase because they can't help themselves. What's up, Alan Moon? I said your name right this time. Before I think I said Alan Moore. And yeah, hold on, there was something else in the comments. Where we're at. Oh, Neil Zoe had a question. I'm sure. fun question actually. Did you Remnant and Japachi, did you prefer superpower heroes such as Superman, X-Men, Goku, etc., or street level slash vigilante heroes such as Batman, Punisher, Spike from Cowboy Bebop, or both? I would say both. I would say um I guess I like them equally, because they all serve their own purpose and they're all pretty like the characters, for example, you had mentioned are well written, well designed. Supporting characters are also good. The lore and all that, like their powers, their abilities, their backstory, the character development. It's all very good when it comes down to those type of characters. So that's actually why I like both. I guess depending on whatever mood I'm in, I may like I don't feel like watching superhero shit. I don't feel like watching you know how do you describe it? Street level slash vigilante heroes. But
Well, to be fair, you're not
they're
really
all
like a
good.
big like comic guy, right? Anyway, you never really were, from what I
No,
remember.
no, no. I'm more like casual. I would say I'm definitely
I'm
casual with
more
that.
I'm definitely more like the superhero like
Yeah.
fan, superhero fan and stuff like that. More into the lore, like and like I have like an insane comic collection, like so it's like I'm pretty much more into it rather than casual. I don't want to speak for him, but I'm pretty sure he'll agree to that. Like it's reality of the situation. But and like as far as anime and shit goes, because what was the question again, Revenant? About can you hear me?
Huh?
What was the question again? It was if about cow wasn't it like about Cowboy Bebop?
Let me get to it. I had to scroll all the way back.
What was it? Because I don't remember. Oh, okay. Did you prefer super powered heroes such as Superman, X-Men, Goku,
I got it.
etc., or street level? Okay, such as Batman, Punisher, Spike from Cowboy Bebop. Blah, blah. I don't. You know, it's weird you threw Spike in there. That's what threw me off because I'm like, Spike's not really like I don't even really consider him like a superhero. I just consider him as like a badass like bounty hunter. But I'd prefer more grounded heroes just for like the martial arts aspect and like they're like a little bit more gritty. The stakes are usually more personal, but I also like overpowered like superheroes as well. I think it just depends how well it's written. Like I think if the stakes are there, then it's good either way. So that's just my take. Yo, man on mountain,
Yeah.
what's up, bro?
Hey, what's up,
Enjoying
man on
ribs
the
and
mountain? How's it going?
chimichurri. Take that, vegans. That's right. You eat those ribs like God intended.
Mm-hmm. That's
Yeah,
pretty
sorry,
good.
YouTube kept deleting my comment unless I made it vague. Yeah, YouTube's been like that lately. I noticed on my own streams, people would comment and like they're not like I would see them on screen, so I know they sent them. But then when I would check the chat, I wouldn't see it there. So it's like my PS5 is registering the comment, but YouTube's deleting it faster than it can stay in the chat. It's pretty messed up.
I've noticed that too because like you'll actually respond to a comment and I'm seeing the chat. I'm like, where's he seeing this from?
Yeah,
And
so
I'll
it's
refresh it. I'll be
YouTube.
like, all right, I still don't see it. I don't know what's he talking about.
And my
So that
settings
makes sense.
are, and the worst part is that wouldn't be a problem if the PS5 cuts off half the comment if it's too long, which is ass. So like I'll read half of it, then I'd be like, oh, let me read the rest, and I check the chat, it's not there. Yeah, and I have all my settings that you can say whatever you want pretty much, like as best as like I as much control I have over it. So it's definitely YouTube doing it.
Yep.
I guess Nintendo
Hey,
are least corrupt since they will sometimes change instead of doubling down like Microsoft and shoot themselves even more. Curious if they'll ever change if they'll change anything they've done lately. I wouldn't say that. Nintendo's pretty like rigid and like egregious with a lot of shit that they do. Like when it comes to like the virtual console, the backwards compatibility, their games being like basically borderline 360 PS3 games costing $80. Um, you know, there's a lot of bad practice Nintendo does, man. Like, so I wouldn't say
agreed.
Nintendo's not exactly like the least egregious. I think they're equally bad because if it wasn't for them boosting the prices to 80, then PS5 and I mean Microsoft and Sony wouldn't have been so quick to like and gun ho to jump on that. You know? And honestly, nothing on
Mm.
Nintendo justifies $80. Period. I don't care how fun the game
What's up,
is.
Royce?
Nothing.
How's it going?
No
What's up?
Nintendo game justifies
Uh,
$80.
Mandar had a question
What's up,
somewhere
Royce?
about free or a comment about free speech. He said.
Aside from game prices from Nintendo, they at least make games that are entertaining. Some of them. Some of them. I even question it myself how many Nintendo games are like genuinely like really really good, and how much of it is just nostalgia carrying that game and elevating it to like a higher level. Because some games that I've seen on Nintendo, they just feel like they feel very like double A. They feel like some of them feel like double a game that would be double A from any other developer. But then you throw Mario in there, and then you're like,
Mhm.
oh, it's a triple A game. And it's like again, that's not every game.
Yeah.
They do have like some good games for sure. I'm not trying to shit entirely on Nintendo. I just think that there's a level of like the brand recognition carrying through like some of the BS they do.
Oh yeah. No, I agree with that. Mandar, yeah, I think I found it. Many think that free speech means that they can do or say whatever they want. A few days ago, two women wrecked some public shrine made for Charlie Kirk, and they use free speech as a shield. Yeah, you're right. Like, they think they can do whatever they want, but no, like, your actions have consequences, and you can't just hide off of, oh, free speech when, you know, there's things you can and cannot do, and there are things that you will be challenged on, and you have to deal with that. And w- we all know those dumbass women that they don't care about free speech. They'll cancel whoever the fuck they want to if they can. So they're just using that as like the way, like, oh, I thought you wanted free speech. I thought you were okay with free speech, so they can just do whatever they want. When that's not how it works, because they're delusional, and then they'll
Well,
be
your free
disingenuous about
speech
what they're doing.
is it's like I said before, your free speech, and someone also echoed this in the comments, and that's basically what I was saying, that your free speech only protects you from legal retaliation. You shouldn't be able to be like legally thrown in prison or executed or something like that for your opinion. However, your opinion is subject to pushback and backlash because other people have freedom of speech. So that's really like the gist of it, right? Like it just protects you legally from the law penalizing you for your beliefs. However, again, if you say something like insane or something that is, if you say something, it could even be sane. You could even say something rational. But like, so if I say something like, oh, like a man can't be a woman can't be a man, or something like that, and then like 50 leftists want to dogpile me, that's their legal right and that's their freedom of speech at work, right? Like even if they're wrong, even if they're like crazy, they have the right to try to attack that beliefs. Dogpiling would be pretty ass, right? Because one-on-one debate is
Hmm.
always better. But I'm just saying that they have their right to retaliate. So even a logical, sane idea can get pushback, and that's really what free speech is. Everyone has. It's pretty much everyone has an opinion. As long as you're not physically harming each other, then it is really kind of like fair. All is fair in love and war, I guess you would say.
Hmm. True. Star Master, he asked, my friend dared me to cook 6 million pizzas in 5 years. Do you think I can do it? I think
No,
so, but if you can't, then just order 6 million Domino's pizzas.
no, I don't think you can.
No.
I think you would need a lot of money. You could do it if you had endless money, or if you had like endless like I guess that ties to endless money. You would need like a lot of equipment and endless money, but I don't really think so by normal means. No. If you cooked 100 pizzas, 1,000 pizzas every day for how many years? He said 5 years. Like if you calculate it with like you having normal like household items, you will never be able to do that, bro. It's like just literally impossible to do. Unless you redefine what pizza means. If you change like if you redefine the meaning of pizza as like uncooked dough with sauce splattered on it, maybe you could do it. But even then, like you would need to buy a lot of materials and it ain't happening. I know that wasn't a serious question,
Well,
but
for
it
all
makes me
we know,
laugh.
he could have the resources. Hey, you never know. He could have all the resources, and he could have a plan. You never know.
If you have your family helping you, you have infinite resources, and you redefine pizza as a ball of dough with sauce sprinkled on it.
Redefine pizza.
You redefine what actually is pizza as like a ball of dough like squished, and then just put sauce on it. Maybe you can do it. Maybe you could, but I don't know. And also, it's uncooked, right? Like if you have to redefine the term pizza, then you could probably do it.
Yes. Zeno Chimera, what's up? He said, Shalom, I'm back from my local synagogue where we ordered a bunch of bloody mattresses for dirt cheap.
Yo, what's up, Chimera? Chimera's cool. All right, maybe it's fine. Hold on, give me one sec, guys.
Sharing is caring. You give some of those bloody mattresses here. I'm joking, of course. You can keep them. Let's see where we're at. Then we can start bringing people in. You typing something?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I heard some.
Yeah, just give me a
That's
second.
not
I'll just respond to something.
okay. No problem. I'll just catch up with comments. Uh, so who wrote this? Hold on. I want to get the name right. Oh, Charlie's Barky Bark. Marty. Switch 2 has been dog shit since it revealed itself before its launch date. I agree. I actually agree with that. I don't think it's worth getting it. You might as well just stick with the Switch 1, at least for now.
Until it's cheaper.
Yeah.
Can't wait for the Switch
Madara
3. It will come
wrote.
without a screen, and that will be an optional attachment. Trashman guy is right.
Yeah,
He's
right.
right. It will be an optional attachment. Exactly.
They're actually gonna sell each piece of the inside of it, so you can actually put the whole like console together yourself.
The cult of Lindis said I would get a Switch 2 for one thing is to play Nintendo games because I do not have a Switch. Hey man, to each your own, man. To each your own. I think there's very few Nintendo games that would justifies me. If me personally, that would justify me buying it. Like the only game, like the main series I liked from Nintendo is like Metroid. I enjoyed Super Smash Bros and stuff like that. But I just feel like overall, like the Switch is just not worth it. Like either one. I think like you just like the amount of games that I actually would play on the Switch are so small that it almost doesn't justify me having one. Unless I just buy it to
Mm-hmm.
play like a couple of games, like but again, like to be fair, that's really subjective, you know what I mean, Revenant? Like I
Yeah,
have
yeah,
like, my own taste in games and stuff. And there are
yeah.
Nintendo
Same,
games
yeah.
that I do like. There are some that I do like for sure. Like I said, Metroid, Super Smash Bros. Mario Kart can be
Mm-hmm.
fun, but then like some of these games can be fun, but I don't know if they justify me buying the Switch too. Like for example, like Mario Kart. Mario
Buy
Kart's a
them for
fun game.
buy them for full price. You know the Nintendo games.
Mhm.
They rarely ever go down in price.
Fire Emblem's a good game, I'll admit. But like for me to like buy it, like to buy the console so I have access to Fire Emblem right away, or to play like Mario Kart right away. Like Mario Kart's fun, but like will I buy a Switch to play Mario Kart? Not really, right? Like for me personally, it's like one of those things where like if someone had it, I'd play with them. But will I like buy a Switch to play Mario Kart? Probably not. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Madar, he
Howdy,
said,
yes. We bring people on the podcast, and people can talk about some of the topics. Obviously, with limited timing because we have limited time.
yes. Madar, he said, I wanted to make 6 million jokes about Samuel and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, but I'm sorry, but that would be a bit on the nose, not to mention that I have to fix my oven first.
I feel like Nintendo would be a better company if they just became a third party developer. But at the same time, I also understand that if they did, then Sony and Microsoft will call the shots and dictate what Nintendo does. And then that would make them end up having to do like even more woke shit. So in a way, it's also good that they're
Mm,
not just a like software developer, just making games. But I think that like as far as consoles go, like I don't know, man. Like the one thing about the Switch I like is that it's portable. Like I have the first Switch, and I play like some games on there, like Arkham Asylum, Doom 3. I have like some Mario game that my friend let me borrow. I have Metroid on there and stuff, and like it has value for sure. I feel like Nintendo needs to just like chill out. I think they have to like lower their prices to match what they're selling you. I don't feel like you should be playing as much as a modern console when the shit is like a PS3, bro. You're playing a portable PS3, which is sounds cool, but it's like, why am I paying like $500, $450, $80 a game for tech that's like 20 years old, bro? That's crazy. That's insane to pay like that much for like that tech. Like I played Zelda Breath of the Wild.
For that, you
Nothing
might have
about
to just
that
get a PS3.
Zelda Breath of the Wild, nothing about that game says I should be spending $60 on this. Poor frame rate, all of that shit. Like
Or 70.
set or even 70, right? Or 80 or whatever. Like again, like I guess my view is like very pessimistic toward them because they do make good games to a degree. They have less woke shit for sure on there generally, from what I understand, but it's just corporate trash muddies my view of Nintendo, unfortunately.
Yeah.
10-year-old
I feel the
hardware
exact
for
same
Switch
way.
One, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
What's up,
Exactly.
Nathan Gaiman? What's up? How's it going?
The Switch is unironically worse than the Wii U. Paid online retro games tied to a subscription service, and that really pissed me off because Hydra's right. The subscription service shit is crazy. I love retro games,
Mm-hmm.
and Nintendo has such a great library of old
It's a
games, and like
scam.
they would actually, they want to charge you a subscription service because they want to charge you consistently every month because they feel like that's going to give them more money in the long run, and maybe it will, but like I'm perfectly okay with spending like 10 uh 12 $15 per game if I can just own the game as far as owning goes on those consoles. But I don't want to pay a monthly subscription. I don't want to rent games, bro. All these companies are trying to trick you into renting games, and I don't want to do
Yep.
that. I don't want to pay a subscription to rent your games. Game Pass is just being tricked into renting games for $30 a month. Like that's
Mm-hmm.
crazy, bro. I don't want to pay a subscription. Fuck your
They're
subscription.
trying. They,
Fuck you. It makes me actually even more whenever they try to trick me into a subscription, all my internal feeling toward them is fuck you. Fuck you. I'm not gonna pay you monthly, bro. Like
they're
keep
trying to turn that into the future as fast as possible.
exactly,
When all
bro.
that's gonna do is lower the quality of games, even like more than it already is. You think it's bad now? Wait until they try to create make everything all digital, subscription service up the ass, and whatever else like bullshit they try to do. They got to charge you for every little thing to do. You think it's bad now? Well, you got to pay or well on console to pay online, or you got to pay for to play fucking retro games and shit like that. Like they're gonna find ways to keep nickel and diamond people and just lower the quality because they're just gonna look for they're just gonna be more concerned about making money opposed to anything else.
Pretty much. Pretty much. And
There was another
also,
comment I saw.
okay, go ahead. Read the comment.
Um, Where was it at? Well, actually, there was two because there was a question from Neozoic that I think you'd be more suited to answer than me. But Tasty Z, their games are on par with good indie games at this point. Nothing makes them stand out. I agree. I agree, 100%.
And think
And
about
then
it. Think about this. I just want to say this real quick.
okay,
Imagine you spend $30 on Game Pass because you want to quote unquote play games for like cheap because you feel like, oh, I can beat whatever two games for cheap because I'm only paying $30 a month and I can play like whatever game comes out on there. And then you're saving money, you think, on two $80 games, or with Nintendo, right? You're paying for the subscription. I could play the entire library of backwards games, but you might not want to fucking do that. Maybe you just want to play Metroid Fusion. Maybe you just want to play Pokemon Red. Like, how many people are really like constantly switching between all these, no pun intended, between all these like Nintendo's backwards compatible games? Like that they're like using the subscription service and they're just constantly like, oh, I'm gonna play Super Mario, I'm gonna play this, I'm gonna play that. Most people they have a couple favorites that they like and they stick with those. Like even if it's like in the tens or 20s, the amount of games that they play that they love from Super Nintendo or whatever or N64. Like they're gonna be a handful that they really like, and the others they're just gonna experiment with because they have the service. So because of that, like even then you can't really justify it because like most people, like I said, would rather just pay for the full price of like whatever backwards game and then be able to play it offline without having to be connected to a service and constantly being
Yep.
checked if they're logged into the authorized account that has the service, right? Because then the connection goes on. It's like, oh well, you're
Mhm.
disconnected. So I don't know, man. I'm not a fan of it.
Uh, Neozoic, he asks Remnant and Japachi question: how would you handle and fix Pokemon franchise if both of you were the CEO? I think that's more suited for you because I'm not. I don't really
Well,
play those games.
I haven't played Pokemon consistently since like I think the last one that I actually like really played throughout the entire game was X and Y. I think so, but I'm aware of the newer ones. I think that what they need to do is focus on fidelity. This is what I would do, and I know it's going to piss people off. I would make the next Pokemon game go back to generation one and just make sure that there's as much fidelity as possible with the animations, the world graphics and everything, and then start building off of that with the sequels and start adding in the newer Pokemon, progressively. Because until they do that, there's so many Pokemon now that you have like watered everything is just so watered down and papery that it just looks bad, it runs bad. So I think they need to go back to basics, make the
Mm.
world look really nice, go full cell shaded, make it actually look like it's a console game. Because let's come on, guys, let's be real. They look like mobile games now. They look like mobile games. I'm not even joking. They really look like mobile games. So
They
they
do.
have to fix that. They could go in a new direction. One direction that I thought they could go in is making like a real time action RPG route, right? But that's a whole nother thing. But if you want to keep it turn based, I think they have to go back to basics, focus on every single Pokemon, detail them from head to toe, and the fans are just going to have to take the L until they catch up because I don't think it's feasible for them to make a high quality AAA Pokemon with like what 1,000 Pokemon now or 900 Pokemon now or something. Like you're just not going to get that fidelity in like a bi-yearly game. You're going to need time for them to build on that engine and make something that's actually solid, works properly, doesn't look like a mobile game. Even with all of Pokemon's money, it's just a time factor. They probably could do the 800 or not whatever 1,000 Pokemon they are, but that's going to be like a Red Dead Redemption level of time distance between the games because that's a lot of
Mhm.
work, to be fair. That's a lot of development work. And if you want it to look good, you're going to have to give them time to do that. And they're definitely going to have to switch to a better engine than what they're using. Um, but as
Mhm.
far as I'm saying, is like it has no business looking like a freaking mobile game, and that's an $80 mobile game at look $80 mobile looking game at that, which is absolutely crazy. So I would
Uh,
definitely not do that. Definitely not. I would definitely do what I said. Slow down, go back to the first gen, focus on fidelity, release that. Fans just gonna have to eat it, except that you only have the first gen, maybe the first two gens, and then build off that with sequels.
right. So let me just read a few comments and then we can get into the topics finally. Aesop, he said, "No, you will own nothing and you will be happy." Yep, that's what
Pretty
they
pretty
want.
pretty much.
Yep.
Aesop says, "Yeah, good luck with that." Exactly, bro. It's not feasible. When I say this, I'm not saying it's feasible, bro. I'm not saying it's feasible. I'm not saying it would happen. I'm telling you what they would need to do in order to fix that problem because they're not going to fix it the way they're doing it now.
Man the Mountain, they are making subscription service for even for fucking refrigerators. That's insane. Jesus. Where we're at. TCZ Game Freak don't care because hold on, let me fix my mic. He TCZ wrote Game Freak don't care because they are sick of making Pokemon. Oh yeah, because they're making like a Souls game, right? I think.
Yeah, another Souls game. Yeah, I'm sure they don't care. I'm absolutely certain that they don't care. I'm sure they don't care anymore. I mean, you get burnt out from making the same game yearly. I really think they should
Yeah.
outsource, man. Maybe they should outsource. Like, look. I'm gonna say this, and it might sound crazy, but it's insane to me that Pokemon Stadium 1 and 2 have better animations and like a better like visual design than modern Pokemon games. Those are the Nintendo 64 games. If you play them and look at the animations, they're way more dynamic, fleshed out, more alive than any of the current games. Sure, the models are like low poly and whatever, so you have that going on, but like imagine what something like that could be like on modern hardware. Like the modern Pokemon game should play like Pokemon Stadium 1 and 2 combat, like with the way the combat is, but just have the overworld that you can traverse in. It's literally that simple, you know, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Aesop said, "I don't play Nintendo games. Only this I really play is PS2 and PS3." Well, that's not bad at all. Actually, that's actually
I
I wish
I,
more people would be were doing that, because that's
I
actually
don't
where you get
yeah.
like really good, good games, opposed to what you're seeing now. Not that there's
He's
no
right.
good games like nowadays. I mean, but they're still like far and few in between.
He's right.
Where
No, he's right.
back then you had like a shit ton. Like you ever like see like pictures fucking online, just a as an example. Like they'll be like, what was your favorite game from 2003, 2005? And you see those games, and it's like that's not even like all the games that came out that year. They're just like putting like giving you a short like collage of some notable games that came out, and it's like it blows away like fucking like the last like 10 or so years of gaming
Well, look at the
when you
games
think
that came.
about what was released and the quality of it.
Look at the games from 2004. Look at the big releases from 2004 and 2005, and you'll be shocked that those games are all in the same year. It's kind of crazy. As far as what Aesop was saying, like I'm surprised you don't include some 360 games in there because there were like a lot of good ones in that era as well. I mean, I know you said PS3, but there are like some games that were like Xbox exclusive at the time, at least, that were pretty good. So kind of interesting,
Yeah. Yeah.
but nah, that's. I mean, I don't blame you, bro. I don't blame you.
Hmm.
I don't hate Nintendo
So
games. I hate Nintendo's It's Tasty Z. I kind of feel that.
yeah, hold on. Man the
Not
Mountain
to
said
sound like
comment.
okay, great. Read his comment and then and then I'll read. I was gonna read Zero Chimera's comment. So go ahead.
Okay.
Xeno Chimera, sorry.
He said all games look the same now. I call it Fortnite Fortniteification.
Pretty much, yeah. Fortniteification or unrealized. They either get unrealized or
Really.
Fortniteification.
Yeah. He
Unrealized,
really
obviously.
does though. Yeah.
I'm talking about Unreal Engine, obviously, just for the sake of nothing goes over my head. I'm too fast. I would see it. Anyway, not to sound like a nostalgic boomer, games were better back then. The only few new games that came out that I liked were RoboCop, Rogue City, Neon White, Oxo, Turbo Overkill, and RoboQuest. I don't blame you, bro. I actually liked RoboCop
Yeah.
a lot as well. That game was really good. It had some woke crap in it, but it was very minor. It did have a little bit of wokeness in it, but I did like RoboCop. It was pretty good. Um, Same with Warhammer. I love it, but games workshops are at age and are slowly making the setting more woke. Pretty much, pretty much. But like I said, I think people should play RoboCop because it's a great game. It does have like very minor like DEI inclusion, I would say.
You
That's
should
how I
probably
would word.
elaborate a bit just in case, someone's like,
Well,
"Wow, I said wow."
all right, because we all have, we all love Lewis, right? Because Lewis is like the babe of all time. We all love Officer Lewis. She's gone for most of the game from an
Of course.
injury, and then Lewis is replaced by like some young like 20-year-old black dude who's like just like a typical like zoomer ass like character, bro. Like it's and I find
Gee.
and I find that to be, even though he was like, then the game does everything they can to force you to try to like him and like build rapport with him and stuff, and like it's just so obvious why he's included. It doesn't like is he a bad character? Not really, but the fact that they cut Lewis, who is like a super important and like beloved character for most of the game, to include this guy, to me is like, I would consider that like DEI woke shit. That's just my opinion. You can feel free to disagree, but it's a good game.
Yep. Let me see. I think we can send out the. I think I can send out the links now for everyone, right? Oh no, he's muted. So
You could send them out. By the way, anybody who joins in, please, for the love of God, when you join in, don't immediately start talking as soon as you join in. I'm looking
yes,
at you, Charles.
just
Charles Barky Bark. I'm looking at you. If you come in to chat, please don't immediately start talking as soon as you enter. Please, thank you. But yeah, you can send the links out now.
okay, yeah, and yeah, let's also again going over the rules so we can make sure everything's as organized as possible because we want to keep things to 3 hours, 3.5, 4 in the max if need be. But if it goes 4, that needs to be like a rarity. And just make sure that you want to talk about the topics. You're not obligated to if you don't want to, so you don't have to click the link to join just for the sake of talking.
If you're just
And
joining to hear yourself
be
speak,
mindful.
please don't do
Yep.
that. Please don't join just because you
Yeah.
want to hear yourself talk. If you're joining, please make sure that you understand the topics, you want to talk about them, you have a clear, cohesive thought about it. If you're gonna
Yep.
join and just suddenly in the moment have to like start thinking about the topic as you're joining, that's probably a sign that maybe you're not like, you're not ready to speak about it. Just being real, because we want to keep a good flow of things,
Yeah. Yeah. And also be mindful of the people in the backstage in StreamYard that will obviously be waiting if there is a lot of people. So just be mindful of that, not to take too long because we'll have to tell you at some point that got to wrap it up because we gotta move things along in a respectful manner.
Exactly.
Not trying to single anyone out or be disrespectful. Just got to be mindful. There's other people there. Got other
Yeah.
topics. Got to get through it. Don't want to be here all day. You know what I mean? So that's all. But we just want to make sure we go over that as much as we can,
Mhm.
just so people are familiar and know what's going on. So because
Exactly.
yeah,
Exactly. Because, you just want to keep a good flow of things. It's nothing personal. It's just that it's, keeping it real, right? That's all. Just keeping it real, bro. Like
yep,
we gotta keep things organized. Because then you know what happens for everyone in the chat. We're like, if we're like 6 hours in, how many of the people in the chat right now will leave because the podcast has been on for so long, which is
hmm
understandable because you get tired after hearing, a 5 hour, 6 hour podcast is fucking long. And if you're hearing people
yep,
talk for that long, you're going to eventually get burned out no matter how much you like them. So I think everyone in the chat who actually watches the podcast will admit that, like, hey, maybe a shorter time frame is a little better, considering I'm sure you
yep,
guys have other things you want to do today besides, listen to
yeah.
us.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. And also, you want to enjoy the rest of your day. You got work or school the next day or whatever. Maybe you got to run some errands, whatever it may be. So, we want to be mindful of that too, because we're the same way. Got to do stuff the next day. Got to do stuff during the week. Got to,
no, I
get
got
up
to,
early, all that good
I
stuff.
actually myself have to do stuff later today as well. So, you
Yeah.
know,
So, exactly. So that's all.
mhm.
So I'm gonna put the link in the chat, and I'll give the link out to a few people on X that I would assume would be joining. So yeah.
Yeah. Also, welcome Nathan Gaming. Nathan Gaming. He's based, bro. The base crew is here. Retro Man, Nathan Gaming, Tasty Z.
Oh yeah, like in the
Um,
case of Tasty Z, there's people in the UK and other parts of the world. So
yeah, exactly. In case of me, I gotta sleep. Exactly. So yeah, yeah.
oi, I gotta get me rest, bruv. Even though I know Tasty Z don't sound like that, but you know what I mean.
You sounded like a Jamaican guy in the UK,
Bombo.
bruv. That's out of control, bruv.
All right. Well, I go to X. I'll bring some people in who are already here.
Also, I want to mention, when it comes to supporting each other on YouTube and whatever, and how we all kind of like give each other We all kind of like, watch each other and try to help each other with the algo booster or stuff like that. Like in the case of like channels that are monetized, like mine or whoever else here is monetized, like we watch YouTube videos every day and give people are, watch ads, and people profit off our viewership that we don't even know or support. You know what I mean? So, when it comes to like us, if we're watching each other and there's like freaking ads or whatever, like, is it really like that bad to like watch skippable ads compared to the fact that you're going to watch a shit ton of people's content that they're going to have ads all over the place? Like, I think it's crazy that there's a mentality that you're going to support other people inadvertently or directly. And then to the people that you're supposed to be cool with and aligned with, you have a problem with that. So, that's something that I kind of been thinking about, and it's been like annoying me a little bit because somebody had mentioned like was complaining about ads. I don't remember who exactly it was. And I'm like, bro, you watch ads on YouTube videos all the time from people you don't fucking like. Like, God forbid you support, the people in this group, especially like in my case, I never asked for super chats, never asked for money. I don't do that thing where people say they'll only read your chats if you super chat or whatever. Like, so come on, bro. It kind of grinded my gears a little bit. But I just wanted to put that out there. And that applies for anybody that I watch, whether it be Tasty Z, whether it be Spirit, like, come on. So anyway, that being said, what's up, Tasty? What's up, Spirit? How you guys doing?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. How is everybody?
I'm doing great, man.
That's
Doing
Good
good.
evening.
How are you guys? Hope you're doing good. So,
To quote Tekken,
Cashman guy.
Well, I'm living in the UK.
Okay, well,
So
yeah,
not
that,
Well,
there's
I
that.
guess you're doing as good as you can.
as good as you can in the UK.
You might say we have a stammer problem, but we're trying to stamp it out.
But you guys are
Right.
fighting back now, right? I've been seeing like more protests, and people are like kind of finally standing up. I don't know, it might be too late probably, but at least people are like now kind of trying to fight back, right?
It's looking like there's going to be a U-turn on the digital ID. There's too much pressure coming from all angles, all sides at the moment, and he's gonna have to get that shit through Commons, and he's also got his own guys gunning for him at this point.
You see, the thing is, if they was to actually implement it by force and people don't choose to accept it, it could crash the economy. So Starmer's attempting this on a really big gamble. So I don't know if it's actually going to even be able to go through, as you said, sir. But yes, Starmer's on borrowed time now. He ain't making it to the next election.
I have like a philosophical like conflict with what's going on in the UK, because a part of me is trying to rationalize the problems there and how they can be solved. And I've come to the conclusion that like I'm not calling for violence. Let me make it very clear. I'm not calling for violence. I just think that there's a level of if you do not have the ability to deal the appropriate force to protect your rights or your ideas, then it's extremely hard to enforce them, because you need force in order to like maintain your sovereignty, your rights, and whatnot. Like, I don't know how to like word it otherwise. And I just feel like with the UK, because people are disarmed, there's like too many like systems of power controlling everything. I just think that the government is in a state where they can do whatever the hell they want, where they feel they can, and people are just helpless to it. And whether that be importing a bunch of people, obviously you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Importing a bunch of people, they're infiltrating government. I don't know, you guys can confirm if this is bullshit or not, but I even heard a thing where they were trying to make it that eating in the street during Ramadan would be like a crime or something like that. I heard a rumor of that. I don't know if that's true.
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised.
And the thing is that like and again, I'm not calling for violence. I'm not saying people should be hurt. I just think that like there's a level of, in order to protect your rights, you need to be able to deal appropriate force. And if you can't deal appropriate force, then you're at the mercy of anything. So for example, even on a human level, when you meet somebody and you shake their hands in the street or like whatever, and they're a man and you're a man, even though you guys might have genuine intention, there's like an underlying threat of like, hey, if I tried to like overpower this guy and take his shit, he could fight back and hurt me. And if he tries to do it to me, he has it in his mind like, oh, this guy might be able to resist me. And you know what I'm saying? There's like an underlying threat of violence. It's not like real violence. We're not going to hurt each other, but there's like that layer there, right? Of like, of
understanding.
yeah, of understanding that, hey, we're both men, and this can, let's respect each other, because this can get ugly. And I think that when it comes to, if we don't, and when it comes to the government, I feel like if they're like, hey, we have all the guns, we have all the weapons, and we can do whatever we want, then the people are just have to sit there and take it. And I think that's unfortunately what's been happening to the UK over the past, I don't even know how long, man, probably like my whole life at this point, right? Like probably like 20, like more than 20
About
years or
30
something like
years,
that. So
apparently. About
yeah,
30 years.
about 30, yes, and most likely pretty much almost my entire life. So I just think that it's kind of crazy that that's what's going on over there. And like, it's just something to think about. Again, I want to make it clear, because someone could clip this and make me sound like I'm like a maniac. I'm not calling for violence. I'm just pointing out an objective truth about the world. That's all.
Well,
In
to
all
tell you the
fairness,
truth, we're not too far from getting there.
in all fairness, we, for the longest time, I lived in a high trust society, and that's now plummeted because of the people that they're bringing in. We don't live in a high trust society now. We live in uh, it's criminal.
The
You know,
change.
it's bad. Okay, and so the fact that we don't have guns is bad. I'll agree, but in a high trust society, you never needed them. So it's kind of like you know,
Well, I would make a counter argument to your point, Tasty. Like, I would say that, like, that's kind of like the false sense of security people had, right? Because like you didn't need it before, but then when you did need it, now it's gone, right? It's
yeah,
kind
but
of like the
hindsight's 2020. You know,
yeah. But I'm saying like that. What I'm trying to get at is that shouldn't even be hindsight. That should be like just a logical reality. Like if, like, for example, like it's like that saying, I'd rather be a gardener in a war than than a warrior in a garden. I mean, I'd rather be a warrior in a garden than a, what was it? I'd rather be a
A
garden. I don't
gardener
remember.
in a
See,
battlefield, something like that.
yes, yeah. My brain is farting right now, but like pretty much like you rather be a guy who has the potential for force but be peaceful, rather than be a peaceful guy who doesn't have the potential for force. And I think that like ultimately, like you said, hindsight is 2020, but I think that that's just a thing that like it should have never been hindsight. Like people like should have just understood that, right? Like that.
And if anybody's a
Yeah.
gamer and they don't live in the UK, let me give you an example of who Starmer is. He's an
he's a cunt.
incompetent Major Zero from Metal Gear Solid. He wants the same thing as Major Zero, but he just doesn't have the gravitas or the power to do what Major Zero wanted.
Yeah, he's a cunt.
Yeah. The duality of that is so hilarious.
ID, all of that shit. Source of information, zero. That's Starmer. Just not
Yeah.
as capable.
And right
Yeah.
now, he's numero uno as far as villain of pretty much the entire world. The guy wants to
Mhm.
he wants to control the entire world. All right, that's what this stupid, fat-headed retard from fucking Labour lovies, London lovies, thinks he's going to do. He thinks he's going to try to strong arm the entire goddamn world.
See,
Yeah. Good luck with that.
he wants
Well,
to have the same aura as Trump, but he just doesn't have it. It's like, nah,
Well,
bro, you ain't got
well,
that level of respect.
he is strong. He is strong arming things to a certain degree.
but he's
Because
definitely strong arming the UK, right?
Yeah.
UK, but he's also strong arming other parts of the world as well because of the different things because, like, take Steam for example. If the digital the ID thing goes through, they're going to have to change some of the rules. Now, will it be just for us? Maybe. I hope so. I mean, that would be the smart thing to do, right? But some will just legitimately just say, no, it's a blanket thing because we like the idea of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
And
that's what it's been though this entire time. Because Spirit and You're on the Money is like they just want to silence and censor people, man. Like
yeah.
the whole Major Zero thing is a great point. It's like the 1984 with the thought police, right? Like if you ban words, if you say you can't say this, you can't do that, then you control how people think, and that's really what it comes down to: controlling how people think, so you can do whatever you want to them. And as far as like somebody like Starmer goes, he's like the reason why he, like you said, he wants to have the gravitas of Trump, but he doesn't, is because unfortunately for liberals, what they don't understand is that if you're coming from a place of truth, whether you agree with the guy or not, whether you like Trump or not, if you're coming from a place of like objective reality with certain things, you're not going to really be able that has a stronger presence than trying to convince people of lies. if I can like demonstrate something to you that's logically factual, it'll be easier for me to sway you and show you that I'm leading you down a good path, as opposed to if I'm telling you that men could be women and women could be men and you should listen because this person's feelings might get hurt. It's going to be way harder for me to sway a rational person with that than like with the shit that Trump is doing. And I think that's ultimately why a lot of these leftists, they try to be like Donald Trump, but they're really just like half baked because again, their foundation of what they're pushing is on shaky ground.
Mm.
It's
Yeah.
it's just an ongoing problem.
Yeah.
It's, you know, like the entire world is pointing and laughing at us, and you know, rightfully so. I just don't like it when they're like, "Oh, the UK, like we're like a fucking, you know, we're like
A hive mind.
like a hive mind, and we all think the same." Like,
Well, I know
no.
there's people there. I mean, there's people like you guys, and I actually know a bunch of people that are like from the UK that are definitely against this shit. I just think that I don't even think you're outnumbered. I just think you're being silenced by the law from your government. That's it.
Oh yeah.
I think that's really what it is. I think that more than half of the people there probably are against this bullshit, but they're just like having their voices suppressed, and they're just having their ability to publicly say things compromised.
Which is
So
why I'm not
basically, what
exactly
happened?
for the whole Saudi thing, because I have, you know, because living in this country has given me a little bit of fucking experience with these guys.
I mean, what happens typically in politics, when one political side loses the argument, they will always just try to stop their opponent from talking.
Bye bye, Neozoic.
Oh, what happens to Neozart?
Yeah, he's leaving.
Oh, both Jen and Revenant are muted for some reason.
Oh yeah.
But,
Welcome to the Britcast. All British, all the time.
Unfortunately, folks, we live under a socialist government. All the rich people are leaving, and all the working class people are getting overtaxed.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. We capital flight. Major capital flight right now. Let's see. What do we? Our national budget went from 20 billion to 55 billion, something like that.
Hold on a second, guys. Neozoic, thanks for tuning in. We appreciate you. I hope you have a good rest of your day or rest of your night, wherever you are. Have a good one. And again, always good having you. You always give some good questions, and we'll catch you later, man.
Bye,
see ya. And to your guys' points, I think that, you know, when it comes to like Saudi stuff, like people like, here's the thing about like Islam sounds good to a lot of people, especially Westerners, when it's let me just finish this, because I know you're gonna say, wow, this guy's talking crazy. I'm gonna explain. When you have Western laws protecting you and protecting your rights as a non-Muslim, then Islam is fine in its own like bubble. So if you're in America and you know I'm gonna say the word inflict. You can't inflict Sharia law on me, but you have the right to be a Muslim in America, for example, then it works just fine. Whether you want to talk about assimilation, whatever, right? As long as you're like Americanized to the point where you understand the law, you understand the boundaries of what you can do legally here, it works fine. When it's given full reign and control over the government, you end up in places like Saudi Arabia or Afghanistan and shit like that, Iraq. So people like to say that like, oh, like, but those countries do this and that, and they get into the argument of what does it truly mean to be a Muslim, or what does it truly mean? But in the end of the day, every country that has Islam in full control and full reign usually ends up with some kind of like autocratic control or some kind of like oppressive society. You know what I mean? And it's not so much only against women. It's like the idea of like, well, if I play a video game and that video game, for example, has a hot girl in it, this is like haram, this is terrible. Like a lot of people don't realize what they're really saying when they're advocating this stuff, especially like leftists. So that's why I don't think that ultimately like Western societies should be governed by Islamic ideas, because I think it will always degenerate into some form of like oppressive, like oppressive control. And I would even stretch that it even kind of extends to Christianity to a degree as well, because even though Christians, this country was founded by people that believed in God or whatever, which is fine, I think that even when it comes to Christianity, like there's like a level of like where you get you start to become Melanie Mac. You start to become like
John De La Rose, right? You start to become
Mhm.
like a hyper religious zealot, and then you don't realize that you're becoming just as bad as like the people that you're the woke people. So I think that ultimately that's really what it comes down to. And I find that even the idea that they're pushing all the Muslims into the UK combined with like the UK's like culture, I think it's just a recipe for total disaster.
We're being destroyed.
Honestly. Pretty
We're being
much.
destroyed. And we're going to be a caliphate in 10 years. I said 20 years, but no, fuck it. 10 years if we don't do something.
But that's
You're gonna
what they want.
and you know what? That caliphate is gonna have nukes.
Roy, yeah, that's the they listen, and you know what? That's exactly what I fucking was thinking about. Because now, like, all right, like, you know, our society was too backwards to develop nukes, but hey, we took your society. You guys already have them, so now we have them. You know, it's like when the U.S. fumbled and left Afghanistan. It's like, thanks for the fucking attack helicopters.
Yeah.
Thanks for the equipment that you just gave Al Qaeda.
Yeah, like, they should have destroyed that equipment, not just leave it there.
But again, who was in charge then? You had this. You had the senile fucking Fallout zombie, Fallout ghoul, making decisions. So again, like that's really what it comes down to. That's why people don't understand that a lot of people. That's what I'm saying with Trump. Like people don't understand that a lot of people that support Trump are not far right. They just understand that the necessary evils, that the shit has to be shut down for it has to be like greatly suppressed in order for society to like heal itself. And that's why even though Trump might seem extreme to some people, it's kind of like a necessary evil to stop this shit before it gets out of hand, you know, for better or worse. So, and that's just what it comes down to.
If you like the idea of a caliphate owning nukes, then be happy that Saudi are buying EA, I guess.
But then again, I'm glad these wokies are all upset because it's like, yeah, this is what happens when you fucked around with your video games.
Yeah.
Like these people thought they could just do this forever, and it's like, no, when you keep losing money, you get fired and bought out.
Exactly.
Not a good, like, it's not. It's not. I've seen so many videos that say, "Oh, this is great. They're going to bring back all the old things, and they're going to." Do you know that they've actually accrued a 20 billion? They're in the hole for 20 billion.
Exactly, and the thing is, right?
How are they going to make that back, eh?
And the thing is, I haven't. The most recent thing I've bought from EA was the Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Before that, it was Titanfall 2 at release. That's how long it's been for me to buy an EA game. And honestly, they haven't made anything that caters to me in over a decade now, except for Titanfall 2.
Well, remember, if you
I'm sure you're not alone in that too. There's a lot of people where it's like they haven't made anything really appealing for a lot of people too, and that's
me and my friend.
They're in a situation where they had to sell because everything they've been putting out has been failing. Dragon Age was ruined, Mass Effect.
I think the last game.
We need to talk about that.
The last game that I bought from EA, bought new. Like brand new, was like Battlefield 4, I think, or something like that. I think it might have been Battlefield 4. That was like fucking forever ago. Wasn't it like 2013 or something like that?
Yeah.
So
it was a launch title for the PS4.
Yeah, like Battlefield 4. I had Battlefield 1, but I didn't get that new. You know, I got that used, and I got it for like $5 or something. And then I got
that with Titanfall 2.
It was all right. It was like people sung its praises. It was all right.
Well, Battlefield 1 was woke, though. You know that. So there was also that aspect of it.
It was.
But like when it comes to it, like I haven't bought a new game since Battlefield 4. And then like I got Battlefield 1. And I think maybe the last one that I played was Star Wars Fallen Order. But I also got that like super cheap, you know, like dirt cheap, like nothing. Like for the price of like a sandwich or something.
Star Wars, I have no urge to play that game, even though I've heard they're pretty good.
Let me tell you something crazy. Much to my surprise, that game was fucking woke trash. And most people don't understand that it's woke trash, and I understand why they don't think so, but that shit is trash. It's like it's 100% woke trash.
I think that was the last. I think that
after
was the
I
last
played
game
that
from EA that I even like bought. I didn't even buy it when it came
Oh
out.
no.
I
You
think I
didn't
bought
buy it.
like
That
a month or two
I
after
didn't
it
buy
came out.
it. I didn't buy it. You gave it to me, didn't you? Didn't you give it to me?
I did because I got bored of it, and it seemed kind
Yeah,
of
and then you gave it to
suspicious
me.
because
Yeah. Yeah, so I didn't even buy
Deborah
it.
Wilson, and there was like some other shit that seemed kind of like off to
Well, it
me.
had
But
well,
also because I got kind of bored of it, and I thought
well
like the way the map design was when you pull it up was fucking.
well, that game was everything wrong with modern gaming. It was a Souls clone, first off. Everything's a Souls clone now. And in addition to it being a Souls clone, the game had fucking Deborah Wilson in it. It had that fucking big nose
Ain't
ass
that black
fucking.
woman with the big eyes?
What happened?
Ain't that the bold black woman with the big eyes?
Yes, it had her. It had her
Yeah,
in
she
it.
was in Wolfenstein New Colossus.
She's in. She's in not that game. That game. I consider Wolfenstein New Colossus the most woke game of all time outside of Dustborn, and I genuinely stand by that. But
Yeah,
Yeah.
agree.
but continuing because I want to finish this thought. So not only was it like a fake Souls clone, it had Deborah Wilson. She was like the fucking mentor, like badass character, fucking Black Queen goddess, magical space Yoda. And then the main villain of the game was an inquisitor that was trained by her, who happens to be this fucking like big nose honker Muslim, fucking half baked Darth Vader. Like the only thing in that game that I liked was when Darth Vader impaled that bitch from behind because I knew she died, and I was like, "Thank the fucking Lord!" And I knew that once I played that game, I knew that I'm never gonna support this series ever again. The Fallen Order, whatever you want to call it. Also, of all the characters in the game, most of them are female. There's a female Wraith character that she basically, it's like a species. I think they're like Darth Maul species or something like that. I don't remember. She was like somehow there, and she was like all her problems were of course caused by like men. You know what I mean? Like men destroyed her society or whatever, some weird shit like that. The only other white man in the game besides Cal is like this like evil like human supremacist, right? Like a human, he like hates the other races. Like he's like a human supremacist. I wonder what that's an allegory for, right? Like this ultra white like dude with like fucking white blonde hair, blue eyes, and he's the only other male white person in the game happens to be this like psychopath. Like that game was like full of so many agendas. Did they directly preach to you on the nose like Wolfenstein? No, but like no one could tell me that game wasn't fucking woke, bro. And on top of that, and on top of that, it was a fucking Souls clone. Why would I want to play a Star Wars Souls game? You know? So anyway, I digress.
Yeah.
About Mass Effect, yeah, as much as I loved the Mass Effect games, 5 is cooked. Like, I'm pretty fully aware on how that's going to turn out if it even manages to get a release date.
I'm just loading both barrels and I'm ready to tear this whole Saudi thing apart.
Yeah. So all right, let's get to the Saudi subject. I'm just gonna make a statement, and you guys can obviously like say what you want, but I just think that the Saudi thing is going to be a double-edged sword. Let's see how it goes. I know one of the major criticisms I heard was people bring up Capcom with the SNK thing, but honestly, to be fair to the Saudis, I don't feel like that was Saudi Arabia. I feel like that was Capcom's decision because they've been censoring everything and they've been neutering everything in all their remakes. So I can't prove it wasn't Saudi with SNK that made that choice, but I highly feel that was mostly Capcom that has been hijacked by Western devs. And it's kind of weird that there's like this weird crossover between like religious groups that want to cover up women because sexy is dangerous to them, and then the woke people who think sexy is bad like ugly now. And there's like this weird crossover where they're both like the meme where like they're shaking hands like Arnold and what's his name, Carl Weathers, you know, like they both agreeing on like censoring women. Like it's like the handshake, which I think is funny. But yeah, anyway, you guys can go on. I just wanted to point that out because I find that like aspect pretty interesting.
So like I said, 20 billion in the hole, right? So how are they going to make the shortfall? Well, they're probably going to cut a lot of corners. They're going to fire a lot of people, which is fine, right?
Shit tons.
But here comes the thing. So they have bought into EA at a really bad time. Basically, EA has been trying to they've been trying to like put themselves up for sale, right? They've been deliberately sabotaging just about everything that they put out. I've heard things about them. Oh, they've just been slowly in the background releasing games. Oh yeah, what was the last big title that we talked about? What was that called again? It was Dragon Age Veilguard, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
Veilguard, yeah.
exactly. So so they're basically going to fucking double down on the AI, right? So they're going to end up using a bunch of AI to get the job done. You know, maybe they'll bring in some Indian engineers if you're lucky. And
Sounds terrible.
and it's going to make that new Deus Ex remaster look like a work of art.
Yeah.
That's
You
what I
know,
foresee. I foresee the Saudis just
That's
they're going.
terrible.
That's
Yeah.
terrible.
Remaster Star Wars Unleashed.
They're going to
people.
make. Well,
I was just gonna say, people don't realize that AI should never. If you ever use AI for any task, you understand that AI should never be like the main thing driving whatever your creative process is. AI is incredibly flawed. Like, you're gonna fire a bunch of people to have AI do a bunch of shit, and you're gonna know it's AI. You're gonna feel that it's AI. Like, people think like that's why like people are like delusional when it comes to AI. They think that like, hey, I can be a mediocre artist and make shit that's on par with like the best people in like the fields of like art and like writing, and like, bro, that's not how it works, man. Like, unfortunately, all it's gonna do is oversaturate and water down the market, and I think that's even gonna hurt the indie market because people are looking at it like, oh, it's going to allow indie devs to make more shit, right? Even for indies. But what happens is that it's actually going to oversaturate with crap. You know, there's going to be like just crap everywhere because so many people are going to have access to the technology, and it's going to hurt gaming overall. It's actually going to make it's going to make every form of media and entertainment collectively worse, lose value, and basically become even more meaningless slop. If people thought there was meaningless slop before, wait till people start just generating shit with AI, which you're seeing now. When was the last time you saw a YouTube short that didn't have an AI voice, for example?
right, exactly.
Yeah,
So, you know,
it's quite
so
irritating,
the
really.
latest sabotage is basically so they're bringing out this Battlefield
is.
6. Oh, it's going to be great. Battlefield 6. Oh, you know, blah blah. Fuck off, right? That game needs to sell more
100
than
million.
it has to sell more copies than like all the other Battlefields combined.
Yeah, it's not
Ridiculous.
happening.
It is
It's not
an
happening.
statistical impossibility. It's fucked.
Yep.
You know, if they had bigger brains, like, so let's say I was like an evil like leftist, right? Like, so, well, and I say evil leftist, I don't mean like a normal person who's just an idiot. I mean like an evil, like agenda leftist, right?
Yeah.
If
One sec. Apollo, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they sell more than Black Ops 7. It doesn't. Black Ops 7 doesn't have to sell more copies than every Call of Duty ever made.
yeah. so
Jesus.
So when it comes to it, if you were smart, if I had like an agenda, what you would need to do in order to be effective to me would be you would have to occasionally make a game that people actually want to constantly fund your woke projects. You would have to you would have to make the thing people want so it sells well and it recoups the losses from what failed in order for you to keep pushing your agenda across the other failed products. Because then you can have the argument and say, well, you know, yeah, this game failed, but look at this game. This game was great. Like, that was just, you know, they made 2 bad games, but they made this, and it just keeps people in that perpetual loop of like trusting these companies, right? Based off like
and now they're stuck in a hole that they can't crawl out of.
Yeah, exactly. And they've been pushing this shit for so long without understanding that simple concept, right? Like for example, let's say Rocksteady made Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, but right after that they made Arkham, like a Arkham Knight or whatever prequel or spinoff or something that was really badass that people actually wanted and played well. Then people would regain faith in them even though it's misguided, and then it would allow them to keep pulling their bullshit, right? But they're not smart enough to do that. And that's me saying that as somebody who, obviously that's not my intention, but that would be like that would be like the smartest thing to do.
But
If
isn't
you were
it
like,
insane though that if Battlefield sells more than COD, it still loses?
yeah. Well, it's insane to me that you have these games with these budgets, because I think, even here's my take on this really, because this is kind of like a meta thing. as far as like these games go, I think that even AAA modern high quality, like in terms of like visuals, right, and physics. I'm not talking about like actual gameplay.
Yeah.
You don't have to pay almost $500 million to make these games. Those budgets are way overinflated, bro.
Mhm.
The reason why I say that is because you can see indie devs. A one man indie dev can make a game that has extremely like top tier AAA graphics, but because he's one person, obviously that game is not feasible long term, right? But the fact that one person can approach those levels of visuals kind of shows, like for example, with Final Fantasy. Remember that guy made his own like bootleg Final Fantasy thing or whatever.
Oh,
Lost Soul Side,
Yeah, Lost.
Yeah.
And when he made that initial like concept thing, he did that himself.
He did.
So you can have a super small team. It would still cost money, but you can have a super small team generate those games for way less money. It's because you're paying a bunch of like fake jobs, bro, like VPs that do nothing, managers that do nothing, overinflated workforces, committees and shit like that. Like these games should not be costing that much money. And if they actually cost less, they would actually be able to pump out more quicker, recoup more money by charging less for the games, because then they're going to be more accessible, and then that would actually help their companies grow faster. So there's a lot of incompetence across the board. A lot of it has to do with, obviously investors, right? Everyone knows the investors, but I don't think that, like, for example, like a Spider-Man 2 by Insomniac should not be costing like, what was it, 300 million or something to make? 200 million? Like,
that
especially when you're reusing assets as well.
Well, that
Like,
comes
it
with
couldn't cost that much.
having too many cooks in the in the kitchen, so to speak, right?
Of course.
People needling you in the back saying, "Oh no, we want to change
way
that.
too many.
We want to change this. We want more representation and all this stuff." Right now,
and those people are being paid.
Right, replace that blue-headed, replace that septon ring bitch, right, with the big Saudi guy, and you've got the same fucking thing.
Pretty much, yeah. He'll say like, "Hey, Mary Jane's a little too sexy. You're gonna have to change that. I could see her ankles. Cover up them ankles." Like that's really what it comes down to.
A little too much neck there. You mind covering that up a bit?
Yeah,
jokes aside, I'm not saying they would probably go. Well, they might. I don't know, but more in a sense that they would be directly influencing the design process of these games. They're not designing these games for us. They're designing them for them.
And I agree with that. I'm just adding that additional subtext because like I wanted to just mention that like
Chimera, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you.
All right, catch you later, Zeno. Take it easy, bro.
Bye.
See you, man. Thanks for tuning in, bro. Zeno Chimera is pretty cool. So that being said, right, like you have all these people, all these cooks, right, and what their agendas are. And of course, when you're making these games, you want them to be fun and entertaining. Fun and entertaining is going to offend some people, man. Like it's going to offend some people. And unfortunately, there's no way to not do that, right? Like,
you can't make a game fun and entertaining and have 20 billion in the hole.
Yeah, exactly. The fact these games budgets are just too overinflated, and it's because, like you said, you have a lot of cooks in the kitchen. They're paying a lot of people for fake jobs, and I think it's hurting the industry. And also, as far as voice acting goes, you do not need celebrities to do voices in these games. You just don't, bro. Like you can hire. There's so many good voice actors that would love these opportunities, and they're not asking you. They're not asking you for Keanu Reeves money,
I'll give you an example of a game with good voice actors, but they weren't like these like well-known. They weren't even like well-known voice actors to begin with. Let alone like Hollywood celebrities. Mafia 2.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, talent. Like when you pay a celebrity for these things, you're just paying them for their name recognition. That's it. You're not really paying for better quality necessarily, right? Like maybe an industry guy might be more proven, right? He might be more proven as a good actor, but it doesn't mean that he is a better actor, right?
Yeah.
So to that regard, I don't feel like you really need like Christopher Judge. Like, is he really better than the original Kratos? I don't really think so. I don't think their voice. I don't think he adds anything to Kratos that really makes him like so much better that you justify whatever you were paying him.
Yeah, they should have got Mike Judge. That would have been a lot better.
Well, it probably would have been, but yeah.
That
So
boy ain't right.
Yeah.
Zeus, I'm here to destroy you. I'll tell you
I'll
what.
tell you what.
I'll tell you what.
I'm
That
gonna
Zeus
kick
ain't right.
your ass.
That Zeus ain't right. Anyway, so yeah, but I just think that's what you're getting. As far as the Saudis go, I think they might be the lesser of two evils against the woke. So they might end up we might end up getting like good quality games. It depends because the Saudi sheiks are not as strict as your average like Muslim. So who knows? We'll see. But that's just like how I view it.
I hope so.
And BioWare's vexed about it.
Yeah, BioWare is vexed about it, and that's fine. Because I somewhat agree with what they're saying, because it's because they're basically saying the obvious, right? Like it's like, you know, Saudi has a problem with human rights. Not that Britain
Agreed.
is any fucking better.
Hold on. Let me just read a comment real quick, because I agree with this one. Nathan Gaming says, I heard a lot of YouTubers are using AI to write their script. There's a man on the internet who said Stellar Blade is transcoded, dumbest reviewer. So yeah, people who are saying that people have said that it's transcoded and that it's pro-transhumanism. And I've mentioned this before, and it gets on my nerves because like even though that's not my favorite game ever, I feel like people saying that have not actually played the game. If you play the game, every single thing that is transhumanist in that game has led to apocalyptic consequences. So for me as a person, it seems to me that when I'm playing this game, it's telling me that transhumanism is actually bad. So I don't know how people can how they can play that game and say it's pro-transhumanism and transcoded.
That Decepticon.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Maybe something happened. Well, like think about it. If everything in the game is telling you that it's bad, humans tried to create better androids to help humanity. They try to create these things. They pretty much went rogue and destroyed humanity. That's telling you that the transhumanism aspect of artificial enhancement is bad because it led to the destruction of humanity. Then, in consequence, the humans try to modify their genes and they became monsters, mindless monsters that ended up also being how do you say it? Like a parody of what a human is. They're mindless, disgusting monsters. I would argue that that's saying transhumanism is bad. Then at the end of the game, the whole point of the game is that, spoilers, Adam and Eve, the main thing is that they combine and they bring back humanity as it was before, try to bring back the original humanity. So that's telling me that, hey, normal humans good. Let's bring back normal humans. Androids, artificial humans, and mutants are not good. So how is transhumanism being promoted in the game? It's literally the opposite theme. Like that's why I just don't get people's like logic. You sound better now.
Yeah. I mean, we know what the Saudis are going to do. They're going to like pay loads of money to big time actors. I mean, look, because we all watch wrestling, right? We all know what the Saudis have done to the WWE, right? Dragging people out of retirement who shouldn't be anywhere near a wrestling ring. We know what they like.
True.
And they're going to do the exact same thing to video games. I mean, they already put Cristiano Ronaldo in. I mean, they did a pretty nice job of it, like the actual developers. Like he was generally a fun-looking character, but still, it's kind of funny how it's it's one of their teams, isn't it, that they essentially own. Real Madrid, I believe it is. Right? I don't know. I don't know football.
Well, I'm not a soccer fan. I'm American. It's soccer.
What about Spirit of Paradox? He is a British person.
I'm not a football fan either, man.
Oh, for God's sake. We're both British and we're not football fans.
He likes American football. He likes American soccer. American football,
I know that the same Saudi kingdom owns a few football teams. Maybe quite a few football teams.
I think that the more sensible Saudis, they know, hey, I like this, so let me just pay for it, but like, let me leave them the fuck alone. Let me leave them the fuck alone. That's why I kind of feel like the Saudis are like actually the EA is in better hands with Saudis than it is with like the modern leftists. You know, unfortunately, because I feel like Saudi like they'll do shit for nostalgia. Like for example, with wrestling, where like you have bald Shawn Michaels with gray hair coming out of retirement and shit. But like at the same time, that kind of shows you that Saudis kind of have like a little bit of an old fashioned mindset where they still want like the Goldbergs, and they still want like The Rock and Stone Cold or whatever, like Shawn Michaels, and because of that. That lets me know that a lot of the Saudis are fans of like 90s content, and that kind of makes it feel a little safer because 90s content was full of like the stuff that's all like trying to be removed today. I mean, look at X-Men 97. You'll never see Rogue built like that in a cartoon again, right? Or like Jean Grey. So the fact that those people grew up with that stuff, and I think the Saudis are like more lax from what I understand, right? Aren't the sheiks like more like a little more chill about that stuff? So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see from what I understand, but like I think that we have to like give it like some time. We have to give it some time. It can either go like the Puritan route, or we can get like actual stuff that's good. Or for them, it just might be an investment, and they'll leave everything as is.
In motion in 2027, so there's still some time.
My point is that,
but I would assume a lot of projects will be canceled by then.
Yeah, see, the thing is they've got like a lot of there's a lot of hidden costs to this whole thing, right? There's a lot of pitfalls, a lot of things that could go very wrong very fast.
Yeah. Well, I mean it's just the nature of it. Like you have, like I said, you have religious people that are controlling a big game company.
Exactly.
You're gonna have some, but again, you could have a thing like where they might not act like that. I will say though, in WWE, they did make all the women wear those like bodysuits. So
yeah, they did.
So there you go, right? Like we'll see how it goes. I still think I think EA is pretty much like screwed anyway. So I think that this is kind of like temporarily a better outcome anyway.
Yeah,
for now, at least. For now, until we see what they actually do. Because again, like they bought SNK and think about buying SNK. People who play SNK know that the women look crazy in that game generally.
Yeah, they do.
So I feel like if you bought that company and you like those games and you feel that's a worthy investment, because a lot of those people are like Nick Khans, right? Not Nick Khans, what's his name? Tony Khans, where like they're like super ultra fanboys and they got the oil chic money from their dad, right? And they're the ones who are buying this stuff. So I feel like if you're one of those people and you liked SNK and Capcom in the past, you're probably gonna want them to like be what they are. So again, I don't want to say it's automatically bad because we have to really wait and see. 2027 is a long way away. So I don't think that anything that EA comes out with until then should be blamed on the Saudis either, because those things are already in the they're already in the pot. They're already in the kitchen.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, my hope is a lot of that shit gets canceled before then, and hopefully, this will be a,
what shit?
What was that?
Well, what things you hope? What things get canceled?
Oh, like I guess whatever they're working on, like that they have planned for like 2026,
right?
Or even beyond that, like so, like a new Mass Effect, because because people may say like, oh well, they're bringing this person back from BioWare. All right, how many of these BioWare veterans are far left activists now? That they weren't like, I mean. That's not to say they weren't leftists before when they were making like Dragon Age Origins and games before then, or Mass Effect 1. But now you see how these people are. It's just like with the Hollywood actors, like a lot of them are very outspoken leftists that are hateful towards anyone who's not on their side, no matter what. So, and that's the same with these developers. Like these people change, and a lot of times they change for the worse. So now you're gonna bring in like these veteran developers that are still gonna be as wacky and loony as the people that they had got rid of in the Veilguard team. So that's why I have no hope. I don't care what former developer they bring back.
Think of it this way: that Mass Effect 5 is literally going to be like, it's going to be full of all their hatred and anger towards the situation. and it's just going to be
Oh yeah, yeah.
inflicted
They're gonna
upon the
pivot to that.
player.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I kind of agree. I mean, it's inevitable, right? It's inevitable.
Yeah.
That'll be like their
Uh,
last. That'll be like their last kamikaze for the series, in hopes that like they get a spiteful revenge on on them. I think that also when it comes to this stuff, like if we're gonna like, I think the ultimate answer is that indie devs have to kind of just make their own stuff now. I think like people might have to say goodbye to like the Resident Evils and like the SNKs and like just say
Yes,
goodbye to them.
it's what TCD
'Cause-
said. I think he said in the chat last time, where it's like these, like it was in regards to like the existing, like long going horror
Because
franchises. Gotta let them go because they're
yeah,
going the direction that's not very good, and they're gonna start pushing shit that we
well, like
obviously
Silent
don't
Hill
want,
F.
and they're gonna try to cater. Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 They're
Precisely.
gonna go in that direction so they can cater to that particular audience. That
Mhm.
the Silent Hill F dick riders, and that's the same that's gonna happen with these games. And actually, I actually want to say this before I forget. With this new bot with this purchase now, I'm pretty sure with like if let's say hypothetically, for argument's sake, Mass Effect
Hmm.
5, whatever they want to call it, comes out next year. Like they're gonna go on with whatever is scheduled for 2026. Mass Effect 5 comes out, they're gonna look at it as, all right, well, this is probably our last game before we all get fired. So let's really stick it to them with this game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Like,
better bring back Shepard
because they
for your
probably look at
last
it
outing.
as like, all right,
Kill
well,
him.
it doesn't matter what this
Oh
game
my
does.
gosh, they
Whether
probably would.
Well, that's what Tasty Z
so
was
they're gonna
alluding
just
to
they're gonna
before.
double down even more. Yeah.
That's what he was alluding to. And like I said, man, you have to just let them go because look, the IP might be gone for a while, but it's still going to exist, right? So if
Right.
things calm down in the future, maybe 10 years right from now, things will be different, and then the series could come back in like true form. But for now, we have to temporarily let go and let other series, let other indie things like kind of like prosper, and like new IPs come out that will kind of bring back what we wanted in gaming. And yeah, it's going to be a bit of like there's going to be growing pains with that. I think the indie scene does have a lot of like woke developers, obviously. I just think there has to be things in the industry that change. I think one thing that needs to change the most is that they have to make, to me, like this is me being like more like pragmatic now. I think a console needs to come out that is essentially a PC, kind of like a Steam Deck. And that console will be able to support like a vast majority of PC games. It'll be like a simplified PC to play PC games. If you can make that accessible to the mass market, then you can deal with games that don't have as much censorship, as much like overreach from board of directors and shit like that, and you'll be able to have more like games made for gamers. Because as long as Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo are pushing things in the main AAA industry, you're gonna have them like kind of everything has to be filtered through them as far as consoles go, and that's basically a majority of gamers are console gamers. So I think
And
that
especially with Xbox about to hit the
Mhm.
behind the show situation.
Yeah,
But
it
yeah,
has to.
it's looking good for Microsoft.
Should we like, because like if we do we talk about Microsoft real quick and then we just like and that'll be us.
Yeah.
That'll be all right.
Sure,
Because we
go
haven't
ahead.
got much to say
Yeah.
about Microsoft. Go ahead, Spirit.
So, increasing their subscription to $30 and people are deciding to cancel, I absolutely understand. That's how much I gotta pay for Netflix for me and my whole family on the best tier. So, yeah, I don't think this is gonna go very well because I don't think these companies understand the higher you increase the price of your console and your subscriptions, the more people you price out of the market. So with Microsoft right now, I think it's pretty obvious to see that it might actually be coming to an end because, well, I don't know if I should consider this guy the best source of information on this topic, but I did watch Dreamcast guy's video. Yeah, I know. And apparently we might not even
Ew.
see a new Xbox.
I don't think we will. I think it's the end of Xbox. We might be looking at the end of it. I think they're going to be like a developer, like software developer, PC, maybe like a publisher or something. But I don't think that, or like, a publisher. I don't think they're going to be in the console market anymore. I think this has been like a unfruitful investment for them.
So from what
Yeah,
he
that's how I feel
said,
if they sold that out.
so from what he said, it seems like Microsoft wants to completely stop all production on everything Xbox related. But right now, it's like, what does Microsoft really do here? The only way I say you could really make a comeback is if you drop your console price, and I mean down to like $400, and you guys got to take the hit. But they don't want to take the hit because
Well,
if
they've
they
been
don't, they get more customers. But if they don't, they're in this position, and you just price out your customers instead.
Well, they've been trying to put a square into a square peg in a circular hole. Because the reason why this is the reason why Microsoft failed. I'm going to tell you the real reason why they failed. People keep like
The
dancing
Xbox
around
One
it.
is doing.
Well, I'm gonna tell you why, because people keep dancing around the subject. The reason why is because every decision that Microsoft made with their console, with their IPs, was to try to force gaming to be what they want gaming to be. What they want gaming to be is a subscription service where they can be paid money to do nothing and just put out fucking older games and have mid-tier games on there that they can pump out as slop. They wanted to uh basically make gaming a streaming renting service, and they did everything possible to try to push gaming in that direction when it came to like the DRM stuff, when it came
With
to
the Xbox
when it
One.
came well, yes, with Xbox, when it came to like the all digital, when it comes to Game Pass, all that stuff, everything is meant. Every decision they made was trying to force gaming to be what they wanted to be, so that they could make the fictional, arbitrary money that they feel like they could have made if that became the mainline thing people were doing. Unfortunately, gamers rejected it, and it led to them losing a shit ton of money. To recoup losses, they progressively became more woke because they wanted more DI investments. They needed more money. They were doing anything that they could to funnel money without having to actually make good games. And the greatest irony of it all is that all Microsoft had to do in order to be profitable was make good games. They did everything possible to make money except make good games. And because of that, that's why they're in the position they're at now. So I think that the fact that they try to turn gaming into like this, like fucking the Netflix of gaming, you have this brick where you can play 360 games and old ass fucking games, AAA games, third party games, the occasional AAA game, and that you're constantly paying a monthly fee is what fucked them. They tried to
And
push something that people didn't want. They pushed
and
something
the
people didn't want.
Activision bundle, or not bundle, sale. Because I
Yeah.
think after buying out Bethesda and Activision, there's no way they're going to be able to recoup that money back.
But look what happened to Doom.
Everything that they own. Yeah.
Look what happened to Doom. Microsoft touched Doom, and ironically, not ironically, like obviously, the last Doom game was very divisive, and it was like definitely like not as loved as Eternal. That game did not do well. So the fact that so the fact that even Doom failed because they're trying to drive, they put feminist shit in Doom the Dark Ages, by the way. But the fact that they tried to
on disc either.
Yes, exactly that as well with the whole disc thing. They're trying to force a square into a circular hole, and they're trying to condition people for something that they don't want by any means necessary. And ultimately, that has just been a total financial failure. All they had to do was release the next Gears game, free of agendas, badass and fun. The next Halo game, whatever. But they didn't do it, and they wanted to fucking nickel and dime gamers, and now they're begging on their hands and knees for gamers to stick by them when it's very clear that they didn't give a fuck about the gamers to begin with. They looked at us as like cattle to be milked, with these monthly fees, these services. And now the $30 Game Pass thing is just them saying, well, hey, maybe if one person stays and two people leave, they'll make more money off the one person on Game Pass. Like, it's desperate. It's clear that they don't
it's clear that they've given up. Like this is just them trying to make as much money as possible on their deathbed. And I think Microsoft will exist as a publisher because they own these companies, but I don't think they're gonna be in the console market anymore. I think they're done.
Agreed.
They're going to be Nintendo, and there's going to be Sony and Nintendo. And like I said before, I know Tasty Z tried to shift, but like I said, a third party company needs to come out, not Steam, because Steam also does bullshit as well. You need a guy like Musk, like an Elon Musk type, to make and develop this kind of system, this kind of console. And I think that would save gaming. I think that would collectively save gaming because indie developers will be able to get their games on console without having to go through the red tape of Nintendo and Sony. And I think that would ultimately be the best outcome for gaming. But unfortunately, obviously what I'm saying is a completely unrealistic hypothetical.
But we also have to consider as well, if Microsoft fails with Xbox, Sony's going to get a lot more greedy. And I mean a lot more greedier than they are right now.
Yeah, but it's a good thing they destroyed their IPs, so I don't care, right? Like you become, I mean, like all right, Gears of War, who cares now? Halo, who cares now? Like honestly, so if they become more greedy, that's just more reason to not buy those games, right?
I feel the same for Sony and Xbox and Nintendo. You're too greedy. I don't care.
Yeah. And that's fair.
They're all guilty of it, where it's like they're investing in projects that no one cares about. Hold on.
No.
Yeah.
Except for Wheelchair Ball. That's obviously
I've noticed as well. I'm playing a lot of more old games that have been ported onto new consoles. Like at the moment, I'm looking at my PlayStation menu. I've got Prototype 1 and 2, Mass Effect the Legendary Edition, Metal Gear Solid 1, Ultimate Alliance 1, Legacy of Kain Defiance, and Metal Gear Solid Delta.
Where are you playing Ultimate Alliance 1 at, by the way?
On my PlayStation 5. Oh, so
it's re-released or something, or it's on there?
So basically, I think it was 2016 was when it got relaunched.
Okay, I know where you're going with this. And now it's off the market because of licensing, so you can only play it if you already got it. Yeah, forget it.
But all right, again, I did buy it off some other website again. They sold the code, but this was like 2018 when I did that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna look at it as a cooked situation, but I get what you're saying, But that's cool. But like, I'm in the same boat, man. Because like, if you look at my last streams, I've only been streaming like older games, like Prototype, Resident Evil 4, Code Veronica, Resident Evil 1 through 3.
And like, I went and platinumed Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 the other day.
Yeah, it's just because those games are just better. Honestly, they're just better games. Like they might lack fidelity, right? Like Prototype, you're kicking people and. The hit detection's a little weird. Targeting is kind of funky, but like it's fun. It's a fun game. You play games to have fun.
The thing with me, it's like how are more obsolete games more fun than the ones that are more advanced today? It's weird.
It's because they stopped pushing any kind of evolution. Once they realized that graphics were the main selling point, they focused on them. It's hard.
Let's look at this is Ghost of Yote. What are people showing? Oh, look how beautiful it looks. Oh, look, I can see
baking
the
fish
mountain from here. Oh, fucking, I am using the DualSense. I can cook the fish. I'm flipping over. Like, who
and
cares
everybody's
about
asking, is that going to run at 60 FPS though?
It's hard to take polish and mechanics and put it on a blurb on the back of a box, right? It's difficult.
Well, I think that I kind of like, I get what you're saying, but I also disagree a little bit. Because like when a game has a cool feature, like back then, you would see like these cool ass features and damn, somebody was going hard on the chips. But
sorry.
You're good.
Let me clarify. This is not what I believe. This is what they believe, and that's what they've believed now for 25 years.
Well, and like again, like and I understand that. I'm just saying in general for the people watching, it's like when back in the day when you have a game that says you can like Prototype, you can destroy the city, assimilate everyone. Like that's enough to like make me like be like, oh, this is interesting, right? Like because and here's the thing, they also pushed graphics, but they also pushed gameplay. Because like back then, I mean, because if you look at like Prototype, it's extremely dated by today's today's standard. But if you played Prototype when it came out, like that was a pretty impressive city. And honestly, like as a person who lives in that city, I'll tell you, it's really authentic. It's very authentic, and like, you know, the fact that you have all those civilians, all that chaos, like, yeah, you know, the graphics by today's standards are like, they're not that really that beautiful looking, but there is obviously like an attention to detail and graphics in that game, even if it is like mostly based on gameplay. And I would argue that that applies to other games from back then too, like GTA 4. Like GTA 4 looks funky now, but like back then, like the lighting, the scale of the city, the physics and stuff, they were also selling points of the game. I just think that like you said, they focus so much on graphics now, but I don't think that the gameplay has to be sacrificed for the graphics. I just think that it is, because it's just less work for them to make a game look like realistic slop than be realistic slop but with good gameplay, right?
Yeah, that's it. That's like gameplay has to suffer, because they look at their budgets, like you say, they're completely out of control, and they're looking at their budgets and they're like, okay, well, we've got all this money for marketing, so that goes over there. Okay, what do we do with this? We have to make the game look really good. Okay, so we give it to that. Okay, we've got a little bit left. What do we do? I don't know. Just have the UI. Just have the AI just run at you with the fucking gun, and maybe hide behind a wall now and then.
But I
And
do
also,
want to say,
go ahead.
about Prototype. So has anybody heard the news about the potential remake happening with the Prototype franchise?
Yeah, I heard about it. And I hope that they don't.
So
I hope
I've
they
been
don't.
listening to Sadot the Gamer before he was doing other content on other games, back when he was doing Avengers exclusively. But yeah, I was watching his videos about Prototype 3, and for a point I thought he was talking shit. Because it's like, I ain't heard nothing. I've even been waiting for Prototype 3 since 2 dropped. But when I heard about that update that happened to the PC version of the game, I thought, okay, maybe
broke
he's
it.
not talking shit after all. And if it is true, then yeah, I'll be there day one. I don't care what they change. I need to play modern Prototype 1 and 2 again. Could you imagine that shit? The tendrils and how that would look with the Unreal Engine today?
Well, the second Prototype game, the only thing that I like in that game more than the first game was obviously the graphics are better in the second game, but also, even though the city is scaled down, but the second game has the tendril ability, and that's like such a cool fucking ability. It's so cool, like visually, to like see bodies strung up through the buildings and stuff. And you know, I agree with you that it would look good with modern graphics, but I can't agree that like, I don't care, I'm gonna buy it anyway, because I feel like that's kind of like how they get us to begin with, right? They're like,
Because
hey, here's this thing.
Prototype. If they just upgrade the graphics and the gameplay, I'd be calm with that. And honestly,
Yeah, and that's
never
fine.
really like political or anything crazy.
But that's fine. But
Does Prototype?
I'm sorry. Let me just say this.
Very well.
Let me just say this, Tasty Z. So I agree with you that if they just upgraded the graphics and the physics and stuff, then it'll be fine. And especially if it has good frame rate. I agree with all of that. Then it'll be a day one buy. But I can't guarantee, and I think that it'll be like unrealistic to think that they won't alter anything or change the content to fit modern times. And when we're talking about like best case scenario, in the best case scenario, if they just keep it 1-to-1 with like better physics and graphics, no censorship, no uglifying women, none of that, then yeah, great. I'm all for it. Day one buy. Hell yeah, let's fucking go. But I don't think they will do that. I think they will change it. I think they will.
Because if it's a reboot, then yeah.
No, I think even a remake, man, because they've done that. Look at Resident Evil 3. Resident Evil 3 is a remake, and look at what they did to Jill. They made her a girl boss.
Wait. I'm still a bit behind on how many remakes of Resident Evil there's been. So which is the more recent remake for Resident Evil?
4 is 4.
Yeah.
Okay, so how many? So when does it come out? Yearly?
I think so. It's been basically not yearly, because 3 came out in like 2019, right, or something like that.
Oh,
and
my
then
apologies.
2020, and then remake of 4 came out 2023, right, or 2022, something like that.
Something like that.
So the point is that in the remakes of those games, they made Jill a girl boss. They took off the skirt because skirts are illegal. They're too feminine. No sex appeal allowed, even if it's a tame skirt.
They're
They in
illegal.
four they removed Ashley's skirt and they made it like some short skirt hybrid thing. They took out the pervy line of Leon looking up her skirt. That was a joke, by the way. They even made Lewis a bitch who doesn't like have his like, you know, chauvinistic attitudes that was part of his character. So his character was literally changed for the sake of this remake. Like
To reinforce that point, they would absolutely censor Hella's dialogue.
Of course they would. And they would also censor Prototype 1 because things that we consider tame, you'll be surprised that me and you playing that game will consider things tame, and there'll be some feminist or leftist that will say, no, I don't like this. I don't think this is right. And you'll be shocked, bro, what they'll find excuses to change. That's why, like, even though
you can't consume any females.
Maybe, or it might be a thing where like they might add some allegory.
Melina. Hope you're doing well.
Hi, Melina.
Hello.
What's up, Melina? How's it going? So I think they might add some allegories for things, right? They might add allegories for things. Like they might say like, oh, like, you know, he's a shapeshifter, he's non-binary and shit like that. You don't know. I'm just saying with a remake, I don't trust them. And even though it's wishful thinking, I don't have faith that they'll do it.
They'll make like a Donald Trump allegory in charge of Blackwatch.
Maybe. Because, you know, if they do all that work to enhance the gameplay and do like basically like rebuild the game, they're gonna probably change the story most likely.
Yeah,
probably the
I think
best
Prototype 2 story could do with some improvement because I've always preferred one.
In the style of, you know, like Destroy All Humans, maybe a remaster like that. You know how it's just a remaster.
We have that, but we already have that. It's called Prototype 1 and 2 Collection. It has better it has better textures and better resolution. So what would be the point? That's what I'm saying. If they're
when was it remastered?
In like I don't know, PS4 2016, yeah, 2016. And that version, I've been playing it on stream and it seems pretty fine to me. So I would think that if they do a remake or remaster of these kind of games,
you would have to do some change.
They're gonna change shit. They will 100% change shit. And I don't know if I want that. I don't know if it's worth it. Yeah, it'll look better visually.
They ain't gonna have the same reference as like Konami with Delta.
Yeah, and even with Delta, unfortunately, they did do something that I really didn't like, and that was particularly the thing with the posters, where like yes, you have access to the original if you play the legacy controls, right, the legacy mode, but the problem is that why can't I have the sexy posters from the original Metal Gear Solid 3? But with the Delta enhancements, why do I have to play the legacy to have those images, and I only get the older current pictures of them if I play the Delta enhancement? Like that, little things like that. Or like
with certain lockers, I couldn't see them.
Yeah, because you have to play. From what I understand, if you want to see the original pictures in higher res, you have to play like with the classic, you know, the classic mode, whatever you want to call it. And then if you played with the modern controls, you're gonna be seeing the older like versions of them with like, you know, kids and shit. And they're more like wholesome pictures. And like I get it, but that should be a thing that you can toggle on and off. That shouldn't be locked behind either one. And to me, I would argue
Reaver did it better.
I would argue
that kind of feature.
I would argue that that's a form of censorship. I would argue that. I mean, because in the end of the day, you have no choice. You have to play legacy mode to see the previous images. So that's kind of how I look at it. You know what I mean? Like, again, Metal Gear Delta is a pretty good 1-to-1 remake. I think you can still do everything. Can you still see the scene where, like, you know, she takes out the what's it called? And then you see the shadows, and then like you see her like putting him in like the fucking walls of Jericho and shit like that. I don't know if that's still in the game.
So you get to see like the close-ups of like Eva's body parts and that.
But you know the part where you're in the cave with her, if you don't remove the transmitter, Eva takes it out for you. And there's a special cutscene that plays, and you see her like fucking like, it's kind of like an allegory, like that it's like, it's kind of like an allegory that it's like sexual, but like when you look at the shadows,
hold on, bro. I've never had that before. I've always taken the transmitter out.
So now you know. So don't take it out this time. But then you basically see the shadows, and she's basically in a bikini, and she's like fucking like doing the Boston Crab on Snake, and like a camel clutching him and shit. It's really funny, but I don't know if that's even in the game anymore. Because it also has like a pseudo sexual undertone, you know.
I
So-
have never done. Oh, bro, watch on my next playthrough.
It's like
Watch, I'm gonna do that.
it's like a feminine, what's it called, the dominatrix thing. It's kind of like that, but like done as a joke, you know, like, and like I'm sure like I don't know if that's in the game, but I would imagine they probably took it out. But you should definitely try it and like let me know if it's still there, 'cause I think it's funny.
Also, one thing I've done in Delta, but not on the other versions, is I finally captured the Tsuchinoko. That
Oh,
weird snake thingy.
the thing of legend. Like it's like a
Yeah.
myth, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, so I captured that, and for the first time, I got the unlimited camo or face camo. Never
That's
got
awesome.
that on the originals. But yeah, you know, I ate that bitch. Yeah,
Yeah, of
so
course.
I made
You
it.
have to
So,
eat it.
so I captured it. Then after I captured it, I went to a different area. Then I ate it, reloaded the checkpoint, and kept it going.
That's
Yeah, apparently
hilarious.
it was pretty good.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. And that game is fun. You know what was crazy that made me want to like almost rip my hair out was playing on European Extreme because I wanted to beat. I wanted to beat the game on there, and I was like, "Holy shit!" Like even the part where like the Ocelot unit attacks you in that little room, like that part is so hard on that difficulty, just because.
No, because the guy on the roof, then the guy at the back, then the guys enter the room. Yeah.
You have to basically be godlike. You have to. That's one of those difficulties that like you can't fake it. You know how some games you could fake the hardest difficulty like through tactics and stuff like that. You just have to be godlike and really understand the game.
To know everything before you start that playthrough, how everybody moves. Yeah, you got to memorize the warp patterns and shit.
Yeah,
but yeah,
and the
guy
enemies
on the roof always for me.
and the enemies recover super fast from being stunned. I beat it on European Extreme, but like I like struggled hard through it. Like I was like I really struggled through it, bro.
Never
It was
managed
crazy.
The only European Extreme I managed to beat was in Metal Gear Solid 5, but those were just missions.
They were just missions with like slightly hard, yeah. All right, so let's switch out the people and thanks for coming on. You guys have been here for a while. You're stealing all our time, man.
My apologies, folks.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. So let's get other people in here.
Well, since Steve talked about both topics, why don't we let them give their outros?
Yeah, for sure, definitely.
Okay, I'll go first. Hi, I'm Tasty Z. I like older games. Recently, I've been playing Shadow Man Remastered. If anyone's interested, please give it a go. It's actually a really, really good game. Yeah, Silent Hill F is garbage, and that's it. Thanks for having me on, fellas.
Indeed.
Everybody should vote in the comments below if Tasty Z should have his own channel. But yeah, for sure, have it. Thanks for coming on, bro. You should have your own channel, man. Talk about lore, talk about your stuff. You should do it, bro.
Yeah.
But anyway, thanks for coming on, Tasty Z.
Yeah,
appreciate you.
Thank you very much for
coming on again, Tasty Z.
Yeah, no worries. Well, the topics were good.
Take it easy.
Well, not good, but you know they were.
They were tasty. They were juicy.
Particularly tasty this week. Yes.
There we go. So Spirit, let's hear your outro, bro.
Hello everyone, I'm Spirit of Paradox. I do videos on comic books, video games and films. I am in a bit of a delay in uploading because I'm currently moving houses, so I'm getting all of that sorted out, but I have got quite a few videos coming up real soon, probably by next week. And thank you guys very much for having me on the show again. It's been an honor, like always.
No problem, man. Good to have you.
So always great having you on, Spirit, as always.
Yep, for sure, as always, bro. And everyone check him out. You stream some games, right? You talk about Marvel stuff here and there, right? So definitely give him a watch if you're interested.
Yeah, I do streams from time to time, and I think I'm going to increase the uploading of streams because I see a lot of people do like those. So when I get free time, I definitely will. But thank you guys for having me on.
For sure. All right, so let's swap the chat and get more people on. I don't know how many people are backstage.
There's a Gives a fair amount.
All right, so this is what we're gonna do, and I know it might seem a little unfair, and I apologize. That's on me and Rev for kind of losing track of time. Everyone who comes in, please give us your thoughts on both subjects, and then try to keep it concise, and then we're gonna shift you out and have the next group of people come in. Again, I know it seems a little unfair because how much time Tasty and Spirit had, but we have to keep things going because we're already 2 hours in. So keep that in mind. Hakami, welcome. Apollo Patriot, let's go, bro.
Hi.
Yes.
What's up?
Thank you for coming on.
What's up?
Tommy.
What's
Always.
up?
Finally.
What's up, Apollo?
Any syrup milk,
What's up?
Apollo? Any syrup milk?
Oh yeah,
lately?
man.
Oh,
Syrup
sweet.
milk, spiders.
Sweet.
Oh yeah.
All right. So, why don't you start, Hakami? Give us your thoughts on the EA acquisition from Saudi Arabia, and then you could tell us about the Microsoft stuff afterward.
First of all, I need to introduce myself. My name Hakami. I am from Saudi Arabia, and anything about Saudi Arabia now we are focused.
We got an authentic Saudi Arabian here. Let's fucking go.
Yes.
Let's go.
Yeah.
So welcome, Hakami. Welcome. You're always around, and we appreciate you, man. So definitely give us your thoughts.
Yeah. From where start? Okay, let's start from how we becoming focusing on video games. My crown prince, his highness, is Abir is like a gamer, and he is sees something in video games it's a big thing. Like he see it he's having a big theft in video games industry. This is the first, and the second about the entertainment and the else. The first thing we started was with SNK about 2020 with Corona and virus and everything. When Chinese
off,
was
Hakami, just real quick. What's up, Y2 Viral? But yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry. Continue.
okay. We start with here. We start seeing news about something. Saudi Arabia is becoming acquiring for SNK or something like this. When I go to Japanese website and try to auto translate, I see there is a calling for developers and other people who working in this industry to be in SNK for the new owner of the SNK. It happened 2022 when about 96% to Saudi Arabia. It happened first 50, after that to 96 to Saudi Arabia. The other I don't know. What I see from SNK is they have what call it flexibility to be what can they do, what can they see for next project. After we came with what Safi Group. Safi Group in Saudi Arabia is the connection between the studios and companies that owned by Saudi Arabia. If something they need, they call it with Safi Group Games. It's a Saudi manage all the studios in the world. The second thing came with Scubly. Scubly, I don't know which year they acquire, but they acquire around maybe $4 trillion like this. It happened. I don't know what time, but after they came with Niantic, Pokemon Go. So we have this all these studios. Now we came to EA. EA now becoming full Saudi Arabia, like 100% is a private company again.
Let me ask you a question
What-
real quick. Let me just interrupt you for a second.
Yeah, no problem. Anyone have a question? Ask.
Well,
no
I
problem.
want to ask you from your perspective, because you're actually in Saudi Arabia. How do they view the characters like Mai Shiranui? You know how she's like, has her freaking like tits hanging out, and like she's like pretty much like dressed pretty crazy. Like, how is that viewed with like Saudi as they, as they own SNK? Because my question with Saudi is not really so much whether like, my concern with their involvement is like the censorship of like female characters. I know they censor like the trans and gay stuff over there or whatever, but I think more so like that's one aspect of it. But what about the female characters in there in SNK?
Okay. How my culture see the female character like Mei Shiranori.
In reference to gaming specifically, like how games are released over there and stuff like that.
Yeah. I think 80% of Saudi is a gamer, like 80%. 60% is like under the 36. And video games is mainly for boys and men who playing like this. So yeah, there is like who more to religious is like doesn't like this one. Who as a gamer he like what he say. He see, yeah. I think it's like any gamer can be okay with it. I think.
Well, what I mean,
with.
Well, what I'm trying to say is when the games are released over there, like the SNK games, when they're released, it's like are those characters censored, right? Like it's like if I play SNK game in Saudi Arabia, will my be like more censored? Is my question. Like,
it's no, it will be not censored. Definitely will not be censored unless
okay, that's a good
they
sign.
have. Yeah, unless if they have ideologic
like trans
what's
shit,
happening.
like gay trans shit.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Perfect.
Like
So that's
Kingdom.
actually good. I'm glad you said that, because like if I play a game, like hey, if they censor that kind of stuff, that's fine. But like I just don't want them to censor the female characters, because I feel like if I play Mai, I want it to be like the true Mai. I don't want it to be like covered up. And I hate that crap in gaming. So that actually kind of is a good thing now that you said that. That's pretty much like a good sign in general, if that's true.
Yeah. What happened about SNK and censor between Capcom? There's a game.
What's up? I hope you're doing good. And thank you for leaving a like. Appreciate you.
There's a game called SNK versus Capcom. It's like Capcom characters with SNK characters fight together.
Yeah, I love that game. I know the game. I used to play it back in the day. I love that game.
Yeah. SNK is having 3 times bankrupts. First Japanese, after that Korean owner, after that Chinese, like 3 times. So only old games that SNK that has. When SNK released this game, I forgot. Not Codemaster, it's a studio who working on a retro game to release it again with all modern mods and everything, and netcode and everything. One of the Capcom company reached to them and they asked him, okay, we want to bet warning trigger or something like this to the characters in this game is we have nothing to do. It's like old and dated developers want to put this one.
Yeah. Like their views have changed and stuff. Yeah, exactly. I know what you mean.
Yes, yeah. In Capcom Fighting Collection, this is recently, I think, before 2 months ago or 3 months. They release it. Same. There is another SNK game. They release it with My Shironi cut in half.
Wow.
From Capcom, yes. If you go, for example, art exhibit or something inside the game, you see.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it. They cut her off. But in the game, is she censored in the game though? In the actual game?
Yeah, I think because it's under Capcom. Capcom is like maybe I think it cannot do anything, cannot say, because it's a coalition between two.
So okay. I know what you're saying. So you're saying that the decision it is censored, but not because of Saudi, because of Capcom, like I thought.
Yes.
Pretty much.
100%.
Okay, so you're basically confirming what I said earlier, that it was likely Capcom doing it. Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. About becoming private, when EA established or founded 1982 by a programmer called Trip Hawkins. This guy was his company, and he's doing his game on electronic arts, and everything went go. In 1990, Electronic Arts became public for share, for everything, and this is start to becoming like you must get profit, you must get the shareholder happy, you must be make us money.
PC
and
investors,
becoming
yes,
investor, yes, and chasing for trends, like for microtransaction, for
monetization,
game live surface, like Dragon Age Vanguard was like I think live surface. After that, single player. After that, live surface. After that, single player. That's why they took, I think, 10 years to do this game and becoming this horrible.
Yeah, they wanted to trace the multiplayer microtransactions trend.
Yes. After that, they see okay, the trend is single player again to single player like this.
Hakami, Madar actually had a question to ask you about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, if it was true that it was banned in Saudi Arabia, because he was hearing contradictory information about it. So figured, I would assume.
Yes, it's banned in PlayStation. Yes, it's banned. Thank you. I want to thank him for bringing this up. It's banned in PlayStation and becoming too much talk about this one in Saudi Arabia. But in Steam, but in Steam was there. I don't know why Steam is still there, but
I guess because Steam is PC, they probably can get away with that stuff more because it's harder to regulate by the Saudi government. They can regulate Sony, but it's probably harder to regulate PC because the nature of PC, you can pretty much get whatever you want on there, So I think that might be why, that might be why they got away with Sony, but not banning it on Steam.
But Steam also is a private company, like Jeb Noel, I think. Sorry, my pronouns. If he got like, he got like 50% of Valve company, but still, his company is like private, but still, there's a MasterCard.
Well, I was gonna say that maybe because like I said, the Saudi government might be looking at console as more accessible, while with PC, maybe they figure less people have PCs, so they don't care as much about regulating. That would be my instinct toward it because
more people here is owning like PlayStation. PlayStation is main thing here, but the youth and amateur they got the PC. What I am saying, Jeb Noel, he also cannot escape from this cooperation, big cooperation like MasterCard and Visa, when trying to like you cannot pay for this game or like this, and Elon Musk came like he want to do some payment to escape from MasterCard and Visa and something like this. Yeah, this is how like when you do public, it's very hard. Public share, it's very hard to be flexible. It's a headache for developers, for everyone. But I think now it's private. I think EA will be like more flexible. I think EA maybe like doesn't chase like the trend.
Yeah. Well, because it's easier, it's harder to control a public company than a private one, I think. Well, actually, no, a private one. Yeah, a private one you have like less people to answer to, right? It's private. While with public, you have more like hands in the pot, so you have to like control more people, which is much more difficult. Especially when when you're public, you have like if you're like a government, you have billions of dollars as like as an investor. It's hard to control a billionaire, And tell them like
so this is probably more of like more of a positive thing for EA, because now it's like they're really just going to be answering to the new owners now, really.
And if what you said about the censorship was
like several different influences,
and if what you said about the censorship was true, then I'm led to believe that it in the hands of Saudi is probably better than it's probably a better outcome if what you said is true. Because at the end of the day, my thing is like censorship. I don't care if the gay shit gets restricted, because a lot of it is force and agenda shit. But if we're talking about but if we're talking about like just censoring like visuals and stuff, I don't think that it's like like really good. Like, don't get me wrong, like you shouldn't censor people either way, because in the end of the day, people should be able to be free to express themselves. But a lot of the expression of like the gay themes and trans themes, they're not done for like real representation of anything. They're just done to like condition people. So and I feel like Saudi and countries like Russia and Saudi are trying to protect their populace from those ideas like spreading. But again, like I'm not necessarily okay with the censorship, because I feel like they shouldn't be censored. They have their right to like put that in their game. But I feel like not that I agree with it, but I understand why they're doing it. I understand the logic behind it.
This is a big topic, especially in the Sims game.
The Sims game.
Very the Sims game is, I remember I play Sims Urban City on PlayStation 2. There is like there is like gay stuff and everything, kissing and something like this. Yeah, but when we came the Sims 4 is way work. So this is really like I see it. What EA will do for this game is will continue to with this one for that fans or that community, or they change it. Really, I don't know. Or they, for example, make a Saudi version, maybe.
Yeah, make a Saudi version like they did with Spider-Man, where they changed it for Saudi. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
well, they're more, and it's also more likely that if you're making a game like that, like they never do less, right? When it comes to woke stuff, they only do more. It only ramps up. So like Sims 4, like when a company gets away with, someone in general gets away with something, they rarely do less of it. They just do more of it because they know they can get away with it. And I think Sims 4 might be an example of that. Now, moving on a little bit to the Microsoft thing, right? How do you feel about that with the Microsoft stuff?
Microsoft is, I feel like she lost the faith in console. That's what I see, and they leaning with like software paying. It's more less more profitable for them.
Okay.
That's what I think. So I don't will be surprised if the next Xbox maybe something like very less, very maybe on handheld only, like ROG Ally Xbox. Yeah, they okay with this. So I think they going. And I'm sorry for Xbox fan, but we try as a PlayStation. We try as a PlayStation fan. We try to warn you. Xbox Live, Xbox Game Pass is
will kill
it
Xbox.
Will kill Xbox. That's it. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know what, man? To your point about all this, Microsoft knows what they're doing, and I think you're onto something. They might scale back and make like a Steam Deck kind of thing, or like a Switch kind of thing, or maybe they'll just become a software publisher. Like they'll own companies, and you'll see like Microsoft's logo as a publisher, as like a owner or whatever, but they won't actually be like in the
Most likely,
console
yeah.
market.
I mean,
kind of like what happened to Sega. You know how Sega went, basically.
Yeah.
With
I mean, they're
with
kind of like
Dreamcast,
they're doing it anyway. You see Gears of War on PlayStation, Forza, Sea of Thieves.
They're
Whatever
preparing the
else is
fanboys. They're
coming
preparing
on
the
there.
fanboys for the
Yeah,
inevitable.
pretty much. Yeah.
They're letting the fanboys know, like, hey, bro, your IPs aren't safe. And if the console gives up their IPs, like Sonic, like Sega did, that's a sign that hey, things are gonna change. And a lot of Xbox fanboys aren't gonna like it. But that's what happens when you don't criticize the people above you. If you don't you could love Microsoft, right? Even though I think it's like horrible to like be attached to plastic, how people are these days. But regardless, you can like be loyal to a brand, but if you don't question them and hold them accountable, then you're only hurting the company that you're fanboying for. You're not really hurting the opposing.
Exactly.
You know, it's like having willful ignorance is not going to protect. It's not going to make your thing better. It's just going to like prevent them from learning the lesson. If people push back, it'll make it worse. If people push back harder when they first started doing this shit, I guarantee you we'll be in a different state. And like I said before,
Indeed.
Microsoft will do anything to make money except make good games, which is hilarious to me. That's about as ridiculous as it gets. The one thing you should be doing to make money as a gaming developer, they refuse to do. So all right. So thanks for all that, Hakami. It's always good having you. I know I've seen you in my stream a few times. So you know it's good seeing you.
Yeah. Can I say something to Apollo?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Do your thing.
Apollo, if you can go to Skopje and see, and you are where in Israel?
Wait,
Apollo?
What did you say?
What is that? Apollo, where are you from?
Great United States.
Okay, but I saw the flag of Israel. I wanted to go to Skopje studio. This is one of Saudi company. I wanted to just say hi for me. Yeah, but okay, no problem.
Oh, that's crazy. That is the Israel flag. I didn't notice that before. Yeah. Holy shit. All right. But yeah, thanks for all of that, Hakami. That was very insightful. It's good to hear the perspective of someone who actually lives in the country and sees it firsthand. What you said about
taking a time out, being able to come here, talk.
And what you said about Capcom and SNK, because that was my instinct. That's why I had said earlier in the podcast, if that's true, then it's probably a good thing, because that means that they likely won't censor the females in the game. Because Agaro City of Wolves, if Maya's in that game, I'm sure she's not censored in the game, right?
No. But the fan was angry because about the new custom of Meishroni. If you follow the law, the last Fatal Fury game.
Yeah.
Was like wearing like a leather motorbike. So she getting old, and the designer or the director see, okay, I want with this custom, and the fan like no buy.
No mind, no buy. I agree.
Yeah.
Wait. So they made a new they made a new costume that covers her up. It's like a bike suit, right? Like a motorbike outfit.
Yeah, but her classic costume is unlockable. But
okay, so but her classics in the game.
It's like Cammy. It's like all right.
Yeah.
They put Cammy's classic suit is in Street Fighter 6, but her default is one where she's more covered up.
Yeah, but you got to be careful with that because that's what killed Dead or Alive 6. Dead or Alive 6 got screwed by doing that, actually.
I think they learned.
Yeah.
I think they learned their lesson. They saw that Mai is like a very famous character.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, and they try to follow the lore, follow the story, and I don't. You can get her classic, but only few seconds and special move, and that's it. And fans get like furious. I want her old custom like this. But,
well, to be fair though, you know, they should know better. If I, like, for example, if like that would be like if I bought Street Fighter and the first thing I do is tone down like Chun-Li's thighs. It's like if I do that, I should expect like insane backlash. Or like with Cammy, it's like Cammy's famous for her outfit. Because like let's be real, like you're playing the game for the gameplay and the fun, but like I don't think a lot of people use Cammy just because she's great to play as in the game. Let's be real, right? Or like people use Mai because they like the fan service. So it's nothing wrong with having additional costumes, but they should know better than they should have made the biker outfit unlockable. That would have been the more logical decision, I think. But who knows? Maybe they learned a lesson. And as you said, that stuff is still in the game. You just have to unlock it, which means that they didn't censor it because it is in the game. So I think that that still kind of bodes well for Saudi because in the end of the day, like the one thing that people don't want is censorship. That's it. If they don't censor, then I think that it being in the hands of Saudi is probably a good thing. Maybe if they don't censor it. Hopefully not. And it seems from what you said, it seems like they probably won't, right? Like that's what I gathered.
I think they will give. Like I told you, it's a private company. They give the free to the CEO. Do what we want, but make us some money. That's it.
As long as you make, that's some philosophy. If you're an investor, your philosophy should be like, hey, if you're making this thing that works and is making money, I just want a piece of the pie. So here's the investment. I'm not going to try to tell them what to do because then by doing that, I'm going to ruin the thing that made them money to begin with. Right. But all right. So thanks for the insight. That was really awesome. Apollo, what are your thoughts on things?
Oh, man, I got so many thoughts. So double-edged sword for EA Saudi Arabia thing. I think it's hilarious. Double that, Jared Kushner involved with that as well. Like big time ties with Jared Kushner and all the people in EA is all tripping out about Jared Kushner in Saudi Arabia. People are tripping out super bad. I mean, I find it hilarious. Like people are boycotting the very deep shills or boycotting Battlefield 6. That's hilarious. You got the Dragon Age Veilguard devs or whatever. They're tripping out like crazy. And the other CEOs, it's a different CEO or the big time workers telling the other EA devs, hey, don't worry, there won't be layoffs. Well, they're done for anyways. They're going to get laid off anyway how they like it. I'm just saying, keeping it real here. Like, it's hilarious and to see all the backlash going on. It's majority of these liberal EA devs. They're done. Like, they're going to get laid off and they're going to get, and the company is going to get, the company is going to hire people by merit this time. This is not going to be diverse. Oh, you look so silly, we're going to hire you. No, it's going to be the other way around, and it's going to be hilarious. And yeah, there's going to be some crazy stuff going on in these upcoming years. Like, hell, it's almost getting close, 2026, I think, right? 2027 or around those areas. It's very close. So
2027.
Yeah, it's going to put a hurt on Mass Effect. And then if you think about it, we might get very base games. And what people are all saying, I think it was Saudi Arabia was saying, like, we like big guns and football. Okay, that sounds cool to me. Like, big guns and football.
Who said that we like big guns and football was a fired a writer from.
Oh yeah.
Yes, so he hate us.
Oh yeah.
So he said there will be a chop off of layoff, a chop off studios, no
Right.
woman, less gay. This is what not. This is 100 will not happen. This is what
Yeah.
because we know if we do it, no one will buy, no one will see us.
Well, common sense is that if you like money, just
exactly.
appeal to your fans, bro. Look at Resident Evil. The original Resident Evil games were niche. They were niche, bro. They just became mainstream because people liked them so much, and word of mouth caused them to spread and become popular. So if you're making a game and what got you to the dance is sexy women, badass action, and all that stuff, then stick to that. Because if it's good, even normies are going to get into it, whether they, you know, even if they're not part of that niche. Somebody said something in the comments of like making it a secondary outfit with the My thing is kind of like a bad sign because that's what Street Fighter 6 did, and I agree with that. Hopefully Saudi Arabia or whatever team that's making a game, hopefully they know better for the future because that's something that will make me not want to buy those games, sometimes too. If I see that.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Who found Stellar Blade?
It was Korea, right?
Yeah,
was it
South Korea? I think so. Yeah, South Korea.
South Korea made South Korea.
No, it was us.
Oh, good, good. That's great. That's beautiful. Hey, that's beautiful. So again, that's good. But the devs also have to have the sense of the optics of it because the people that are against that stuff have been shafted for so long that just the idea that their outfit is changed, like the default outfit, is gonna make their radar go off, which is sucks. But they have to have the sense to know. Yeah,
the sense of having because Sony was the publisher, and when one of Eigen journalists found the hard R, I think shop, they found it as an opportunity to censor everything, the suits and everything. That's why in PC was all okay.
It was a panicked reaction to that, and they try to sanitize the game, right?
If you remember the famous Twitter from Shift Up when said no censor in all country.
Yeah.
Until Eigen ruined everything when they found this word.
Well, remember, like I said, man, optics are super important, bro. If you know the political climate right now in gaming is that people don't want this kind of censorship, and then the first thing you do is put Mai in a costume that covers her up from head to toe. It's kind of like, even if your game doesn't have that philosophy, you have to kind of have the foresight to say, hey, players might be skeptical about this, right? So that's why I'm saying, hopefully in the future they know better than to do that. Because I get what you're saying, and that's awesome that it was funded by Saudi, and that's also a good sign. I'm just saying that you have to have the wherewithal to know that whatever you do is going to lead to it can lead to negative consequences for your game. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. What I want from EA, show us you are free from the next games. Show us you are. You can do anything. Show us you don't follow the agenda. That's it.
Make a Battlefront. Make a new Star Wars Battlefront, and have Leia's Leia's slave outfit be one of the main outfits. There you go.
You got Army of Two. You got other
go.
Battlefield games like after Battlefield 6 are going to be very base, and then you would say there's a lot of games like Army of Two. You got
company.
They could do a Army of Two #3 game or a Army I would say I would have some hope for the upcoming EA games because you got Need for Speed. Unbound was awful. So I would say I have hope for the maybe new upcoming Need for Speed game because I love my racing games. But yeah, at the end of the day, the situation is hilarious because now people are all saying it's Trump's fault because of EA Saudi Arabia thing because it's Trump's son-in-law. When they hear Trump's son-in-law, they just assume, oh yeah, it's Donald J. Trump, whatever. I'm like, it's hilarious. I don't know what to say to all that stuff. It's just straight up backlash hilariousness.
I hope the fans not listen to NBC, the Richard Mongo show.
Okay.
I hope, I hope don't listen to her, because last show she was talking about us, and she was clearly alienated the Sims fans about us.
Yeah.
The beloved game is underhand of Saudi Arabia. What should we do like this? So
Well,
I hope,
MSNBC are a joke anyway. If you're
Yeah,
listening to
clown-
MSNBC for your,
clown
if you're
music.
listening to MSNBC or CNN for your news, you're already screwed.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
yeah. So if you
Yeah.
judge us, judge our
Hakami,
work.
there was a comment, if you could clarify, that Jigan, I believe I'm saying the name right, that there's no evidence about Saudi Arabia funding Stellar Blade. So I don't know if you want to elaborate
But
more on that. If you have any
no,
like
no,
information, further
yeah.
information on that.
Search, yeah. Shift Up was only making a mobile game, right? Before Stellar Blade. They have, I forgot the name, Goddess Nike, I think. If you search on the name of the, I forgot it, I think his name is Hume. If you search the name of the director, the Korean director, and for example, in Riyadh or in Saudi Arabia, you see him holding something with Saudi. This has happened before Stellar Blade coming, right before Stellar Blade coming.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I think, yeah.
Well, I mean, like obviously, like everything that's said on the podcast, whoever's watching should fact check, right? You want to have things kept up to board, so
Oh yeah.
you should always fact check what you hear.
Even like, that's why. Sorry, I interrupt you. Even the Korean, you search about this one. Even the Korean government, they was amazed about how many copies of Stellar Blade have been sold. They
Yeah.
said that we didn't know video games is profitable like this.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's what
right
happens.
now,
That's what happens when you give
yeah,
people what they want. That's it.
Yeah.
Just give
Oh,
people
yeah.
what they want. That was a reaction to the BS they were doing. So
you can search about this one, about the name of the Korean, I forget his name, and the Korean government, when they saw the profitable, the how many money that guy become rich. That guy, the Korean guy.
well, listen. I just want to say about startup. Let me just be clear. When you have an industry doing everything but give people what they want, what's going to happen is an overcorrection. The overcorrection was people went crazy to buy Stellar Blade just because it was something that was closer to what we got in the past, and people were all for it. So I think that the farther they go in the woke direction, the more games like Stellar Blade will sell and do better as a result. And that's one of the main reasons
yeah.
why I think it sold so well. But all right. So Apollo, you already spoke about Microsoft, right? Did you
I never spoke on Microsoft. I have some things
Okay.
about that.
So let us hear what you have to say about Microsoft, and then we'll
Okay.
switch out because we're already like almost 3 hours in.
I'll keep it very fast and simple. All right. Okay, so I do play a lot of Xbox. When you have like Xbox Live and all that stuff, they give you like a decent, like they would give you like a free pass. Like it's like a limited free games pass. Like it's limited on games. Like it has Arkham Knight and all that stuff. It doesn't mean I bought full on Ultimate Edition Game Pass. Like when you have Xbox Live, they give you like a limited free pass of games on the game list. But yeah, so with the Game Pass thing, I've heard that when that situation happened, I think it was yesterday or other days before, Call of Duty. This is the same thing with this. Call of Duty, it lost $300 million because of Game Pass. Lost $300 million because everybody around the world wants to just try out Call of Duty, uninstall, and never play it again on Game Pass. Well, it's affecting Call of Duty horribly, crazy bad. But yeah, in general, Game Pass is not really my thing. Like I would rather buy things on CD, like the old days. Like I've been
Yeah.
trying to buy everything on CD. I bought Space Marine 2 on CD and all that stuff. So, I mean, I'm like in the middle with Game Pass. I'm like, well, maybe it could be other for everybody or something like that, or some people when they get done from work and then they can play whatever game. But I mean, it's a scummy move that they raise up the prices. Like, I really don't know why, but it's a really scum move. It's like say like I don't know how to say, like, say like you have like a movie TV show like Amazon or Hulu, and then you're watching on a very decent deal, and then they raise up to $200 a month
Well, they do it
to
all the
do
time.
whatever.
They do
Yeah,
that. You don't even have to
yeah,
make
big
an
time.
exaggerated example. They raise the prices all the time on
Oh
those
yeah,
streaming
oh
services.
yeah,
So
yeah. So I don't know if my point is right between those things, but it sounds similar to that. But yeah,
yeah,
that's what I can say with the Xbox Game Pass. I'm very ashamed what's going on, but it's hilarious what happened with Call of Duty. Lost $300 million. That's a lot of money, though. But
it is. It's
yeah,
quite a bit of money.
yeah,
But you
that's what I
know,
can say on that.
my like my whole stake in things is that I don't necessarily want company like games to fail. I just want them to be better. If they cannot be better and fail as a consequence, then that's where like I don't really like feel bad, you know? It's not like, for example, like the idea that a Call of Duty or Resident Evil would disappear is not something that I necessarily like. But I
Right,
understand that it might be a necessary evil because they can't be getting away with the bullshit that they're doing. And if the company has to die in order for that to change the industry, then so be it, you know? So
correct,
that's kind of how I look at it. I don't really care about Call of Duty at all anymore,
right,
but that's just like how I look at it. Like honestly, like for example, in an ideal world, would Resident Evil get better and stop doing the fucking feminist shit? Yes. Will it do it?
correct,
No. So if it has to go, it has to go. You know, it's like when you love
right.
something, you can let it go, let it die. That's how it is.
Indeed, indeed.
But yeah, Microsoft raising it to $30 is pretty crazy, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah, it's pretty scummy. It's like any streaming services. Pretty scum.
yeah, I mean,
Oh
because
yeah.
their logic is like, how much was it before? 15 a month, right? Or like 10 a month?
I think it 15. I'm not too sure. I think 15 or something like that.
Yes,
Because
yes, it
Yeah,
was 15.
so if it was
15, and then
15,
they
if
raised
it
it.
was
Yeah,
if it was 15 a month, they probably feel like, well, if for every two people, if one person drops it, we're still getting the same for Game Pass. If they stick around, we're getting like more money. I'm pretty sure like that's how they look at it. But in the end of the day, like that's not really gonna like save them, you know? Like they can't, like it's unsustainable. It's just not a sustainable model. And they're pretty much screwed. Like they're Microsoft
yeah.
is done. I don't even like. I'm not even because you know what? The funny thing is that Sony does shit I don't like as
Yeah,
well.
they're digging them. They're digging the hole even deeper for them.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
all these game companies, like I
big
mean, all these
time.
like big developers, like not developers. What's the word? Like gaming platforms, like PlayStation, Microsoft, Nintendo, whatever. Like
Yeah,
I'm not attached to any of them because they're just a company that makes a product that you like. Why be attached to somebody who insists on fucking you and they're relying on you being loyal to them when they show
yeah.
like no, they don't give a shit about you. Your whole point of
Being
Game
But,
used.
Pass for people the whole point of
I,
Game Pass for people was that it was cheaper, that people could play games
mhm.
for cheaper or whatever. Then you raise it to 30, and like somebody said before, you're pricing people
Yeah,
out. So even though it's already a bad business practice, now not only is it bad for the developers, but now you're like making it even worse for the consumer. It's like how can you support that as a company? Or Nintendo with their $80 games, or Sony wanting every fucking IP to be a Last of Us clone with woke shit in it. Like, how can you continue supporting them?
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
I
they
saw
At
don't
some
care
point,
YouTube.
you
about
got to
you.
draw a line and say like this is fucked up. This is wrong, and because that's how it's gonna get better. You gotta criticize what's going on. You can't just accept it or just like make it out to be like a positive thing when it's not. Like there's nothing
yeah,
really good to be said about what's going on. So there's
Yeah,
too many
like
people now, especially nowadays, where this generation of like of gamers or consumers, they it's like toxic positivity where like they try to make out everything to be like a, a positive when it's not.
for example, with Game Pass, is it being $30 going to be better? Is there going to be more games on Game Pass? Are they going to make it run better? Are you going to be able to own your games now? Like
it
nothing's going to change. It's the same shit, but you're paying $30
yeah.
for it.
It they want to raise the $30, how about they release more of the 360 games on?
Yeah, make
Xbox?
more games backwards compatible. Actually work to make it
Yes.
a better service, but it's not going to be a better service.
Yes.
It's going to be the same shit, but it costs more. Like, that's anti-consumer. So I don't feel bad for them. I don't feel bad for
Right.
any company that thinks that a 360 game is worth $80 like Nintendo. I don't feel bad for Sony, who every game has to be the exact same woke game over and over again, just with different characters cosplaying as, like, different actors cosplaying as characters, right? Like, you take Last of Us, God of War, Horizon, you could put all those characters in the same game and they'll look like this, like the same. It looks like a bunch of people that just left a cosplay convention or something. There's no like individuality between the look of the games. It's just homogenized bullshit. So why should you feel bad for them? You shouldn't. You shouldn't feel bad for them. You shouldn't be loyal to plastic. Why?
Yeah.
You know, they're not loyal to you. They don't give a fuck about you. When your subscription runs out and you can't pay it, guess what? They shut that shit down immediately. But they expect to make consistently bad games and you to be a loyal little pig and keep buying their shit. Like, you know, you got to think about that, man. So that being said, let's switch out the people in the podcast and keep it going because, you know, like I said, time is ticking and we're kind of cooking right now. We're getting overcooked. By the way, Hakami and Apollo Picture, you guys want to do an outro before you go? If you guys have YouTube
why not?
channels,
Sure.
Yeah.
It's me, Apollo Patriot. I'm very, very active on Rumble. I do live streams, like a lot of videos, keeping it real. I like speaking my mind. I'm very active community posts on the YouTube world, but I don't do anything special on the YouTube videos. But yeah, that's what I do. It was an awesome stream.
All right, man. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for giving us your opinion, and we appreciate
coming
you.
on again, Apollo.
Good man. You too.
Yeah, definitely
So,
check him out on Rumble and up to date with YouTube, like the post.
For sure. Yeah, everyone check him out. So Hakami, your turn. You have an outro? You have a YouTube channel?
No, I don't have. I'm just gamer.
Okay.
What I am saying, don't judge us about our name. Judge us about our work. That's it.
I get you. And you know what, man? Hakami, as long as Saudi Arabia doesn't do censorship bullshit to you know, these female characters that have been around for like 30 years and shit, as long as they like let things be and let directors and shit be creative, then I won't criticize them, you know? And that's it. And I think that if what you're saying is true, then, you know, it shouldn't be an issue. So I get what you're saying. And like I said, like, the fact that you said that Saudi, like, you know, they support these companies and they still like let developers do what they want, and that's fine. I think that's perfectly okay and reasonable. I just want to make sure that it stays that way, you know, because last thing we need is not just woke shit, but we don't need like Puritans ruining gaming either. I think you would agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The industry, video games, is under fire because of this ideology thing.
Because of the what?
The video games industry is under fire because of this woke nonsense.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Oh yeah.
People cannot have a desire to play because what happened.
Yeah, I agree. People don't want to play these whack ass woke games
yeah.
anymore. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
And it's happened like across the globe too. So it's not just in America where people feel like that way. You know, in your country,
it's everywhere. Yeah. So that being said, thanks for coming on, Hakami. It's always good talking to you. Have a good one.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Yeah, for sure.
Being able to come on. So
I'm gonna
be welcome to come back on. You know, whenever if you're available.
I'm gonna be streaming soon, so hopefully I see you there, bro. I'm probably gonna stream Wednesday.
Okay, so no problem. I today is off for me.
All right, man. All right. No, not today. Not today. Wednesday. But yeah, I appreciate you. Not today. After this, I'm not streaming anything. I don't want to say nothing after this stream, after this podcast.
Yeah.
My ass got work to do. But yeah, all right. So thanks for coming on, man. So all right, let's rotate people out and then get the next group on. Whoever comes on next, just try to be concise and yeah. I have some thoughts on Game Pass as why it's too viral. Yeah, as long as somebody does create, it'll be all good. Exactly. Exactly, TCZ. Just let people make what they want to make. You want to make your game with, you're doing whatever, that's fine. As long as it's not like actually heinous, like, harm toward like children and shit like that, like stuff like actually bad shit, then you should be able to do what you want.
Hello. How you doing?
What's up? How's it going?
Not
Hey, guys.
much. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut
Yep.
as much as I can, and yes, I'm infamous for talking too much.
Well, it's not talking too much. It's just like blurting out as soon as you jump in, But like I said, at least you're aware of it now, so you're good.
Yeah,
So,
and
mhm.
and okay, I'm gonna apologize before I go, but yeah, well, we'll get into the topic.
Yeah. Why don't you give us your thoughts on the topic first, and then we'll go from there.
All right. So, what I think about Saudi Arabia purchasing EA? Go for it, man. And another thing is that dude, Saudi Arabia, you should have purchased Volition like at least a decade ago. That way, you could have prevented Saints Woke 2022 from happening, and we would
I
have
agree.
a true Saints Row
Yeah.
3. True Saints Row 3,
You're right.
not Saints Row the Third, Saints Row 3. And as far as I'm concerned, they are not responsible for censoring SNK characters, especially my Shirinu. It's fucking Capcom.
It was Capcom. I'm sure it was Capcom too.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was.
Yeah, because you know how Capcom is nowadays. They're pro-Western. They're pro-Western
Tits are
MCU
to
bullshit.
Capcom. Tits are illegal. Tits are illegal to Capcom.
I mean, no wonder why my Shirinu is plastic outfit. It's not the main outfit in a Saviour of the Wolves game, man. And some people may end up complaining about Blanchennet's face being not as attractive she was in King of Fighters 15 or shit. But others say, oh, she still looks fine to me, or so. But yeah, it's like mix. It could have gotten a bit better. But what's done is done.
Okay. And all right. So yeah, no, it's true, man. They definitely should have. They got to stop with the fucking censorship, bro. Like, from what I understand, they just took away Mai's cleavage. Like, they literally just erased it in the poster. So now she just has like one giant, like weirdly shaped breast, like one lump, because it has no like, it has no cleavage.
Plastic surgery breast.
It has no cleavage. It's just like a blob hanging off of her. Like, it's so crazy. But yeah. So what are your thoughts about Microsoft now?
Microsoft. Like I said, I am no fan of fucking the X. Just like PlayStation Plus from day one. I'm no fan of Xbox Game Pass, but it's gotten worse. It's got even worse.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, I'm afraid it's gonna get even more worse. It's not gonna get better.
Yeah.
And
probably just gonna get worse. Yeah.
Yeah, they even promised that hey, we're gonna have backwards compatibility, but look at Series X right now. It has 100% backwards compatibility with all of the Xbox One games, but it does not have 100% compatibility with 360 and OG Xbox games.
Exactly. Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah,
man.
If you're gonna raise the price, you might as well increase the backwards compatibility and give more options and shit like that.
Yeah, and I wish that. Yeah, if they ever like in alternate universe, if there's such thing as 100% backwards compatibility, they may end up making a chip that would surpass all the previous backwards compatibility, and it'll make your older games look even better. Well, yeah, but here in reality, it's not going to happen. It's going to make it worse, and quite frankly, they're going to go full digital, man. full digital, full Netflix digital, not you can buy your stuff digital and own it, but no, it's gonna be full digital.
Everything's like a
Netflix.
subscription. Everything's a subscription. Yeah, that's what they're trying to push. Microsoft destroyed themselves in order to try to make that a reality. They were so hell bent on that reality to make that a reality that they killed their own like platform, which is crazy. That's how desperate they were for that potential money that never came to fruition for them. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. Now you said something else. You wanted to say something else before you answer the topics.
Okay. I was gonna save it to the point where I'm about to leave, but look, I know we have a miscommunication yesterday, but I apologize for going a bit too far. But I was like, even if I was on a really tight schedule, this and that, but it's
what are you referring to exactly?
Well, yeah, fucking YouTube, usual YouTube ads.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man. Like, listen.
I mean, yeah.
When it comes to that, man, you gotta understand that like everyone here watches YouTube videos that have a shit ton of ads, right? Yeah. We're all watching YouTube, and they all have a shit ton of ads everywhere. If you have somebody that you know that's a creator, I feel like that should be the people you should be supporting, you know? So in the case of like, for example, my streams, I never ask anybody for money, right? You never see me ask anyone for money. I never demand super chats to read chats. So you have to understand, for me, it's a little frustrating to have somebody complain when it comes to like YouTube in general, like you're getting bombarded with ads whether you like it or not. You get me? Yeah. So God forbid, I stream for 3 hours. I have a couple of ads on my streams. They're not like that egregious, So again, I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but you also have to understand my perspective of how that can be annoying because, again, like I said, people support everyone but the people that they associate with. You know what I'm saying? Man. That would be like me like watching Revenant. I'm like, yo, Revenant, these ads are freaking annoying. It's like, yeah, but I'd rather Revenant get the ad revenue than whatever fucking like shill like Dreamcast guy, right? Or fucking whoever else. So whatever.
And also, I only texted the whole, hey, yo, Poncho, you gotta do something about those ads. Anyway, peace out, because I just ran out of time. I had to fucking go eat, and I couldn't even come back to address why I did, because I'm like under a tight schedule, man. Well, not
I feel you.
Schedule. Like
I feel you, but you understand what I'm trying to say, though, right?
Yeah.
You understand like the perspective I'm coming from. Like it's extremely annoying to like have somebody say that when everything I put on there is fucking free. I don't charge anybody. I don't ask anyone money. I read every single chat. When people are chatting, I read every single chat. I never demand anybody. I don't fucking ask for super chats for people to like to talk or whatever. Like I just feel like that it's a little excessive, especially considering that you're watching ads spread out over a 3-hour stream. You get me? It's not like they're like back to back within like 20 minutes. You get what I'm getting at? I just didn't like that. But I'm glad that you apologized and that whatever. It's cool.
Yeah, man. Like it's a miscommunication. And then again, I'm an old school. I've been YouTube since day one before 2014.
Oh yeah, me too. I used to watch anime. I used to watch anime clips on YouTube when it first started.
Same here, dude. Same here, man.
Yeah, so I get what you're saying though, but
yeah, even if I didn't have a tight schedule, I have no excuse of going a bit too far and this and that, blah blah blah. Yeah. And I mean, I would still appear,
Yeah. As long as you understand where I'm coming from with that, because again, like, if I'm streaming for 3 hours, if I make like a little bit of money on ads that are skippable, I don't think that it's like really that egregious. You get me? I just don't think it's that bad.
I mean, you didn't have a choice, man. You didn't have a choice. It was just YouTube just inserting ads.
Yeah, I mean, even Revenant's videos, some of them get copyright strike. Because even if you use content that's copywritten, the people that copyright strike your video will put ads on your video anyway. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So isn't it better that it goes to somebody that you know and communicate with, and you appear on their platform than fucking like Sphere Hunter or something like that, or fucking whoever else? Like, come on.
Yeah, man.
That's my perspective.
In fact, it's a lot better to address this in person rather than texting on the comments and shit, because you don't know if I actually really mean it or not. But yeah, I don't know why we're talking about this, but we should be talking about.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Like I said, I'm glad you.
Yeah, everything's good now. So you know,
Everything's
that.
cool.
It's good.
So
Everything's cool. I appreciate you apologizing, and I hope you understand my perspective, bro. And honestly, if you really hate ads, man, just get an ad blocker. You can get this one's for
Yeah.
phone as well, bro. I don't care,
And-
bro. I don't care
And
if
of
you
course,
skip them. Yeah.
and of course, more important thing is make sure you're not logging into your account, or otherwise your account gets banned from ad blocker. Yeah,
yeah. I know. I heard about that. Yeah, I heard about that. But like I said,
Yeah.
you're all good. We can move on. It's not that serious, but I'm glad that you apologize because it's not easy to do that, and I appreciate it.
Yeah,
And
it's
like I
just
said,
a
you're good.
miscommunication, man.
Like I said, as
So-
long as you understand where I'm coming from with that, that's all. Because like it's not like a thing. Like I'm not trying to nickel and dime my viewers. Like I said, I never ask for shit from anyone from the viewers ever. You know, so
right. So
Yeah.
back to you know, with EA and all that, you know, selling to Saudi Arabia. I don't know if anyone who wants to into that, whether if it's Marty or Frost wants to give their thoughts on.
Yeah, I haven't spoken yet. So when it comes to EA being, sorry. Okay, when it comes to EA being sold to Saudi, my opinion on it is this. You know, on one hand, I do have some concerns in case they do go the whole puritanical route. But at the same time, I can't lie. The irony of Saudi buying EA is pretty rich, given what all these studios have become over the years, and especially with the company like EA and its reputation when it comes to the gaming, well, community overall. Because, I mean, let's be honest, can it really get any worse now than what they have been for years? I mean, even before all
That's
the woke
true.
stuff, people have been. I mean, EA's been known for basically killing studios beforehand. You know, I still remember that they're the ones, well, under them, you know, they closed down Pandemic Studios, who made the original Battlefronts. And then there's also some of the other studios that have just gone downhill, or series that just haven't been the same since they've been involved with EA. So
Yo,
it's like,
even before the woke shit happened, dude, the Mass Effect 3 ending is bullshit. Even the extended cut makes it even worse, thanks to outside interference from the corporate suits and ties clowns of EA, man.
yeah, I agree there. Granted, with Mass Effect 3, I had some other issues involving the writing, you know, aside from the ending and how certain characters were handled. Just weren't in the game that much, especially the squad mates in Mass Effect 2. But yeah, the Saudis buy. I mean, I just don't think EA could get any worse than it already has been. So I guess we'll just have to see how it goes, and fingers crossed that there at least is some improvement. Though with how EA's been handling things, I think they've digged themselves a pretty solid hole with their bad decisions over the years. But
Yeah, pretty much. They cooked themselves, bro.
yeah, which, speaking of that, I could easily say the same thing when it comes to Microsoft. I mean, god damn. How in the world do you go from
War never changes.
Yeah. Like, god damn, how do you go from the 360 era to now where you're doing all this game subscription service stuff? I mean, jeez. At one point,
I want to point this out, man. Speaking of which, dude, Halo 4, the game that's originally released on the 360, still looks superior than its successors. This is really shame. And speaking of Halo 4, freaking Cortana is at its peak beauty and sexiness. And I'm talking about the real Cortana, by the way. And that's really sad. That's how sad it is for Microsoft. How they degraded and declined in quality.
Yeah, it went down.
Man.
It went down quite a bit over the years.
Yeah, it has.
Like Infinite looks weird as shit. I saw like the models and like the aliens. I was like, what the hell happened to Halo?
Yeah,
and we all know Halo 3 has been nothing they've made since Halo 3 has like really surpassed it at all. So
yeah,
Halo 6 is like When I first saw Halo 6, it looked like shit. The fuck?
Oh,
It looks
retro,
like an Xbox 360 game.
retro man. Neto da Pimenya. Neto da Pimenya. We're all friends now, but Neto da Pimenya. But yeah, but yeah, that's true, man. Like they just lost their way, man. Like they just don't know. Like I just feel like they're just a complete corporate entity now. Like there's like the
Yep.
whatever like actual like real gamers or real like like men of the people that were there are gone now. It's just a corporate entity, you know.
Mhm.
Can I address David Francisco's comment? It's actually not in a bad way, actually, because
Yeah.
I do agree with what he's
Yeah, I see
saying,
it.
and because I remembered the lesbian character in KOTOR 1. I think her name was
Oh, yeah.
Jahani,
Yeah,
and
Johnny. Yeah.
she looks pretty busted. Yeah, she was pretty busted, but I think that's because I think she was abused or something like that or whatever. But
Yeah.
keep in mind, like a lot of us were a lot younger back then. I remember when I was playing
Yeah.
for the first time, I was like in middle school. So,
Mhm.
I like no one, most people back then didn't know, what woke was as far as
Yeah.
like this current, the
Yeah.
current like meaning of woke, not like what it used to
Yeah.
mean. And
Mhm.
so, that's why a lot of it wasn't addressed, and a lot of that stuff wasn't like so prevalent in the gaming industry, like how it
Yes.
is now. Like
Pretty
if
much.
KOTOR was to come out like the first one, then yeah, you'd be like, all right, it's kind of woke or whatever. But back then,
Yeah.
a lot of people didn't see it that way, and maybe it
Yeah.
wasn't done as so like deliberate in a way where it's like, oh, I'm trying to push my ideologies on everyone. It could have
Well,
been done in a
even if
more
it,
genuine way, but
well, you
at
got
the
to
same
remember it's
time, it's also
RPG.
possible. Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
think about
Yeah.
Western
So
RPGs. Western RPGs forever have been about like they've been written by like really really liberal people for forever
Yeah,
now, and
just like
also
Bioware.
like BioWare example, like perfect
yeah.
example. And like even though that stuff was there, you have to remember the same way there was nobody to tell you like, hey, this is probably not good. That's what's happening now with like the younger generation. So the same way back then
Yep.
you didn't know better and they were trying to like push that stuff in the game and normalize it. Because in the end of the day, having characters like that is trying to normalize it, right?
It
They
is.
did it
Yeah.
because they knew that kids would like that's their target, the young people. They want to normalize it so when they grow up, it's normalized within society. And then when it comes to the kids now, we have the same boat. That's why you can't be too angry at like the 15-year-old or the 14-year-old who's like, yeah, but I love Spider-Man though, because you got to understand that they don't know better, just like we didn't know better when we were
Yeah.
younger. And
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
why like that's kind of
The
where we're
real
at.
the real
Yeah.
culprits of this is the people who are like in their 20s and their 30s, their 40s, their 50s, so on and
That
so
are
forth,
pushing it. Yeah, that are pushing it.
pushing it and also like defending it when they know damn well like what's going on. And then you
Yeah.
get into
Uh-huh.
in a position, I should say, um, like where you get Dragon Age the Veilguard, and then you get fucking EA being bought out because why? Because they rather push identity politics over actually making good games that people actually want.
And also, I think that I've been saying this forever now. I think those kind of Western RPGs sadly attract those kind of people, whether it's from the the
Yep.
writing side of things, or
Yeah.
even from like the player side of things. You have a lot of people that are like into fan fiction,
Mhm.
like weird, like I don't know how to explain it. What is it called? Like the people that are into like fan fiction, they're into like Tumblr shit, like like wine moms and shit like
Yeah.
that. Like that's who's attracted to those kind of like RPGs like The Witcher and shit, or like or even like we were talking about Knights of the Old
Baldur's
Republic,
Gate.
Or
Baldur's Gate,
Dragon
like
Age.
that, or
Mm-hmm.
Dragon Age. That kind of fan base has always been like that, like super
Yeah.
far liberal, like non-binary, like
I'll even add to your point. Years ago, I think around like
Tumblr people.
2010, 2011, when Tumblr was I think first getting started or whatever, I was on there and I was seeing like a lot of like people like into the like that, the RPGs and whatnot, and they usually were like for gay rights and all that, Democrat, like really progressive. So that adds to your point where it's like you have like catering to those people. I mean, especially nowadays, but those games usually, even back then, and even like going further back with that, they were catering to that crowd of people, like Dungeons and Dragons. The people, the really ultra like nerdy people, like that are a little like socially awkward. you know, or even like they fit that stereotype where like they live in their mom's basement and whatnot. Like that's usually what those games were catering to, whether if it was intentional or not. But it would usually attract those people, I should say. And then now it's like now they really want to, you know, get
Well,
that
now
type
they
of
don't feel like they
audience.
have to hide
Like,
it.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. That's what you
That's
have
the
to
Like
point,
think
yeah.
like think about it. Like think about it. If the weird pedo shit became normalized, you think those pedos are gonna hide anymore?
Nope.
Probably not. So with the like, I'm not saying that those people are pedos. What I'm saying is like with woke people, if you normalize woke shit, like how it's been to the point it is now, are they gonna hide their woke shit? Probably not. That's why you're just seeing it more
No.
blatant. They're
Yep.
given more. They're empowered to go even further with it. So I just think that that's what it is. I know one of the first things that I noticed in gaming back in the day was like, this is when I was younger, when I started noticing the feminist shit. Like I really started like as I became like started getting like older, like you know, later middle school, like or maybe early middle school, late elementary school, and you start to notice like, hey, boys are like, you know, you are more alert that hey, boys are stronger at this, boys are better at this, girls are kind of better at that, or whatever. And then you start playing games and you hear these female characters preach, or you watch a movie and it's like very feminist. And that was one of the first things I started noticing even when I was young. I wouldn't consider it woke when I was younger because I didn't know what the hell that was, but I just knew that like this is like super like feminist BS. You know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it. Like
Like
like the
you knew
Batman.
something felt off. Is what
Something felt off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like for example, like
You couldn't really explain it or really like, you know, get a good idea of like what it was, but you knew like inside it, like
well,
deep
it's like
down, like
Batman
something didn't
Returns.
seem right.
Batman Returns, right? Like when I watched that movie as a kid, I was like, wait a minute, why is Catwoman getting away with all this BS with Batman? That wasn't one thing that I definitely like noticed right away. And then a lot of the shit she would say was like pro like feminist, you know? Like one of the ones that I noticed that made me like raise an eyebrow even as a young kid, when she was talking down to the girl that she saves her, right? From like some kind of crook, and she says, "Oh, you make it so easy," or whatever, like taunting her because you know she's like, you know, obviously like some like feminine girl. She's not really like a feminist, like strong character per se, and she was like chastising her for it. And like even back then, I was like, that's kind of weird to say to someone that you just saved, right? Like so, I did like even back then I would notice it here and there. Like don't get me wrong, I wasn't like full on like, oh, this is woke, this is what I'm not like trying to go that far. I just felt something was like off. Like I was like, it's kind of annoying. What the hell? It's pretty weird.
I don't know what to say. All I said is that they deliberately added that on purpose just to make it even more, you know, campy and cartoony. Then again, it's basically a comic book coming to life, and this is before the whole Christopher Nolan Dark Knight trilogy happened, where you know we're in Christopher Nolan's trilogy. It's more of a like Batman in real life, but with sci-fi elements.
Yeah, it's like a
Whereas
real
Tim
world
Burton,
Batman. Yeah.
yeah, we're a high-tech sci-fi. We're in cyberpunk, you know. Whereas you know, Tim Burton's Batman, it's more of a gothic yet
Well,
fantasy, you know.
well, Tim Burton's is more like a dark fantasy story kind of deal, and The Dark Knight is more like a neo noir, like somewhat like futuristic noir thriller. Like you know, like I would say because like not noir thriller. What's the word for it? Like detective noir, like neo detective noir kind of.
Yeah. And
So yeah, it has that element to it.
I mean, at the time, Batman and Batman Returns was dark. It was dark and gothic, but nowadays is it still dark and gothic like you envisioned? Yeah, it's still dark, but it's not as dark and gritty and serious as Dark Knight.
Well, the Batman, the Batman versus Superman Batman was definitely very gritty. The Batman 2022 is like Zoomer edge. It's just edgy Zoomer shit. You know, that's what it feels like to me. But yeah, like they all have their own vibe. I just think that regardless of the vibe, one funny thing that I think is hilarious is that in both the Dark Knight, I'm sorry, in both the Batman 22 and Batman Returns, Catwoman has like feminist like bullshit lines, and also he has like some. And they even upped it a notch into Batman and added some race play to it, with Catwoman complaining about white privilege, which is hilarious to me. So
yeah,
I would just go as far as to say that
Fuck
like
that movie.
I would go as far as to say that, like, no matter how you feel about The Dark Knight, at least they stood alone as like movies on their own, and they weren't so much about feminist bullshit or like modern politics, modern cringe politics and edginess. And also remember that The Dark Knight actually had an anti-surveillance state theme. The whole conflict of interest in the end of The Dark Knight was that he had that surveillance system that he could like monitor people, which was obviously highly illegal and unethical.
Yeah.
And he had to destroy it. So it kind of like challenged the idea of like a surveillance state, like the ends justify the means. It's like it's somewhat like the Patriot Act kind of deal. Like, you know, like where does the law end versus like where does your right end versus like the security of everyone? That was like the ideas played around with in the Dark Knight trilogy. So, but it was definitely not about feminist or woke shit.
I mean, however, Batman's action in Dark Knight, you know, when using all the civilian cell phones as a surveillance camera, it was necessary to catch the Joker.
Yeah, exactly, and that was the challenge.
Movie.
That was the idea, though, right? Like the idea is like how far is it acceptable to go in order to stop something that's a threat to everybody, right? Like, is it okay to like infringe on people's rights in order to stop something that could be devastating? In this case, it was a terrorist attack from the Joker on the two ships. Yeah. So that kind of like mirrors the real world when you think about things like the Patriot Act. Is it okay to surveil people for the sake of protecting America, right? And like that's kind of, I feel like that was intentionally put in there for that reason. That's like my vibe that I got from it, at least.
However, at the same time, he also had to realize that those clowns are supposedly aiding Joker turn out to be hostage in a clown mask, and their hands being taped into a gun to look like they're the clowns, not the hostage. To make the stakes more higher, and while the actual bad people are posing as doctors. And shit.
Right.
Wait, who's
so
that?
What?
Yeah, someone's. Yeah, someone's.
Okay. Anyway,
TV.
Yeah, it's not the TV. Anyway, so Frostburn, have you given your thoughts on the Xbox Game Pass price increase?
I think I was probably in the middle of that. This increase, it's not really surprising, given how they honestly idiotically raised the prices of the Series X and Series S. You know, it's not really surprising, and it's another bad move by Microsoft. A really bad one.
Yeah, it is. And yeah, just like you said, another bad move. Like it's like one after the other. It's like every year is something new, but it's never good.
Yeah.
People aren't buying my product. I'm gonna charge more for it.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's time for Sega to come back and make their own consoles. That ain't gonna happen.
Yeah. No.
Ain't gonna happen, I wish.
And you know, and that's not even including the pricing of that ROG Ally, I think it was. I think one of them's, you know, hired. What is it? It's pretty high in pricing as well. You know, and you know, something I was thinking of with Microsoft is, you know, they're doing all this stuff with, say, digital gaming and want to do the subscription service, but something I kind of wondered was, you know, why they never thought of trying to make their own, you know, gaming like laptop or their own brand of like a PC, given that they already have the Windows within their, you know, development. I just always thought that was kind of weird thinking about it. But,
well, they could make a hybrid console PC. That wouldn't help them, but at least they'll cover two things at once. But then again, if you have a powerful enough PC, I guess it's kind of pointless. I mean, Windows operating system is on like everything nowadays, so I don't think that there's incentive to make a PC because most PCs use Windows anyway. Let me not say most because I don't actually know, but a lot of them do.
Yeah, it's either Windows or I think Linux is the other one.
Linux, Windows. You have
Mac.
what is it? Mac, and then there might be another one I'm not thinking of. But like in the end of the day, like
I mean,
whatever operating system you have, like if a good chunk of computers have your operating system and they require it to run and they come pre-installed onto computers, they're making so much money that it probably is just not worth the investment to make your own actual like PCs.
Mhm.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
they missed the
guess
boat.
that
Now
makes
they
sense.
got Steam Deck, so
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think their ROG costs more than the Steam Deck now, ironically. So, yeah, good luck
Yeah.
with that one.
Yeah, speaking of which, Steam is making their own console, similar to the PS5 and Series X.
I would say that's a good thing, but the problem is that the problem with it is that like Steam Deck, Steam has done some bullshit with censorship before too.
Yeah.
So because of that, that's why even though all the indie games could be on there, Steam has not really been great with a lot of censorship. So I think that it would have to be a third party that can just run PC games in general. Like somebody has to make that like a platform that can run that you can download games from like itch, from Steam, from Epic Games, wherever basically it's compatible with all these games, but it's like not really a true PC. It's really a console, you know?
Yeah.
It has a simplified console interface.
I mean, if I ever get one, I'm only use it for emulation, man. I'm not gonna get one for PC gaming. I can just build a PC and use that to play PC games in 4K max settings.
Yeah. And another thing with Steam, if I remember correctly, wasn't it said that it's only like a license for the game itself and not as much owning it? So that's the other aspect of it as well.
Yeah.
Retroman says
So,
consoles are PCs. Hold on, let me just say something real quick. Retroman says consoles are PCs. They are, but they're PCs that have a specific set of standards and rules that go behind them. So what I mean is PlayStation 5, Xbox, whatever, they're basically like lesser PCs that you have on your own, that you have at home. But the problem is that they're dictated by Microsoft and Sony and Nintendo, and they're compromised products because they have them like leading the charge with like, you know, woke shit, like all these sensibilities. What I'm saying is that for a developer to make a console that is similar, but it's not tied to these brands, it's more like a generic product. It's just that console is whatever you want it to be, because you can have like whatever PC games on there. You're not tied to brands like Steam, Sony, or Microsoft or Nintendo. When it comes, that's the problem, is not so much the technology. Obviously, we have it already. It's more so that Sony and Microsoft are calling the shots, which are hurting gaming. So you need to have an alternative. Like, let's say Frostbaron wants to play my game. He can download it with this console as if he was downloading it on PC from like itch or something, or from like GitHub, and he can play and run the shit on his console. But the reason why, and then you would argue, well, why not just get your own gaming PC? But maybe somebody doesn't want to deal with learning how to game on PC or optimizing for PC. Maybe they just want to they just want a console that that has everything simplified for them. Does that make sense? So that's what I'm trying to refer to here.
Yeah.
Right.
And
so probably gotta switch it out to the next group of people.
Yeah.
Since everyone pretty much covered gave their thoughts on both topics. Considering the time that it is right now too.
Yeah.
So, you guys can quickly give your outros, and I can bring on the next set of people.
Sheffield to Springfield. No Peck is working to keep your natural.
Okay. It was good coming on and talking. Oh, sorry. Well, it was good coming on and talking with you guys again. Hope you all have a good night.
Yeah, it was great having you on again, Frostbaron.
Thanks for coming on, and yeah, very clear, and yep, thanks for coming on, bro. You're always welcome.
Yeah.
Have a good one, man.
You too.
Oh, here's my Shiranui, speaking of which.
All right, man.
There's a
Yeah, hi.
yeah.
Let's go.
All right, so yeah, thanks for allowing me in. And I
Yeah, of course.
okay, I am playing. Okay, I am playing Persona 3 Reload because I have nothing else to do. Which I can't decide what game I should play. It's either Sudeki or Scarface. And speaking of Scarface, I got the Xbox version. Even if I got the PS2 version, I won't be able to play it because he may need a PS2 controller. So at least I'm glad I ran into getting an Xbox version of Scarface. But for now, I'm playing Persona 3 Reload Episode I, guess. Yeah, I know. It has a shitty English localization because these fucking idiots out there.
Well, still sounds pretty cool. So that's good. You're having fun, playing those games,
Yeah.
especially Scarface. So, but yeah, Marty, it's been great having you on
And
again. Appreciate it.
For
So
sure.
you have a
and
good rest of your day
one
too.
more thing is that there was supposed to be a Scarface sequel, but then
Yeah, I heard about that too.
and
Yeah.
speaking of which, it was made by this. Yeah, Scarface was made by the same people that made Incredible Hulk and Prototype.
Gotcha.
That's all I
Yeah.
can say
That's
about that.
That's interesting. All right, so we got to move things forward, man. We appreciate it. Thanks for coming on, and have a good one. All right,
All right, I'll
and
see you later.
thanks.
Peace out.
See you, Marty.
See ya. Yo, Retro Man, nie Anyway, so
All right.
let me.
I'm bringing
Go
on
ahead.
3 people.
How
and
many
after
people
that,
are
I can
left?
bring
Are
on
they
the
are
last
they?
3 people.
How many people are left?
There's 6, I believe.
There's 6. Okay.
So I'll bring in
All
3,
right.
and then after that, I'll bring another 3, and then that'll be it.
Okay. So go ahead, do your thing. I'm just gonna read some comments. So, yeah, I'm not saying consoles are better than PC. I'm just saying that it's the simplified console that I'm talking about would be like viable for a lot of people because some people just don't want to build PC. Of course, obviously, like PC has a higher ceiling than console as far as like graphics, what you can do with it, frame rate, mods, etc., etc. But that's not really what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about making it more accessible for people that don't have the drive to learn, but also don't want to have their shit dictated by Sony and Microsoft. I think that would be like very profitable, actually. The Steam Deck almost is that, actually, but unfortunately, Steam also can't always be trusted.
Yeah. What's up, Madar, Nathan Gaming, and Christian Frades? Thanks for joining and waiting.
Thank you.
What's up, guys?
Doing good.
Hello.
Nice.
What's going on, guys? Revenant, it's good to be here and
What's up?
talk to you. Japachi, how you doing? Hello.
I'm doing good, man.
Guest
Yeah,
host,
good
how
having
you
you
guys
on.
doing? Yeah, it's good to be here.
Yes.
So, who
That's not
wants
the voice I was expecting, Nathan. That wasn't
Oh,
the
really?
voice I was expecting. But it's the one we got.
Listen, Chapachi, I'll just let you know, we're not that too far away from each other. You're the New Yorker, I'm the Philly guy. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I'll just let you know. Can you stop giving me pizza ads on your stream, man? Like, I'm tired of
I
this.
can't do it, man. Just watch it in peace, bro. Just skip.
I am.
Skip.
Listen,
Skip.
no. Like,
Just skip.
Next
every
you know,
time
you're gonna be getting taco ads.
Oh, dude, Taco Tuesday. You know what I mean? It's all good. We all suffer through the Taco Bell, issues.
Yeah. See, there you go.
Look, man.
It'll work out.
You know what? I'll switch it. I'll switch it to Taco Bell. You're right. That might be better. I'll give some variety to you.
Your stomach
Yeah.
rumbling in a bad way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so everybody, let's give our thoughts. Let's start with Madar, then Christian, and then Nathan, and then we'll go from there. So, Madar, how do you feel about the EA stuff? And then from there, you can talk about the Microsoft stuff as well.
Well, the EA stuff is interesting, and to be honest, I don't know how it will play out. I would like to advise caution with that because, I think one of the weaknesses of Gamergate as a movement is not just the grifters, but, lack of caution. Hello? Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Also, I think it could, this Saudi deal could play out in three ways. One, nothing will changes, like we still have woke stuff in games. Two, it could go in a good way, like less woke stuff and maybe better games. Or three, we have less woke but more, insane microtransactions. So I think these are the possibilities. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. That's a safe bet. That's a safe bet. I would think that, I mean, it can only go three ways, right? There's really no other option that it could go in. It's like no other direction. Either things get better for them, either they get worse, or, it remains the same. But ultimately, I think that EA being absorbed by them is ultimately a good thing, because I don't think that any company that buys them is going to do more damage to EA than EA has done to themselves.
Yeah.
Honestly. So I would rather take the risk on things changing for better or worse, because what you were already getting already sucked.
Yeah. Also, what I hope is that, BioWare, the staff gets, fired or something, because not just because they are, bad at their jobs. Like Dragon Age Vanguard wasn't bad because of just, the woke stuff with trash and such, but it was technically a mess, and the story and acting was, well, less than good.
Less than good is you being nice, man. It was pretty
Yeah.
ass. It was pretty ass.
For example, that's the best example. Like at very late in the game, we are talking to Morrigan about, the bad guys want to create this magic dagger to cut open the veil and basically release the fade into the real world. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, this Dragon Age stuff.
I don't.
So basically in Dragon Age there is two worlds. The real world, where humans, elves, dwarves and such live, and the
Yeah.
Fade, it's where, spirits and demons live.
Hmm.
Like the bad guy wants to cut open the veil. It's basically what separates the Fade and the real world.
And the veil has to be guarded by the veil guard, right?
Kind of, but what's funny is that I think the word Veilguard only ever said once in the game, in the
I know.
outro.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking, bro. Because it's like, yeah, they said it. They said the title. The veil must be guarded. But yeah, I mean, but then again, like the reason why the games are so technically bad is because they have all those DEI hires and shit like that.
Yeah, like
So
Cory Bush. As I said in the chat previously, he worked on the Sims games before got to
mhm.
work on Dragon Age. Like, what experience does she have to qualify him working on Veilguard or something?
The right boxes were checked, I guess.
Yeah.
You mean
That's
what
it. That's what.
experience does he have?
Yeah, I'm saying he.
Like, what do they like? Honestly, it's not really about the individuals for them anymore, because they have this arrogant mindset that, yeah, we could hire a DEI hire, but the whatever talented people are surrounding us will pick up the slack for them. That's the only way DEI could work anyway. Because if you have a bunch of DEI hires, you need somebody who actually has just enough technical skill to actually get the thing out there, and that person is over relied on, and they're not giving it enough support. So, it would be like, you need people with somebody with sense there to make a product that functions at all. So of course it's not going to be good. It's going to be technically bad. You're going to have, bullshit everywhere, because, they're hoping that the infrastructure of the company saves them from making a bad product.
Yeah. Also, back to the bad story part. Basically, the bad guy wants to create this dagger to cut open the veil and release the Fade. so he could be more powerful. And Morrigan says that, she is our ally. She says that, to create this dagger, there need to be an eclipse. And once she said that, there is somehow an eclipse happens out of nowhere because the bad guy, Elgardan, that's his name, is somehow able to make an eclipse. Like what?
Tasty Z says, and Tash said non-binary, and then she died of cringe.
Yeah.
But no, like, listen, man. Honestly, look, you have those games like when I think about a game like Veilguard, like, I feel like Dragon Age was already cooked. Like,
Yeah.
wasn't Inquisition kind of like ass from what I remember? And then like they changed
Yeah,
things
it
up. Like
has,
that series was never consistent to begin with, right?
Yeah, it was. Inquisition has some woke shit in there.
Yeah, like they
And
were never consistent. So
BioWare, and especially after that game, BioWare was already going in that like far left progressive direction.
Also
So
about
there was
the
no hope anyway.
inconsistencies in Dragon Age franchise. You can actually see how they change from, the verse. For example, in Dragon Age Origins, there are almost no, dark-skinned people. Like, almost every character you meet is, light-skinned.
and that's for good reason.
Yeah.
Because it's based on like medieval European fantasy, right? Well, European fantasy in general. That's why a lot of them are European.
In Dragon Age 2, there are a bit more dark-skinned character and, more gay stuff. And in Dragon Age Inquisition, there are even more dark-skinned character, like an unnaturally large amount of dark-skinned character, even in places where there were almost none previously.
Well, it's always like obnoxious to me because in the end of the day, like if you're making a game, like let's say you make a game in Africa that's like about like ancient tribes of Africa, it's obnoxious to have a bunch of Europeans there, right? Like it's not really so much that it's not so much specifically that you have like brown people in that game. It's that it's a game that takes place in what's clearly like a fantasy Europe. And then you just have them awkwardly there. And it always looks strange, right? Like when you see like a black elf with like, like an elf that's just like black or whatever, something like that. It just looks weird to me because it's like it's awkward. It's like it's really just there for like DEI. Like
also about Black Elf is that I always find it strange. Like, why do they give these fantasy races like human racial features? Like they aren't humans. Like elves aren't humans. That's the point. So why do they have the same racial diversity as humans? Like where guys we have Asian elves and black elves.
I like how it was handled in Elder Scrolls, where like the elves are like gray and shit, or they have like features that are not like racially definable. They're like yellowish green and have like really like strange features, so they don't really necessarily look like any particular human race.
Yeah,
I think that's like a better approach to it. I mean, like you think about the Oblivion. Remember the greatest fan or whatever from the arena? That guy doesn't look like any human I've ever seen before. A high yellow elf with like this pointy ass red hair, like, or like the dark elves are like literally gray and stuff.
Yeah,
like,
no, I know that. I played, Skyrim.
Yeah.
But the character you're talking about, I don't know him.
No, well, he's an elf. I think he's a high elf. I think he's supposed to be a high elf, but he's like really short.
So he has this, yellowish skin.
Yeah, he's like really short, and I'm like, this doesn't look like any like particular human race. I think that's how you should be going in that direction. Because, like I said, like you see like an African like elf, it just looks weird. It just looks weird to me because it's like it's off. It's like forced, It's like not really like consistent with any other like fantasy, right? Like if you read any like fantasy like from the past, you don't really see that. So when they add it, it just looks obnoxious. It looks out of place, right? But then again, to that same token, if I was playing a game, like I said, in freaking Africa, in like ancient tribes, it'll be weird if you saw like some blonde. It would be like if you saw. You remember Ace Ventura with Jim Carrey? Remember he had like that. Like that would be like you have that guy running around, and you're like in like ancient Africa or something.
Alrighty
so, then. Pretty much, yeah. So like, I just think that there's like a little bit of like a point where you try to be so inclusive that it gets ridiculous. It becomes like parody.
Yeah, another thing about, dark skin characters in fantasy setting, like you can have them if you try to make it make sense. For example, in Berserk we have Casca, Pippin, and the Kushans. And I think it's kind of implied that Casca and Pippin are, related to the Kushans because they are the only dark-skinned characters. I mean, the Kushans are the only dark-skinned characters, and Pippin and Casca, from Berserk.
Gotcha. So getting back on track, so you talked about EA, right? So basically, like, your sensibilities are that, like, EA pretty much cooked themselves, right? I think that's really what you're getting at.
Yeah.
So what about Microsoft with the whole, like, the whole thing with Microsoft and the Game Pass price going up and whatnot?
Well, I think it's part of a trend. Like, you can see that games are getting more expensive, and sadly, they are not getting better. Like, funnily enough, the quality goes down, but the prices go up.
Yeah,
That's true, yeah.
pretty much. Yeah, the quality goes
Yeah.
down, the prices go up. You're paying more for less as usual. That's the recurring theme with all these companies, really.
For
Okay,
example,
so yep, go ahead.
for example, now we have, $80 games. But what's next? We have $19 games or $100 games next.
Isn't Nintendo selling $90 games? Some of them?
I don't know. That's wild
Maybe.
talk. That's wild. The adoring fan and his horrendous looking face, but by the time you meet him, you've already seen wall to wall potato people, so it becomes normal. Absolutely, bro. That's exactly what it is. Wall to wall potato people from beginning to end. But yeah, so pretty much like you're just getting more for less. So, Christian, what are your thoughts on the topics?
Well, I would say that it's kind of a good thing that EA got sold to Saudi Arabia, considering that they're not afraid of showing beautiful women. And for Xbox Game Pass, price increasing is actually not surprising, considering that Microsoft does a lot of bad business practices, like no universal backwards compatibility or something like that.
Yeah,
I
something
agree.
that's very clear that they can implement.
Yeah, they
I
don't
wouldn't
want to.
say they just don't
Which they
want to. Yeah. I mean, all of it is like, because basically, like, it's not even about reading the disc on when you put it in the console anymore. That's just a key, basically. Like, all that shit is just in a digital database. So you just have to make it that you can use they just have to add the games to their database, and you should be able to play pretty much anything on there that's not like parts like specifically licensed, right? Like, I can understand some licensing shit, like with like the Spider-Man games where, like, there's like licensing issues, but there's no reason why a game like Max Payne 3 took forever to be on there, right? Or like whatever other games, whatever other 360 games that are still not backwards compatible, like, just have them all on there. You're already relying on Game Pass. You're already relying on people playing that library. You might as well put everything so that people actually have a reason to buy it. So, all right, Christian. Well, thank you, Christian. Yep, and I agree with you. I pretty much agree with you. I don't know what else to say, but yeah, you're right. You're right there. They should, if you're gonna charge 30, you should have a better library on there, a bigger library. So, Nathan Gaming, what are your thoughts on the two subjects?
Let's go with EA, right? I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't care if EA survives or not, but here's what I do want: if EA does win me back as a fan, okay? Listen, the last EA game I bought was COD Battlefield 1. That's it. Ever since then, I haven't gave a shit whether you survive or not. Now you ask me, how do we survive? How EA survives? Here's what we want: we want more good games. We need that. That's number one. No more woke shit. But the problem is, so yeah, the Saudis will try to fix it, but we do have the problem with the other studios. That's a bigger issue because everyone's like you said earlier, there's a lot of woke things going on, but the problem is, like, a lot of people don't want to vote with their wallet. Do it. It's
Yeah, just
easy.
don't buy it. Just don't buy it. I haven't bought an EA game in forever. Just don't buy them. That's it. And I kind of agree with you. EA, if they die, they die. It's like Ivan Drago. If he dies, he dies. So be it. Sometimes something has to die for something new to, like, grow out of that fertilizer. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, 'cause
Yeah.
they pretty much become like almost so irrelevant to the point where it's like you hear, oh, a new EA game is coming. I was like, all right, I really don't care what it is.
Like look at, you know what?
Like,
Let me
don't care about it because you know what it's gonna be.
Yeah.
let me give you an example, guys. I'm sorry, Nathan. Let me give you a quick example. Look at Ubisoft. Ubisoft, however you want to say it. They released Assassin's Creed Shadow. There was all this hoopla about Shadow, and no one talks about it right now. No one's talking about this amazing 500 playthroughs of the game. Ubisoft is the quintessential definition of a company that people like don't give a shit about, because for all the IPs that they have, they're basically made themselves irrelevant. So EA and Ubisoft might as well be like neck and neck with each other. The only thing
What
is
about
that
Rayman? Did you give him a chance? Did
I love
you?
I love Rayman, bro. But when was the last time a good Rayman game came out? And
I was
honestly,
obviously making a Spidey reference.
I know. Don't worry about it.
They
But I'm
should
just
then
saying in general.
Studio
When
anyway.
was the last time when any Rayman game came out? Like, when
That
was
was
the last
Legends.
Rayman game?
Where's
Oh yeah,
Splinter
yeah. That
Cell?
was like what,
Tw-
2013?
2013 was the last time. What Blacklist was 2013, right? Where the hell is Splinter Cell? So that if you really put
Well,
it
It's
in
Prince of Persia.
perspective,
I mean,
that game
actual.
has been gone for 12 years. So the thing is that Ubisoft and EA and all these people, like they're like it's kind of like, you know, a celebrity is famous for being famous. They're just a dev company for the sake of being a dev company. Like, what are they fucking doing? They're doing nothing. You know, and of course, what needs to happen is they need to die, and then the people like Saudis or whoever who actually care about the IPs, they can fund these games to actually be greenlit and made. Because I get the suspicion that a lot of game series have like went on the back burner because they don't know how to make them like non-woke. I mean, they don't know how to make them woke, so they're afraid to bring them back because of that reason. They don't know how to like warp it through the lens of what the modern audience that doesn't exist wants. So they kind of just keep them on like the sidelines. That's kind of
Well,
why I think Splinter Cell has been gone for a while too.
on top of that, to your point, not only do they don't bring them back because they don't know how to make them woke. They also don't know how to make them where they can monetize them. Like they want to.
That too.
They're probably trying to figure out how can we turn Splinter Cell into an open world RPG with microtransactions. That's
Pretty
also
much,
woke.
yeah, I agree.
They're gonna want to turn into what they did with Assassin's Creed.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
why all they've
Assassin's
been doing
Creed.
is just having him be like a guest character in some update for whatever game.
Assassin's Creed has had the craziest like fall off ever, bro. But I'm sorry, Nathan. Continue what you were saying because I know
yeah,
we interrupted you.
yeah, it's all good. It's your guys' show, you know. I'm a guest, you know what I mean. Yeah, the last like few games that came out, like EA, were just like FIFA. Who gives a shit, right? You know, who cares about soccer, right? We all know Ronaldo's the best, but you know, we're not here for that. The
I don't
Sims,
watch
Sims
soccer,
4.
so I have no opinion.
No, me either. I'm a joker. Don't mind me.
Okay.
And then the UFC games. I mean, that's it. Like that's what they're really known for. I'm not excited for EA at all. They don't produce games that I like. Now, so we talked about Game Pass earlier, right?
Yeah.
You know, these people, man, they're getting suckered. That's the real crime of this, right? Is that you're paying for $30 a month now for games that you rent. You don't even own it. Like, what's the logical thinking? Yeah, you could literally pay play that Assassin's Creed. You get to kick the Japanese people around. We were shadows and shit, whatever it's called, right? I mean, like that's pretty much it. You know what I mean? Like you play
DI
it.
Samurai.
Yeah. I mean, that's
Or
all you
you
get
could
to
say
do.
that Yasuke is having a ninja moment.
Oh yeah, the bisexual ninja. You know what I mean? Oh, the dynamic duo. You know what I mean? That'll replace the Mario and Luigi. I'm just kidding. Obviously, that'll never happen. But I mean, like,
As a side note, remember Assassin's Creed 2 when he was like, "It's a me, Mario." That shit was so funny. You remember he met his uncle Mario? Like that was hilarious, bro. That shit, man. I remember my older brother just walked in when he said that. And he just broke out into laughter.
yeah, it's
And the other part where the princess, when you're in the castle, and she basically tells you, "I'm sorry, but the princess is in another castle." It's like another reference to Mario, and her color scheme is like Princess Peach. It's so meta. It's so fucking cool.
to answer, the last like good Ubisoft game, I mean, was like Rayman Legends. I mean, you could probably argue Zombie U. I mean, I will concede the argument. I played maybe 5 minutes of it and I fell asleep. I mean, there's a lot of bad games coming out here, like coming out, man. Like the Ghost of Yotei game, man. I fell asleep during that. That's how boring it was. I mean, I watched my friend play it. It was so terrible. I was like, guys, can you guys not make a good open world like game anymore? Like, you used to be able to do it.
Yeah, right. That's why that's all they're showing. All they're showing is scenery, cooking fish, and that's about it. Because everything else is boring. It's the same shit over and over again. And then they're like, "Oh, I can't believe people are missing out on this because it's woke or some shit." It's like because it's boring. Even if it wasn't woke, it's boring.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all they know how to do. It's either they make it woke or boring, or they do both, and it's usually both.
To be fair, Ghost of Tsushima is highly overrated as well, and that game had some super fucking boring. I liked the game. I liked the game when it was fun, but when it wasn't fun, it was not fun. It was really not fun. It was like really fucking boring
nice visually.
Well, when you're riding through,
it was fucking
the first time, look, listen.
World.
The first time when you're crossing and you're riding your horse through the field of flowers and you see the beautiful trees, the first 2 times it's beautiful. But then when you're like 20 hours into that game and you're going through that same long ass field with nothing happening and you're just riding from point A to point B with no fast travel, it gets kind of boring, especially when you're doing nothing, like you can only like find a fox, go into the hot spring so many times before you're like, wow, this is fucking like UB slop levels of fucking gameplay. So while Ghost of Tsushima had good moments, it was, to me, was very, very overrated because there were parts of that game that were very boring. And I will add that it also had that lesbian subplot that did nothing for the story. It only existed to say, hey, look, there was a lesbian in like fucking Japan here. And yeah, isn't that interesting? All right, back to the main story. So
yeah, but Yotei's like even worse though. You know what I mean? Like I'm not even kidding. Like there's like the mini games. Like you have this one-armed samurai. He has to teach you things, and you could press the buttons randomly, and you can bypass it with enough trial and error.
Yeah, well, Yotei. I mean, I agree with you. Yotei is for sure worse. Like Yotei is for sure worse. I'm just saying that people who like look at Tsushima with like rose tinted glasses or whatever they call it, like that game had problems too. That's all I'm saying. But you're right. Yotei is far worse. I mean, like that doesn't even need to be said.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I love the playing the guitar mini game. I mean, it reminds me of that great game called Dustborn. You know what I mean? They're the new fill in the blank. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna say it. You know what I mean? We want Revenant channel be up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Such a terrible game. These games are coming out.
Yeah,
and the other game where they have you play guitar, The Last of Us 2.
Oh yeah.
Until you lose your fingers,
Yeah, then
until you lose your fingers. But no, you're absolutely right. I want games to kind of be made for gamers again. Like there's a place for like a slow-winded, like heavily story-driven game, but that shouldn't be every game. That shouldn't be God of War, right? Like that shouldn't be like Spider-Man. That shouldn't be like a prototype hypothetically. That shouldn't be a Wolverine or like whatever. Like those games should be like more balls to the walls. And then if you want to do like the deep story stuff, let that be done in cutscenes. I don't want to slowly walk through as miles through fucking checkpoints. I don't want to use terrible stealth as Mary Jane. It doesn't even make sense because Spider-Man can fucking use stealth too. And if shit goes down, he can actually fight them. Like there's so much illogical shit put into these games that I feel like, there's a place for that. There's a place for your Last of Us ones, right? There's a place for those games, but that shouldn't be every series. That shouldn't be Resident Evil. That shouldn't be God of War, bro. Like, it just should not be. So I think until we get more games like the Metal Gear Risings, the Max Paynes, the third-person shooters, the action games like God of War, the old God of War, until we get more of those back, I think gaming is just going to keep declining. I mean, why the fuck would you want – like, the fact that they're emphasizing that you could slowly fry a fish while camping in Ghost of Yotei should tell you that that game is lost already. Like, why the hell would I want to do? I could do that in real life. Like, I could roast fish in real life. In real life, it's not particularly exciting. It's not exciting in the game either.
Yeah, I mean, I literally cooked fish just weeks ago. In real life, I mean.
Yeah, like, bro, if you want to go camping and cook fish, then go camping and cook fish. That's a better, more fulfilling experience. Why would I want to do that in the game?
Yeah, right.
Also, most of the, famous gaming moments are these, like, oh, look at how he cooks the fish and shit. Like, for example, Metal Gear Rising. The most famous, part of that game is when, rather than cutscene, have that, giant robot.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of famous moments in that game. I wouldn't even say that's the most famous one, but it is a badass moment. It is a badass moment.
Most people know about it.
Yeah, I would say that Armstrong has made that game more famous than anything, though. Anything with Armstrong is like, like Nano Machine's son. But no, but yeah, like all those great moments, like in those games, are because they're fun, exciting, and they immerse you, right? Like like for example, Red Dead Redemption 2. The worst parts of Red Dead Redemption 2 are the slow RPG elements. The most fun you have is fighting the O'Driscolls, or fighting the police and escaping on horseback and sneaking in and like whatever. All of that is fun. The most boring parts of that game is walking through camp, donating money, talking slowly, riding a carriage slowly across the plains, right? Like, yeah, you can argue that's world building, but also it gets kind of boring, right? Having to make camps and bake fish, having to eat food so your cores don't go down, so you can actually play the game proper, like without, like play the game without like struggling. Like all that stuff actually bogs the game down, but because of the graphics and the parts that people have fun with, they kind of conflate the boring parts as also being good along with the good parts. And I think that most people, given the option, would trim the fat there if they really had the option to. That's just my perspective.
Like,
so,
too much realism is not good. Because then you get parts like that where it drags it down. It's like, all right, great. This is a lot of detailed animations. All right, the character looks pretty realistic, but then you have other shit like what you were just saying with Red Dead Redemption 2, which has a lot of that, and it it makes it a slog to even play. It's like, imagine just doing several playthroughs, and it's like you have the slow part in the beginning, and then you have other parts that are slow, and it's drags it down. Where it's like, which the example you were given with Metal Gear Rising, you can just play that. You can do several playthroughs with that and get through it pretty fast because the pacing is good. I mean, obviously it's a completely different game, but you know what I mean. It's like it's not trying to be realistic where other games now they try to do that. Like,
well, you could put you could put God of War 3 in your console right now. You could put Metal Gear Rising on right now, have fun, have a good experience, and and then move on. You could put your Rainbow Six Vegas 2, play that, have fun, and then move on. Like, don't get me wrong. Look, there is a place for those kind of slow games, and I'm okay with them existing because that can be fun in its own way, but that should not be every single game. That should not be Wolverine. That should not be Spider-Man. You should not be doing that in every fucking game you play. You're doing these slow ass, overly animated, like just boring ass things, right? Like, you shouldn't do that in every single game. The reason why the original Last of Us was so beloved is because it was a bit different from everything else in the industry at the time. But nowadays, like everything, bro, everything. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if I wouldn't be surprised if I was going to say I wouldn't be surprised if GTA 6 has some of that in it.
Oh,
5 did.
Well, even I was going to say 5 did.
It will.
And,
probably
obviously
will
Red Dead
have.
2, but I was going to mention what you said about God of War. You mentioned God of War 3. Look at the comparison with God of War 3 to 2018 or Ragnarok. It's like completely different. Where 2018 and Ragnarok, it's trying to be like, it has the same the problems that like Ghost of Yotei and other games like that have, where it's slowing everything down. RPG mechanics, it's trying to be too real when it shouldn't be, especially on a God of War game. That's the problem. Like, they're trying to turn these games into something that it's not, and the only thing they have to go off of is people who are fucking idiots. I don't care how they feel about that. They're fucking idiots because they just see, oh, look at the graphics, looks great or whatever, and then they just think like, oh, because the graphics look nice, and they got this Hollywood actor here and there, that means that the game is great. Just like with Death Stranding or Death Stranding 2, terrible games.
Yeah, I agree they're terrible. But we're also missing a factor here. It's replayability. I mean, when's the last game you could play over and over again recently and enjoy it and fall in love with it the first time you played it?
You're right, man. I mean, look. There's a game. I don't know if you ever played it because I don't know how old you are, but there's a PS1 Spider-Man game, and I could play that game randomly at any point, and it's always fun. I
Are
could put like
you?
Metal Gear Rising. I could put on at any point, and it's fun.
Is the
Enter
Spider-Man
Electro
PS1
is
game?
underrated in my opinion.
What was that, Christian?
I was saying Enter Electro is underrated in my
It
opinion.
is. Enter Electro is a good game too. Enter Electro is a fun game as well. Actually, I'm glad you mentioned it. But what were you saying? What were you saying, Nathan?
Yeah, I'm just like saying it's like we have no replayability again. Like we're like losing a lot here. You know what I mean? Like that God of War game, the Ragnarok, whoever you guys want to call it. I mean, I looked at that game and it's like it looks like a one-time playthrough. It's like come on, guys.
God of War Ragnarok. That's what it's called.
Yeah, and like none of these stories anymore. They have like there's like no there's like no like that's just to sleep. There's no consequences. That's what's being lost now. It's like there gotta be stakes. I mean, I know some people don't like Dead Space 3. I mean, there has to be consequences. There has to be stakes if you fail.
Yeah.
Like I mean, like God is Soy Ragnarok, where you want to call it. I mean, like there's nothing. There's like no consequences. You know what I mean? Like
Boy of War Ragnarok.
yeah. Okay. Listen. Okay. I'll call it. Listen. I'll call it. Listen. You know what I mean? People are telling me it was so great. I mean, you gotta be asleep to believe it. Okay.
Boy of War Ragnarok. Yeah, but like for example, Spider-Man 1 PS1. You play that game. You have a simple narrative. You got to stop Dr. Octopus. It's going to destroy the city. He's trying to make it run over by symbiotes. It has a plot. It has an ending. It has stakes. Yeah. You play the game. It's fun. You play it again. It's fun. The bosses are fun. It's colorful. It's bright. Yeah.
I know we talked about Max Payne a little bit. I mean, like the problem is now, like all these like new games, man. It's like revenge is bad. I'm like, is revenge really bad? I mean, like I think the storytelling is a big issue. I mean, like when I play Max Payne 1, I consider probably one of the best. Like you could probably argue it's a comic book movie to some degree.
Max Payne 1. Yeah, it's like a graphic novel. It feels like you're playing like a noir graphic novel. It feels like a Frank Miller. It feels like a game, a graphic novel written by Frank Miller. That's what it feels like to me.
Yeah,
when I play Max Payne 1.
Yeah, and The Last of Us 2. You know what I mean? It's like this is bad because revenge is terrible. The God is Soy, Ragnar, whatever. Who cares at this point?
And philosophically, Last of Us 2 is broken philosophically because if you think about it, let's say you want revenge, and you and this other person are both like ruining each other's lives, killing all of each other's friends and shit like that. I think at a certain point, I know it sounds crazy to say, but after you've done so much damage to collateral damage to people that are not directly involved, you almost have a responsibility to follow through on the revenge trail that you started on. Because basically, by letting the person walk free, you're basically saying that all your friends that died and all her friends that died meant nothing because in the end of the day, you let her go. Like that's kind of like I would argue that's even more immoral. It's like once you go too far like that, like to let the person who you cause so much destruction in the name of getting revenge on walk free, it basically makes all the deaths that happened up until that point meaningless, which is kind of like even darker if you think about it.
Yeah, that's what the problem was. You know what I mean? The Ghost of Yotei is like about revenge, but it's just terribly written. Same thing with these other ones, man. Like, can we get like a good like revenge is like a good thing, but we want it best.
The only way you can have a narrative like that make sense is if you make it that you can decide on whether you kill them or not. If you're given the choice as a player, like player agency to decide if you're going to kill these characters and then decide to let the person free at the end, you as the player have decided revenge is bad and took actions toward that because you didn't want to harm innocent people. You didn't want to go down that path. But if you make a linear narrative where you're strong-arming my actions and then have an ending like that, I think that you have to be like not only morally bankrupt, but also not have a clue on what sensible storytelling is. Like it's like asinine, honestly. Like to make a narrative that way. Like just like from that perspective, because think about it. If you had a choice and if at the end you let Abby go in the case of Last of Us, it's like, all right, well, I didn't kill her friends. I made a different choice. But if you're like doing all of that shit and you're mandatorily obligated to do it as part of the gameplay, it's just brain dead. Like I feel like the people who wrote that game like are like confused. Like I would argue they're like psychopathic. Like there's like something crazy about that is like that is unsettling to write a story like that. Honestly,
it was made by leftists, so obviously it's psychopathic.
Well, let's be real. It's made by someone who can't write without a team of editors helping them out. Let's be real with this Neil Cuckman guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he destroyed my favorite series, Jack and Daxter. Okay. You know, now he destroyed Uncharted. You know what I mean? I can't wait for Sam Drake and, you know, Nathan Drake's daughter to be the new heroes. Like,
you mean a girl from Bob's Burgers?
And it's just terrible. It's like, what's next? You know what I mean? Now they're doing this intergalactic game. I'm like, all right,
my God, milk dud.
Listen, fail. Listen, listen. I tell these woke companies all the time. Just do it. Do it. All you do, like they act like a bunch of women with PPD, man. They just sabotage themselves. Let them sabotage themselves. Let them spend all this money.
Don't you want to play with a bald Asian woman in space? Isn't that your dream?
I would rather take a whole bunch of fentanyl to play that game. I'm sorry. I mean, it'd be a great honor to play the new Bethesda game. That I definitely will be legit buying it from a site that isn't on Steam or GOG.
But Nathan, Tati Gabrielle herself said that all the haters will like her game.
Yeah, but they said that with the Little Mermaid woman with Disney. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, you're gonna like this game or you're not the game, but the movie. It's like, if you don't like it, you're a sexist, misogynist, and all these other ism and tisms. You know what I mean? Like I don't really care.
Somebody in the comments said that Jinsakai, the heroic embodiment of revenge and justice. I think the difference between revenge and justice now, not if I want to word it like properly, I would say that revenge is more arbitrary. Revenge is just a thing that you do for better or worse. Like, for example, if I'm a psycho and you looked at me wrong and I killed you or something, and I'll say like, oh, well, I got revenge on you because you looked at me wrong, right? That's not justice, but it is revenge. But I think like if you killed like someone's family and then you got revenge on the person that killed their family, you could probably argue that that's justice, not just revenge. So I don't think they're mutually exclusive. You have justice without revenge. You have revenge without justice, but you can have revenge with justice. And revenge is just the mechanism of that action.
Yep.
I agree with you.
So that's the difference. I think that because I was saying like, remember how you were saying that all revenge is there should be games that talk more about revenge, right?
No, I want it to be done well. I want
Yeah,
it to be done good.
but like done well, but be done well, where you're not saying revenge is bad, and that they're saying they're kind of approaching it more nuancedly. And I think that again, that can be done as long as it's done through the lens of you're doing something that's morally correct, right? Like you're getting justice for an atrocity, as opposed to, you know, like revenge is bad, but like both parties involved are heinous individuals, right? And that's a whole different thing.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jen. I think the problem we're really looking at is execution. I mean, a lot of these people can't write for shit. There's like a boardroom full of these writers, you know what I mean? And they get paid to write these games, and a lot of them are terrible. I'm sorry. If I was to judge it as an actual critique, you know what I mean? If I was to criticize everything, I would tell you where you went wrong. How would you fix the problem? But that's really not my job to do it, to be honest with you.
You're entitled to your opinion. You are entitled to your opinion. And if you think it's trash, bro, you should be able to voice that it's trash. So I think that just because, you know, I wouldn't say that it's your job, but I would say that if you feel something, you know, there's nothing wrong with saying it. It should be said.
Well, it's not really my job to fix the game industry, though. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a writer. My job is to fix my field. I mean, if I had the opportunity to fix gaming, I will. But it's really not. It's really not me. It's more the consumers more than anything.
Well, I would say like not so much that it's your job to fix gaming, but I think that like giving an opinion about gaming itself is neutral. It's a neutral thing to do. So like for what I'm saying is not that you have to actively try to fix it, but if you think something is bad and you want to voice that it's bad, then that's like is what it is, right? Like you don't have to like fix gaming, but you also don't have to pretend to like something or ignore it if you don't.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. It's just more or less. It's like I want to fix, the medium that I grew up in loving. At the same time, it's like I'm one man. Like it's gonna take all the game industry. It's a little hard, you know what I mean?
Well, you can only control yourself in the end, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
how that's how it goes. You can only control yourself, and ultimately, like all you can do is control your own content, your own work. If
mhm.
you're a writer, make your own writing better. Try to avoid it because you really can't control the industry. The only control you have is like just not buying the products.
Yeah, you can also look at it like this way, where you don't consume the products, you speak
Mhm.
out against it, and if it keeps going downhill, then it's still in your conscience where you can just always say like, well, I never contributed to what it has turned into, at least.
Yeah, exactly. So that in a way, that's your way of fixing it. That's your
Mm.
power in fixing it, is that you can just not support it and not contribute to it.
Yeah, I mean, like, when Gamergate 1 came out, like around that time frame, I think it was like 2015 when DC like hint at feminism. I think it was like a Green Lantern. No, it was a Green Lantern. It was Green Arrow comic, and it was like some woman. I think it was like Black Canary was like, ask me about my feminist agenda. It's like, all right, stop buying.
Yeah,
Like,
I abandoned DC and Marvel a long time ago, bro.
oh, they're just terrible, man. Like, there's nothing, just like nothing good out anymore.
Yeah. So, all right, we all talked about it for a minute. Let's switch to the last few people because we're almost 4.5 hours in, and I think it's time that we start wrapping things up because it went a little bit longer than I'd like. I'm sure Revenant agrees with me, but
Can
it
I
is still
say
it is still shorter. Hold on, Madar, give me a second. It is still shorter than it was last, like in general, but we are almost 4.5 hours in, so we have to wrap things up. So, what's up, Madar? What do you want to say?
two things? First is that, these people that make these games about, revenge is bad, these people are actually very vindictive. Like, look at, the whole thing around Charlie Kirk. These people unironically think that he deserved to die because of, his very mild right-wing views. Like,
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk was basically almost centrist, but these people think he deserved to die.
Yeah. Well, he was definitely not far right because he even
Yeah.
like he just even videos of him criticizing far right people. There's videos of him like contradicting certain ideas. He was like a moderate conservative and he was definitely far from extreme. So the fact that they silenced him is pathetic. I mean, if you really disagree with somebody, the best way to defeat their ideas is to fight their ideas by debating them, right? By going back and forth and proving to people why an idea is bad. But when you just shoot somebody, it just means you're afraid of what he's saying, which is again like it just kind of shows that like you don't silence a person because you think that they're done, that what they're saying is wrong. You silence them because you're afraid of what you're afraid of their words. You're afraid you can't debunk them. Like honestly, like a person who, like for example, Charlie Kirk did all those events where he like debated people. All somebody had to do was come out there and just humiliate and destroy his ideas and sway people and sway people to their cause because ultimately you're just fighting for like you're battling for like I guess the soul of the people, so to speak, right? Like you're battling a philosophy versus another philosophy. So you have to shut it down at the ideological level. You cannot shut it down just by like killing people or throwing them in jail. You just create martyrs that way. So in the end of the day, the fact that they couldn't handle like Charlie Kirk shows you how far these people are. And he was actually pro like a lot of like shit that a lot of Republicans were probably not for. Like example, like he was like saying like, oh, gay people are okay. I don't agree with their ideas, but like, I don't hate them right there. He said that like, black people, have their place in society and that, you shouldn't be racist and that people are created equal or whatever. So if you're saying things like that, you're definitely not far right. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I just think that it's crazy that you would shoot a man, like you said, because of his ideas rather than try to debunk them. If you want to destroy bad ideas, you have to destroy them at the idea level. You cannot kill an idea. You can only kill people. So
Yeah, another thing about I wanted to say is that if BioWare shuts down, well, you see that my icon is the gonna cry meme, from Spider-Man 3.
yeah,
If
Oh,
BioWare
of
shuts
course.
down and those people get fired, that will be my reaction because let's be honest, they really mishandled the Dragon Age franchise, and not to mention they didn't take any responsibility for it. For example,
Yeah,
let's see that Mark did a video where he basically said that you're not allowed to criticize us for making this game bad because making games is hard and criticizing us is, cruel. But again, BioWare back in 2018 when Total Biscuit died, they gloated about it and mocked him. The same way some game developers mock Charlie Kirk now. Like these people have no right to talk about who is or isn't cruel because just look how they behave.
Well, they're
You know
supposed to
that
be the
Indian guy that
they're supposed to be the party of peace and tolerance, but then
yeah.
you see shit like that, and it's far from peaceful and far from tolerant. So
Yeah. And you're absolutely right, Madar, because these people like they'll preach to you and try to be like, the arbiters of like of
what's good?
morally
Yeah.
just and whatnot. And then you see how they act. They like churn some that have no problem with someone dying just because like with Total Biscuit, dying from cancer, which is terrible. And
Yeah.
fucking like just because he said something you didn't like that's ridiculous. And then people wonder why, like, oh, why we don't want to support these developers, why we cheer when the studio shuts down and shit. But then it's like we tell them that it's like, oh, separate the art from the artist. Like, no, because they can't. And then they make everything public as far as like what they think about people, when they're cruel, evil people. So why should anyone support them?
So,
Why
so
should
they
anyone feel
say
bad when they do a good job?
they say separate the art from the artist, but then there's the characters in the art are saying the same things that they're saying on Twitter. So how is that possible?
Exactly. Yeah. The characters reflect who they are anyway, which are
Yeah,
shitty,
like-
terrible people, and then the characters are shitty and terrible, poorly written. They're not memorable. The designs look like shit, especially the women. And then the characters, how they're being written, is the same way. Then it's not good at all.
Yeah. So all right, let's switch out the panel now because we should get going.
So
Everyone
how
here,
can I go?
hold on, because we really have to keep it going because it's already like we're almost at 4.5 hours now. So
Okay, just a really short thing.
what happened?
It's just a really short thing about
Sure, go for it.
Okay. All I want to say is that gloating about these developers getting fired is not the same as they did, because getting fired is something you can recover from. Like you can find a new job. But dying is not something you can recover from. Like you cannot just come back to life like Jesus or Lazarus.
Yeah, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
True.
That's all I wanted to say.
Lazarus. Yeah, Lazarus. Yeah. I've never heard someone say Lazarus like that. That's interesting. Yeah.
But it's my accent.
No, that's probably the right way to say it. For all I know, they probably were saying Lazarus back then as well. I'm probably
wrong. It was called Eleazar, and Lazarus is basically a Latin translation of it.
Okay, gotcha. That makes sense.
I think his name is Eleazar.
I get it. I mean, I even heard that Jesus' name was like something different. Was it like Yeshua or something like that? Yeshua. Yeah, Yeshua.
Actually, the modern name Joshua and Yeshua are from the same origin.
Yeah, it makes sense. So, all right, that's good. Let's switch things out. Christian, you can do your outro. Then Madar do your outro,
Bye,
and then Nathan, you'll go last. Well, that was quick. All right, bye, Christian.
Thanks for coming on, Christian.
Yeah, check him out. He has a YouTube channel. It's actually pretty good. You guys should check it out.
Yeah,
I'll plug him. I'll plug him for him. So Madar, give your outro, and then Nathan, you go last. All right.
Well, I'm Madar Pauser. I have a really small YouTube channel with, I think, 4 videos and 6 subscribers now.
Mm-hmm.
It just mostly have Dragon Age videos. If you're interested, check it out. And see you next time.
I will.
See ya.
It was good having you on again, Madar. Appreciate you.
Good having you on. Always good to hear you talk. Have a good one, and yeah, man, you're always welcome back in the future. Have a good day or good night wherever you are, bro.
It's night.
Peace. Oh, it's night. So have a great night, man.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
All right, so Nathan, the man of the hour, what's up?
Oh, thank you. Before I leave, I like to thank everyone for being here. My co-guests. I'd like to thank Revenant and for letting me on, and I'd also like to thank my friends for supporting you guys and supporting me. I am going to be an up and coming YouTuber. I will be doing Let's Plays and reviews.
Sweet.
And I'm not trying to shill here. I'm sorry, but
Well, this is a time to plug for yourself.
I know. I will have a graphic novel coming out next year, and it will be on Kickstarter. So
sweet. I hope it's awesome, bro. I wish you best of luck.
Yeah.
Thank you.
When you make it and when it gets done, are you ready to promote? You can come on. You can talk about it. All right.
Oh yeah, man. I can hit you up
definitely.
directly. You know what I mean? I'm good with it. I
What
can tell
comic
you.
is you are making? What's it called?
It's Detective Logan. It's about a cyberpunk neo noir story. We need more good stories, man. Like we need more
Indeed.
detective stories. Like that's what I liked about. I mean, I'm sorry to take up more time than I'm allowed. We need more like great stories. We need more detective stories. We need better stories overall. And I'm hoping in the end of my lifetime, my legacy, I did what I achieved to do.
What you wanted to do, yeah, for sure.
Mhm.
Like I said, man, we're always good having you on our podcast.
Yep.
You know, like it's always good.
Yeah, of course. You're welcome to come back again
Thanks for
anytime.
coming on.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
that being said, if you like noir stuff, you should check out Augur on my channel, Nathan. You might like it.
Oh, thank you.
It's like an animation. You might like it. Maybe you won't. Who knows? But check it out, bro.
I'll let you know. I'll definitely let you, man. I got you.
Yeah. It's on my channel. I think it's like on my homepage. It might be on. I'm not sure, but you'll find it there. But yeah, so thanks for coming on. Good luck with your graphic novel. You're always welcome on in the future. And yeah, bro. See you later.
Yep. See you. Bye, guys.
So
take it easy.
And all right, so
I'll bring on the last group.
Yeah,
of people.
bring the last few, and then we'll close out after that.
I think it might be 4 people.
Well, for everyone coming on, the last 4 people, like I said, I'm sorry, but we're gonna have to keep it really concise because we're like way over time. I have stuff I still need to do. So does Revenant, I believe. So I'm gonna need everyone to just kind of be as concise as possible. And
no problem.
Yep. So try to be concise and to the point. So Y2, since you just spoke, why don't you go first? After by the way, let me just say this last thing. After you guys give your thoughts, just go right away, go ahead and do your outros because it'll just save time. If you want to plug something, if you don't have anything to plug, that's fine too. You can just like stay silent, and that's good. That's all good. All right.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah. So with the whole Game Pass thing, I think a whole lot of people gonna be unsubscribing to the Game Pass thing, the Game Pass program because at $30 that was like at 30 it was already like redundant because if you get like the $30 version, you get like you get to play the new games on the first day of release and some EA Play. And here's why it's like kind of redundant because EA have been having like sales out the ass like most of the time because like you could easily pick up a EA game or better yet not to because they be like $5 to $10 and the way that EA been handling their games and shit, I don't think nobody would like to pick up like I don't think nobody is picking up Mass Effect Andromeda anytime soon. Inquisition, Veilguard, all that shit for like $5 to $10. Like if they wouldn't like pick up those games for like off like a sale, what makes you think they're going to like play them on Game Pass? Because that's what you practically get when you get the Ultimate.
Gotcha.
So
yeah, so it sounds like a waste.
Yeah, it is a waste. I mean, Xbox have been Microsoft, Xbox, whoever have been making terrible decisions at terrible decisions. sorry, gotta clear my throat. So between stopping the backwards compatibility program, the $800 $10,000 $800 to $1,000 handheld, a handheld that they should have made like years ago and way cheaper. It's like they saw PlayStation and Nintendo doing stupid shit, and they say, "Oh, we could top that."
Yeah.
So I think that's really the downfall, and between that and the Halo show being asked, they mistreating they famous IPs. I think that also played in the factor of Xbox, shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah. You're right, man. You're absolutely right.
So
Yeah, they screwed
as for
themselves,
the
man.
EA, yeah,
Yep.
as for the EA thing, I think with the Saudis, I think the what's that? It's forbidden to how EA had like those microtransactions.
Mhm.
So I think with the microtransactions and the woke shit, it won't be like coming to the Middle Eastern side because I think gambling is like forbidden over there. So
It's haram. Haram.
oh okay, yeah, yeah. So it's forbidden over there. So but it may be like the whole alphabet bullshit and the gambling thing may be forbidden over there. I think
Let's hope.
the other thing gonna be still going go on over there, and I think sometimes out of spite they uh boost it even more.
Yeah.
That's my opinion about it. Take this as a grain of
Yeah,
salt
no, I
because
agree.
stuff like that. So one last thing about the Xbox thing. Yeah, I think you think that Sega was bad with their consoles. Yeah, Xbox will love to double down on that
You know what the
with the
difference is,
Oh
ally
bro?
and
yeah.
they yeah
You know what's the difference? The difference is Sega
yeah
wasn't a bad console. It was just bad timing. Dreamcast is actually a
yeah
really good console. It legitimately is a really
Yeah.
good
yeah
console. It just had bad
if
timing, while the
Hmm.
Xbox is
yeah
literally just doing
it does
bad business practices as a whole. So there's a big
oh
difference
yeah
between the
yeah
two, actually, the two
Yeah.
and,
situations.
and also with the Mega Drive the Sega console if it didn't have didn't have the requirements to put like 8 batteries in there the game
You mean the
console would be
Dreamcast?
no the Mega Drive
The
the
Sega Mega Drive.
handheld
Hmm.
yeah
Oh, you mean the Game Gear?
because oh yeah my
The
fault
Game
sorry
Gear. I had one of those, yeah,
yeah
back in the day. It's
yeah
pretty
I
cool.
think
It's pretty good.
that's the problem with um that everybody have with the Game Gear because because the batteries because you have to put like I think like 8 of them in there and they
You had
last
to
like
put six. You had to put six.
yeah
And the
6 yeah
and the Game Gear, what was crazy about the Game Gear is it actually had color, and I think it had an LED screen, if I'm not mistaken. Like the
yeah
screen was like bright. The Game Gear is kind of
oh yeah
badass actually. But
Hmm.
again, it's like
yeah
the
it
Vita.
is
The Vita, the PlayStation Vita is actually pretty good too. And unfortunately, like they
oh
kind of
yeah
like
yeah
priced themselves out the market because the Game Gear was mad expensive too back then.
Hmm.
So,
yeah so with
oh
the
yeah, I
right
get what you're saying.
pricing and the if they could like lower the battery and like the battery thing that could have been a good console but with the
Yeah.
Xbox Ally I don't think nobody's buying that
No, that's
nobody
just
buying
way
it
too
it's
Well,
expensive.
I would
There's
say
really
yeah
no point.
I would argue that it was a good console. It just didn't. It was a good handheld, but it just didn't sell well. That's how I would
Hmm.
look at it. Like it was a good. It was
yeah it's
good, but it
just
didn't. It didn't. It
wrong
didn't sell
place
well.
wrong
Yeah.
Yeah,
time
and to your point where you mentioned Sega Y2, if
Yeah.
Microsoft was like, or if Xbox was like how Sega is, where like it's not backed by Microsoft because
Yeah.
Microsoft obviously has a shit ton of money, then
Yeah.
fucking we wouldn't have seen any more Xbox consoles after the Xbox One because it would have been so much of a disaster, and they would have been
Uh-huh.
bleeding all that money that they wouldn't be getting back. Where there would be no point to make a Series X. They would just be like what Sega ended up
Yeah.
being, just a game developer and publisher
To be
for
honest,
other
yeah.
platforms.
Yeah. To
Yeah.
be
But
honest
since,
with
since
you,
Microsoft has all
the
that
only
money, then they can keep it around
yeah.
up until some point because eventually
But
it's
to
just
be
gonna get worse for us. Like they're not gonna be seeing any like diminish. They're gonna keep seeing
oh yeah, a
diminishing
whole lot
returns.
worse. Yeah. But I think the only reason to even pick up a Series S or X or whatever the fuck is just so you could. It's just it's practical. It's basically a paywall just to play games that you could is it a play games that have on the Xbox One already, but smoother, and that's like a even that's like arguable, and it just
Mm-hmm.
play like certain games. Other than that, it's not for the like exclusives. It's not for Game Pass. So what's the point? And most of the games that you get from the Ultimate bundle, you could get way cheaper on the sale. I mean, off of a sale. So I
Yeah.
think that's it's a bit redundant, my in my honest opinion.
Well,
So
I think in
um
general, if you want those games, you'll just buy them, right? Like if you want to buy, you can
Yeah.
literally
yeah
buy a 360 game right now that's backwards compatible for like
yeah
$5. Most of them like $10 and stuff, and then you'll have that
yeah
game backwards compatible. You don't need to pay for a subscription. That's why
oh yeah yeah that's
Nintendo didn't. I'm surprised Nintendo didn't go as far. I'm not Nintendo. I'm sorry. Microsoft didn't go as far as to just stop making it that you can use the disc and that you can
I
just.
don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why they did that.
Because
Other
I
than
feel like
greed.
that. I'm like shocked that they don't though. Is what I'm saying because then
Yeah.
that'll force people to buy Game Pass. I'm not saying that's good. I don't want to give them ideas, but you would think they would
Yeah.
do that. But they probably just the only reason they don't is probably because they can't afford any more backlash.
Yeah. Yeah. I know what you
So
mean. Oh, did anybody hear about the they was doing the cloud thing for free with ads in it?
Yeah, as basically as a way to like get people to not leave entirely, still stick
Yeah.
around, something like that.
Yeah.
That's not gonna do
Yeah.
shit for them. They might as well just like not
Yeah.
even
I
bother
know
with that.
because the cloud shit is so fucking terrible. Like, if you have
well, they
bad
run
internet,
horribly. Yeah,
GG.
well, that's even if you
Yeah,
have good
GG.
internet.
If you're trying to,
Good.
yeah,
Even if you
whether
have
it's
good
bad or
internet, it
good,
sucks. It sucks.
yeah.
It sucks.
If
Streaming
if you're
games
trying to
like
take up, yeah, go ahead.
no, I was saying streaming games. Like I don't mean streaming as in like you're playing the game and streaming it. I mean like streaming the game so you can play it is ass. It's horrible. The
Oh
internet
yeah,
in
yeah,
its current state is not good enough to really support that long term. Like it's
yeah,
really bad. It's really
yeah.
not
That's why
good.
I'm still pissed at PlayStation when they like when they do their shit because like they have like a whole bunch of good PSP game PS3 games, but the only way you can play them if you use like cloud gaming, like
Yeah,
Yeah,
Humble
PlayStation
Bundle,
Now, it's
because
terrible.
cloud.
because
So wait.
because they're emulating it from a server and they're just streaming it to your console. So it's easier for them to
Yeah,
just emulate from a server than to like actually make the game like into like something you can actually download onto your hard drive. Which again
yeah,
is like that's why there's so many games on there that don't exist backwards compatibly, or at least for like
yeah,
download or whatever.
yeah. It's a fucking terrible practice. But with Xbox, it's somehow worse than PlayStation because if you try to take a picture or a screenshot, whatever, the whole screen lags
Yeah, it's
or
bad. It's really
like
bad.
it lasts for like 5 minutes. Like
Yeah. So
whatever Xbox or Nintendo is doing, whether it's good or bad, Microsoft do like a whole, and I don't want, like, pun intended, a 360, and just manage to you know to make it worse.
Yeah. All right. So
Yeah.
that being
So
said, let's give someone else a chance to speak because, like I
okay.
said, we're limited on
Uh,
time. Oh shit! Did I get booted?
You're still there.
Whatever. This is weird. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay, I'm
you're
still
fine.
here.
We can hear
Okay.
you.
So yeah. So sweet. So
Here.
who else is here? Let's give
OC's here. You have OC.
OC.
Hello.
Let's give OC a chance to speak. Give us your thoughts. Just try to keep it a little bit concise because, like I said, we're like pretty late in, and I do want to wrap things up. I'm sure Revenant agrees. So OC, give your thoughts. Then afterward, Xeno Chimera is on here. Sweet. You can give your thoughts, and Soycast Guy can go last. And again, if you have a channel or outro, please plug it before you move on to before plug it at the end of after you give your thoughts.
All
Also,
right.
then let
How
White Chivaro then plug his channel.
Yeah, Y2, do your
All right.
thing, and then OC, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Sorry about that. So my name is Raitu Viral. I do like gaming videos. Also got like other channels as well, including music, retro stuff. Uh, stuff like that. So yeah, I do like videos like every Monday, almost every week. I mean, almost every day except for like sometimes Saturday and Sundays. So yeah, check it out.
Yeah, definitely check him out, and appreciate you coming on, Y2.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Thanks for coming on, bro. All
Yeah,
right,
have a good
so
night.
OC, go ahead, do your thing, bro.
Okay. How does this lineup work? Because my thing is, I was ready for the I was kind of late for the beginning, but I got a lot to drop because last week I wanted to show up, but I didn't want to be talking on an airplane. And let's see what else we have here. And the other thing is, when it comes to the EA being acquired by the Saudi investment group, right? So the thing is, this was pretty much the inevitable because the thing is that the Saudis, they eventually are going to run out of oil. So they're trying to find some way to produce some kind of income. So they're trying to do this whole massive big gaming like city or massive project where they're bringing in people, right? And of course they're trying to do it with the fighting games and all that kind of stuff. And some people are like, oh my gosh, they're going to go around and start checking people off the roofs and stuff. And it's just like, that's not how it works. And the thing is that one of the things about the theory of woke is, especially the enforcement of it, it seems almost as if they said, you know what? Okay, let's try and devalue the stock so it can be more affordable for people to buy it in mass, right? Because Ubisoft, all these other companies, what are they? Publicly traded companies. So what do? You do something that would scare investors or whatever, because there's certain investors that would put money into the game because of DEI, and then there's another set of people that would say, I'm seeing people complain about this, I'm gonna dip, right? So what do you got? You have now um, EA, which has the soccer games, which has Madden, which has all these big franchises. They are going to be, their assets are going to be sold off to this Saudi investment company, right? So, of course, the Saudis are going to, like everybody was saying in the beginning, try and make money. Like that's what it's supposed to be. So that's what's going on with this. And the other thing is about it is the fact that these people, they go around and start saying things like, oh, they're going to probably exclude this or exclude that. Okay, we have to wait until we see what they do, right? Because even though they do want to make money, but at the same time, there is a certain set of people that are going to give them money because it's going to be the people that knows what sells, and there's the people that want certain things going on. And so the other thing is that when people start talking about, let's say, hold on just a second, Okay, I'm sorry. So the other thing is that you guys are still there. You can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good, good. Okay, so let's see, what else was it? The Xbox game in price increase, right? That there, especially the idea of the games being streamed. There's one thing to have a platform where you can just download the games and you don't have to worry about an internet connection. You can play it, right? But if you're trying to stream a game, stream on a platform, and play the game online against people with other connections, what's going to happen for streamers? That's one. Number two, even if you're not a streamer, you're streaming this game, you're playing it online, and what's going to happen with that, right? So it's one of those things where I'm just like, where are we going with this? Because when you reach a point where you have to increase the price of something and you think that a idea is going to work, it's not going to work like that. I mean, like, okay, at first I'm like, okay, I'm thinking to myself, well, the logic is, all right, you pay $30, you get a whole bunch of games, right? You decide what you want to pick, instead of buying games. But the whole thing of streaming, and you can lose your connection, or worse, you can get banned. And these companies, they always have these things of, well, if you say something bad or do something bad, we're not going to like it. So what are we going to do? We're going to just all of a sudden ban you and allow you, not allow you to play the games. So they're going to learn. They're going to learn. They're
Well,
going
even if you
yeah,
don't,
learn.
let
Yeah.
me just say this real quick, and I'll let you continue. Even if you're not streaming, even just the act of it being a subscription, and you're downloading those games, basically renting them. If they, for whatever reason, decide to ban you or end the subscription, you lose all those games. So you know, like you said before, like it's pretty much the same as you said. But I just want to emphasize the fact that you don't even have to. It doesn't even have to be streaming. It just has to be a subscription model in general, and they can do that. Especially if you like I said, you're practically just renting the games. You're not actually, having any ownership of them.
Right, exactly. That is a very good point. And yeah, so like I said, it's just this idea that these companies, they give you games that you don't want, and it's kind of funny how they actually had a person said what on IGN that, are all Sony games the same now? It's like Last of Us, Ghost of
They asked that now.
Yote. Yep, exactly. And it's just so crazy and weird how gaming is, because my dumbass did not buy a Nintendo Switch developer kit, right? Because I tried to sign up to their website to try and put my game onto the Switch. And then all of a sudden I realized, like, wait a minute, there's a developer kit? Nobody talks about this. And then all of a sudden we get the news, Nintendo saying, "Oh, well, if you want to do that, then you have to, if you want to put games on the Switch too, you have to make for the Switch." I'm like, "Oh, come on! I can't believe this."
Developer
So
kits are actually really, they sometimes, depending on if Nintendo reaches out to you directly, they're very expensive. And if they even if they do reach out to you, you have to basically like put certain things in the infrastructure of your game in order for it to like run on there properly. So dev kits are like in and of themselves a pain in the ass.
right, right, and it's just like, yeah, so it's a very strange time to be a gamer, and the companies, they can't keep it simple. They want to do these things, and they expect people to have money in their pockets. And then of course you have $80 games, and oh, what's their argument? Well, GTA 6 is going to have AI where the NPCs are going to be parallel to actually humans, instead of constant um, repetitive pre-programmed dialogue and activity. But at the same time, you're going to be driving a car about 50 something miles per hour. You're not going to stop and ask, what is that barista doing in the coffee shop? know, you're driving the car, you're doing things, and you don't care about, you know, NPC activity. You know, you know what's the next thing that's going to be weird? You're going to have a group of people just going to stalk people in the game. You know, it's like next day you're just looking at the random person walking down the street or doing something else, and so you know you're gonna tell me that you're gonna have me pay $80 so I can stalk a bunch of random computer people.
Well, to be fair, when I play GTA, I do like find what the shit that NPCs say to be really funny, and I
Oh yeah,
usually like listen to them and like to see like the fidelity of the world. To be fair, but I would say like an even like more potent argument is that all right, well GTA is doing that, but you know Mario Kart is not exactly going to be like GTA 6, right?
oh
So
not even, yeah,
so
not even
you know
close.
you should probably shouldn't charge the same price as GTA 6 when you're Mario Kart is what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Not
and
that
that's the
Mario
other
Kart.
thing.
I'm not. I'm not trying to justify GTA 6 being $80, but that's one of the few games where you can probably make the argument. They can at least defend an $80 game because of the fidelity alone. But you cannot do that shit with like with 90% of these games, bro. Like nothing Ubisoft makes, nothing that any company makes in general is worth that. Like GTA can make that argument, but even then with GTA, $80 is too much money. So I think that's really more so why that excuse that, oh well GTA is doing it is worse. It's like, yeah, bro, but you're like fucking like like you're like Starfield. Starfield is not an $80 game. You know, like you can't compare a game like Starfield to like GTA 6, right? Or like GTA 4 or 5 or whatever. Again, I'm not defending it. They shouldn't charge 80, but like they're probably the only ones who could like actually create an argument as to why their game costs $80 and it'd be like at least somewhat sensible.
Right, right. And the other thing is it's just one of those things where you're just like they're trying to find any excuse to increase the price of the game. And of course you got the weird story about Doug Bowser stepping out, and then of course you got him being replaced by a woman, right? And you know, Doug has just left the building. Nintendo didn't say anything. When Reggie left, Nintendo was all like posting things and whatnot. Reggie, you know, he was like one of those guys that made, you know, helped Nintendo did really good in America. But the thing is like with Bowser, it's just like he just dipped, even though he's posting some things. But it wasn't anything remarkable when he left. And you know, the other problem is I think one of the things that kind of made Nintendo and Japan a little upset was the fact that they he just said, "Oh, if you can't afford this, then buy that." You know, you're like you don't say things like that, man. Especially somebody at that level of stakes, right? If you say that, if you even was to say it about a single game, okay, that game is not going to do well. Who cares, right? Move on. But you are like the head honcho of a big company, and there was this video of him even messing up in terms of saying the terms of certain games. You know, like he didn't even say Hyrule, and you know, and stuff like that. It was just like, oh my
Real
gosh,
quick,
is this guy
hold
for
on for a
real?
second. Tasty Z, thanks for coming on the podcast and checking out the stream and commenting. Appreciate you, and have a good night.
Have a good night, Tasty Z. So, all right, let's segue on
Right,
because
right. And
I think you pretty
one
much
more thing.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
one more
then
thing.
give your
One
outro
thing.
after because
Yeah,
we're running out
one
of
more.
time. And hold on a second because it's already 4:57 and we got to keep things moving. So try to wrap things up and then you'll give your outro.
Okay. Yeah, one more thing. The other thing is, okay, so there is the feminization of video games. So I was watching a preview of one of the new Pokemon games on the Switch. And one of the things they talked about excessively, right? You know, Pokemon, how it's a lot of details and all these Pokemon stats and all this stuff, right? What did they do? They go and talk about, oh, you can add makeup and hair and stuff like that. Wait a minute, this is supposed to be a Pokemon game. You know who was playing Pokemon, right? You weren't seeing mostly girls playing it. And then all of a sudden they talk about some of these characters, like one of them wants to be a fashion designer. And it was just like, it's just a feminization. And of course, you got this new lady showing up. And the problem is that when it comes to Western women mindset, they have this thing constantly, a good amount of them have this thing of self inserting themselves into the character. And
Yeah.
so just don't expect this thing to stop anytime soon from Nintendo. And aside from that, this is OC. I am the creator of now, instead of saying just Octavio Camacho, is going to be War Street Universe, which I'm going to try and get more details out. Is going to be an actual universe that is going to be based on the Octavio Camacho series. It's a video game slash webtoons comic. And the comics are going to come out a little bit slower because there's a lot of things going on in my life. But aside from that, thank you everybody for allowing me in. Hopefully I can get in sooner. And you all have a good night, good day, good morning, whatever it is. Be good, and later.
All right, see you later,
All right.
man. Thanks for
Great,
coming
great
on.
having
And,
you on again,
we'll
OC.
catch you later. So,
Take it easy.
let's get who was next? Xeno Chimera.
Xeno Chimera, yeah.
And then Soy Cast guy
guy.
last, and then we'll end things there because, like I said, we're 5 hours in, and I still have stuff to do, so we really need to hurry things along.
Okay, testing, coming through here. Good.
good.
Yeah. So, all right. Yeah. So I guess I'll try to keep it brief. So I'll start off with the Xbox price hike, which is just bullshit. I mean, not anything revolutionary here, but you know, Xbox. The problem with Xbox is they are capable. They do have every opportunity to not screw the pooch in every sense of the word, and they don't. They're gonna sit there. They're gonna charge you $30 a month and 360. Or oh, look how meta they are. They know it's 360. So they're gonna try to charge you this absurd price for something that's virtually worthless. Again, backwards compatibility is a joke. I mean, the only reason why I bought my Xbox Series X was to play games like The Darkness and Prey. So the problem with Microsoft isn't that they're incompetent. They're lazy, maliciously lazy, I would even say. They have every opportunity. They have all the funds. For all intents and purposes, they are, one of the most powerful corporations in the world, and they can't even spare some shekels to keep their gaming division alive. They
Pretty
can't
much.
they can't, they can't put dual wielding in Halo. They can't be bothered to make any halfway decent, interesting IPs or sequels to already existing IPs. They can't even be bothered to do the fucking Halo Master Chief Collection with Gears of War. This, I would say this is sort of incompetence, almost like malicious retardation. But the thing is that they've proven before that they can do things. They just refuse to.
Yeah.
So
they want everything automated. They want to automate everything with as little effort as possible.
yeah, they have Activision. They don't really seem to be doing much of anything with that. They've got access to Prototype, all the old licensed games. I mean, I know it's licensed. So
They're just doing the same shit they were doing before. So they bought them, and it's like they're like business as usual. Nothing has changed.
Well, because in their brain they thought, okay, we'll buy Activision. Activision will make whatever games they were already going to make, and we'll just receive additional profit from it. But they forgot their role as an owner of that company and what that entails. So, it's like I said earlier, Microsoft will do anything to make money in gaming except just make games that people want to play, which is insane. It's literally insanity. It's like actually the definition. They're doing the same bullshit over and over again, trying to force this streaming shit to try to make money. It's like, you might get this one, Chimera. It's like usury. Make money by doing nothing. You know what I mean? Like that's what they're trying to do. Make money by doing nothing. And unfortunately, that's not how it works, especially now when it comes to gaming. So
yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Again, it's got to be to the point where they got to see that they're making losses because they spent all this money in Bethesda, Activision, and there's no payout. There's just none. So I don't know. Something's wrong with micropenis. Bill Gates would rather spend his time working on making sure mosquitoes can transmit vaccines and viruses than putting time and effort into his own gaming subdivision. So
Right.
any hope and chance of good games like Halo or Gears being good again is slim to fucking none.
Pretty much, they're cooked, man.
Yeah. And like everybody said, their backwards compatibility program shit. They don't even have they don't even have half the stuff they probably should, and that's not even including active.
They didn't have Max Payne 3 until like 2023 or something like that, or 22, right?
Yeah.
something like that.
Something
So
like
that's
that.
crazy. Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
they don't have. Yeah, even though they're partnered with EA, they don't have Army of Two 40th Day. They only have the first one.
Mhm.
So they've got. I mean, they can have Black, Prey, Dante's Inferno. You know, Darkness. You know, that's fine and dandy. But there's a lot of other games that need attention too. You know, a lot of other ones that need to be preserved. Splatterhouse.
leave it
They don't even
to
have Condemned 2 on there. They got the first
they
one
don't
on
have
there.
Condemned 2, exactly.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
leave it to Nintendo. Leave it to I was gonna say Nintendo. Leave it to Microsoft to somehow ruin Doom. Like
Oh
leave
yeah.
it to them
right.
to somehow make it, because all the shit that makes Doom the Dark Ages bad is the shit that Microsoft asked them to do. Like for example, the difficulty, all the changes to the gameplay for like more casual players. You think that was really they'll deny it for NDA reasons, but you really think that was all Hugo Martin? Yeah, like you don't think that Microsoft buying them was a huge effect, a huge change in how all of a sudden there's a primary female character in the story commanding Doom guy around? Like that's not by accident. Voiced by Deborah Wilson. Like all of a sudden Microsoft gets involved and Doom is doing this shit. All of a sudden there's cinematic more than gameplay focus. Like of course that's Microsoft.
Yeah.
So
I mean, to keep things brief, if I am going to be honest, though, the writing was on the wall with Eternal. A lot of the things in Dark Ages you can attribute to Eternal. Essentially,
that's true. But that's true. I agree. But I'm talking about when it comes to like the woke shit, like Deborah Wilson, when it comes to the accessibility shit in the gameplay, because Doom Eternal at least was to a degree still unapologetically, Doom when it came to like difficulty, gameplay, like, the need to actually learn the mechanics.
Oh yeah.
No sliders. But I do agree that a lot of the trends that ended up in Doom, the Dark Ages, started in Eternal, like the fucking Marauders, which was a terrible mechanic, but whatever. Like,
Yeah.
So I get what you're saying.
Oh yeah. So I mean, Microsoft might have emboldened them, but Hugo Martin was going to do it regardless. He loves his pseudo Warhammer fantasy. So
Yeah.
and then
I think the biggest issue to me was like the gameplay stuff. Like the gameplay stuff is like the major issue, and Deborah Wilson is just the icing on the cake.
Yeah, I mean, making what was it, Parry slap? Almost
Yeah,
red
Parry
light, green
slap.
light, Souls-esque, muted
Yeah.
colors and everything.
And
Again,
that's what the Marauder was. The Marauder was just Parry slap by a different name.
yeah, they really couldn't just do Doom 2016 but better. Again, Doom 2016 is my favorite game of all time. They really couldn't have just tried to improve upon it, tried to, use the same foundation. They needed to try to make it a completely different game to cater to different aspects to different audiences.
Yeah, different communities.
Yeah, Eternal was trying to get to this transgender
Souls.
speedrunners.
Well, they're trying to get to the try hard, right? Like this real sweaty, like
Yes.
ultra sweaty, like fast paced, like like basically like you said, like streaming, like Twitch shooter gameplay. I mean, I do like, again, I won't lie, I do like the gameplay in Eternal, but a lot of changes that they made I wasn't like too fond of. And like I said, like the emphasis on parrying is like a big one. Like parrying, countering, especially when the mechanics are not like fully baked. Doom 2016, I completed them all on Nightmare. I gotta say, Doom 2016 on Nightmare, they'll still needed a lot of work because the imps tracking the way they do is like unacceptable, bro. But that was like an example of like, so Doom 2016 had flaws. They could have made something that was closer to 2016. And while I do like Eternal, I can't disagree that a lot of the problems with Dark Ages did start in Eternal.
Yeah. And then I guess to move on here to the EA stuff. Honestly, EA's on EA. The writing's on the wall. EA is going to be out the door anyway, and at any day now. Which is a shame because they admittedly have a lot of good IPs. They have Skate, Dead Space, Army of Two. No, not Crisis. Crisis went back to Crytek. Titanfall, Star Wars. They had every opportunity not to fail, and one reason or another they did. So, I mean, I honestly say the best case for the future of EA is for them to just sell off their IPs to people who actually give a damn about the franchises and IPs. Give Dead Space back to the creators so that way they can do the fourth and final game, even if they fuck it up or not. And make Ellie the girl boss and shit. At least it'll be the finale. I'd say anybody. Oh shit, Jinpachi left.
Oh, well, I'm sure he'll be back. Oh, here he is. Hold on.
Oh, okay. But yeah, again, even if they fuck it up, make Ellie a girl boss, and she slays Queen her way to victory,
You know, at least it'll be at least it'll end the franchise, and maybe even if the story is woke and shit, maybe the gameplay could at least be well. I don't know.
I mean, if
Gameplay is not enough for me to buy a WoW
woke
game, bro. To be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, but also like if it was to go back to the original developers, I forgot what they're called now, but yeah, it probably won't be like as bad as like whatever EA would end up doing to it anyway. I mean, we saw what they did with the remake of Dead Space, so whatever they ended up, well, you
The
know,
remake.
if they were to bring it back now, then we know it's gonna be even worse.
Yeah. I mean, I just know because the some of the original guys, Glenn Schofield and a couple of guys who worked on the first game, did actually ask EA not that long ago after the remake came out. They're like, "Hey, can we do Dead Space 4?" And EA told them like, "No, we're not in the market right now." So, which might be
Wow.
for the best considering Glenn did Callisto Protocol, but still, like that's just one of the IPs. You know, Titanfall 3 may never happen because they're too busy with Apex Gaijins. They're too, you
Yeah.
know, Skate.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck happened to Skate.
Skate is gone. Just forget about
Yeah,
Skate.
that new
That
one,
game
I
is
don't whatever the
long
fuck.
gone.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
That game is
awful.
gone, bro. Like,
Oh,
there's no
yeah.
point. But you know, ultimately, man, I think people like for me, and again, I think like I can't, you know, obviously you can't control what other people think, but I think people need to adopt the mentality that no matter how good a gameplay is, that if it's woke, they don't support it. Because in the end of the day, man, like I don't think there's like a game that's so good that I'll ignore the wokeness to play. At least for me personally.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's fair. So no arguing with that. So I mean, again, gameplay for me is king. Don't get me wrong, woke shit is disgusting, but ultimately gameplay is king. So, but yeah, I mean that was one of the big downsides of the Dead Space remake, for example, or you know, pretty much anything BioWare.
Resident Evil 3 remake,
Yeah.
2
So
remake, Claire the Guppy in 2 remake.
yeah, fucking
You
hate
know?
remakes,
Like
especially
you
when
have
they're
to
yeah.
especially when they're what?
Yeah, especially when they're unnecessary, like Dead Space remake, a game that works perfectly fine on modern fucking
Or
hardware.
RE4.
That too.
RE4 is pretty modern to be remade, right? Like I just think that that people just need to like understand that yes, a game is fun, but if people just had a little more self control and say, you know what, this gameplay is fun, but it's also promoting fucking trashy ideology, so I won't buy it. Like if you're gonna buy it anyway, at least buy it like used on sale or something, right? Don't give them day one sales, man. Like do something to like combat it, because if you hate it and you keep buying the games, you're just gonna keep doing it. They might keep doing it anyway, but at least you can guarantee they lost money.
Oh yeah. That's my my mindset. I never buy anything day one. Never do. I haven't bought
Yeah.
anything day one as long as I can remember. So you know, I don't know. Could be the inner like random percent toucan in me, oy vey, or you know, but yeah, got always be sure to buy it on cheap. So,
Yeah,
but
because
Yeah,
bro,
wait
like if
for a
you're gonna
sale or
support it,
something.
if you're gonna support it, at least don't give them the brand new sale, because that's the sale that counts the most, right? Like the one that like
Mm-hmm.
yes,
it boosts their numbers. Even then, I
Yep.
wouldn't like to be honest. For example, like Last of Us 2, I wouldn't play it for free. Like somebody if somebody could like probably if they paid to watch me stream it, they would also have to give me the game for free, and even then, I would probably still say no. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
so like that's just fine because I feel like all that shit just poisons your mind, you know? Like, think about it this way, man. Everything that we do is connected by associations. Like your brain, like we think that we forget shit, but you'll be surprised how many things you remember with the right when the right association comes to your face. So every time you like engage with something woke or you watch a commercial or anything, that shit like embeds in your brain, and all it takes is another association to make that come up. The reason why I bring this up is because I want to protect my brain from as much of it as possible by just straight up avoiding it and not giving it like any of my like attention, right?
yeah.
Because that shit is subliminal, bro. Like so it gets in your it like seeps it like slowly like bakes into your mind over time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
That's
yeah.
how that's how they got away with microtransactions. Remember, people were against it at first, and then they just normalized it.
They condition enough people to just accept it, and
Yeah,
even some
and
even
it
go
became,
around and defend it as if it's like such
yeah,
a good thing or it's necessary now when it never was.
and then it became normalized. Now you think about microtransactions, that's just considered part of gaming now. So, like
Yeah.
every little choice you make involving gaming, to me, at least for me personally, like not to be on a high horse or anything, but to me it matters. It actually does matter.
Yeah. I understand that. I agree. So, but But yeah, I guess to conclude, EA, there's just no hope for them. BioWare was kind of always fucked, so there's no salvaging BioWare. Army of Two, unless we can get it to a studio that actually gives a damn about it, I don't see it coming anytime soon. Titanfall 3, EA Respawn, that's their name, correct? Respawn are retarded. I fucking hate them. So they'd rather make shitty Souls Star Wars games as opposed to actual hack and slash Star Wars games, which is fucking bizarre.
That game blows, bro. I do not know. I
Yeah,
played it
you
and
gotta
I was
bring
like,
back Force Unleashed.
I do not know why so many people praise that game. I played it, I was like, holy shit.
As someone who loves hack and slash, I am morally opposed to when you take something that is pure hack and slash like Star Wars and make it into shitty Souls. It is
Pretty much.
I
And
am
it had
morally
the
yeah.
It was funny because it was the trifecta. It had like the slow walking Last of Us BS, Souls gameplay, and it was woke. And I was like, damn, you got all three. You hit all the buttons there.
Yeah, well,
The only thing they got right was the platforming.
Yeah, well, don't you know the goys? They need their space. They need their hecking space, dude. They need their 20 minutes of walking to digest the 4 minutes of combat they got into. They need to see Deborah Wilson
yeah.
and Pedro Pascal for the more billionth fucking time. So, I just fucking hate them. So, but yeah, I don't really have much else to add to that, I suppose, for now. So I'll just plug my shit and I will go. So I am Xeno Chimera 2. I do shitty toy reviews on my channel, and I also stream video games. And
Sweet.
not this year, but maybe somewhere in the future, I will finally get around to making video games and movies myself. So
Good
with
luck,
that,
and I wish the best for you with that, bro.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, thanks. So with that said, thank you, Revenant Jampachi, for having me on. Thanks to the co-hosts. Thanks to the viewers, for watching. You better like this fucking stream, or oy vey, I will raise your interest rates by 35%, Golem Goys. You fucking better like this stream. All right. With that said,
All right, man.
Thank you. Okay, I can leave studio.
All right, man. That was it was good to have you.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, Xeno Chimera. And
Yeah,
of
for
course,
real.
you're welcome to come back on anytime. And appreciate it. So have a good
For
night.
sure. You're welcome. Always welcome back. And thanks for giving us your thoughts. And good luck with your own projects and all that good stuff. And everyone, give them a watch. If you like what you heard, give them a watch. So, Soycast guy, you're last. Let us know your thoughts. And then give us your outro. And then me and Revenant will close out.
Yeah, all right. Let me turn this up. I don't. Does that sound good? Is the audio good?
You sound clear, bro. You sound clear.
All right. So, as far as like the spot stuff goes, it's just kind of ridiculous how it's like $30 now, because it's like, all right, like unless you're like a little Timmy and you have all the time in the world, then it's like you're never gonna have time to really justify that price. And really, I guarantee most people paying for that subscription are adults who probably work and don't have much free time. So yeah, I mean, the price is just kind of pretty ridiculous overall. I mean, it used to be like $10 and now it's like $20 more, so that's insane.
You don't like your 200% increase in price?
Yeah, not very much. Not very much.
All right. So, so what are your thoughts on EA?
Selling to Saudi Arabia.
I'm sorry, Saudi Arabia, EA.
Well, I guess as a positive, there will be no LGBT propaganda, but all the women will be in burqas, so there is that.
Yeah, let's hope we don't get that, but who
let's
knows?
hope they don't. But let's hope they don't. If what Hakami was saying was true, assuming it was true, then maybe it won't happen. But we'll see. We can only wait and see, right?
Yeah, fingers crossed.
But hopefully that's not the case.
I mean, Saudi Arabia, from what I've heard, isn't quite as extreme as some of like the other countries in that
like
area.
Iran or like Afghanistan.
Yeah,
because they're trying to be very Western-ish in a way.
Yeah, it's one of the
Saudi prince.
one of the richer and a bit more lenient Middle Eastern countries from what I've heard. Although then again, I don't live there, so I'm not an expert.
I've heard in general that the sheiks are a little bit more chill, but it kind of makes sense because they do international business, right? So they're a little bit more like lax.
Yeah.
That's what I gathered as well.
Yeah, they're definitely one of the bigger, richer countries in that area. So yeah, but I don't know if I should. I mean, but yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess, like, in some aspects, like, I imagine EA will be better at the very least. I don't, I doubt they'll allow, like, the LGBT stuff, considering that, quite a bit of games were banned in Saudi Arabia for having that stuff, like Final Fantasy 16, for example. But, well, I guess also that had, like, an Islamic theme. But yeah, But yeah, they're more strict, so I guess it won't have that kind of stuff, but it could also have some negatives. So, yeah.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes. All right. Well, that was pretty concise. That was pretty much it, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Give us your outro. Let us know about your channel or anything that you're doing, and me and Revenant will close out.
So, I do YouTube, which, I've said before here. I do YouTube under the same name as shown, it's a Soycast guy. I don't think the name is showing on, on here, but yeah, I do that kind of stuff, kind of like, I guess if you like, somewhat leafy is here type stuff. I mean, at least I try to that type of energy, but
leafy comparison. It's the leafy comparison for me. No, I get it, bro. I get it.
Yeah.
So
it's kind of like
all right.
But yeah.
All right, man. Well, good luck with that. Everyone check out his channel. I'm sure it's interesting.
He does put out some good. I actually have to catch up on some videos too.
Yeah. So give him a watch. Seems like a cool dude from my experiences with him, and thanks.
Yeah,
man.
he is.
So
yeah, thanks for coming on, Soycast guy. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate you letting me on. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For sure, man. So all right. As for me, I'm Jinpachi. Everyone knows me here by now. You can check out my channel. I do animation, gameplay stuff. I've been streaming a lot more lately. I'm working on a game, a couple of other things. If you're interested, check out my channel. Give it a watch, subscribe. If not, that's fine too. Revenant, always good co-hosting with you. This was a long one, much longer than I'd liked. But, it's good. Everyone got to speak at least. Yeah, everyone got to talk for the most part, which is awesome. Everyone who's watching, thanks for tuning in. I hope everyone has a good night, or good morning, or good day, wherever you are in the world. And thanks. It's been a lot of fun, and I'll catch you guys later.
All right. Okay. So yeah, Jinpachi, appreciate you co-hosting as always. It was good. Appreciate everyone coming on. Like Y2 Viral. I said thanks for having him on. Welcome to everyone. Try to have a lot of people on as possible. I know some people didn't have, we kind of had to rush things toward the end because we were going on for a lot longer than we wanted to, but it is what it is. It happens sometimes, so it's no big deal. Anyway, thank you all for watching. Thank you to everyone who came on. Appreciate the support as always. Thank you for taking time out of your day, wherever you are, whatever time it may be. Appreciate it, of course. So try to have something up during the week or next week. I don't know. Just keep a lookout. Anyway, you all have yourself a good rest of your day. We're gonna head out. So until next time, peace.